Good morning, everyone. It's June 5th, lovely June 5th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have one, the Paramount Self-Storage LLC, Durwood, Somerville Edition, Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the resolution.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The second item is regulatory extension requests. We have two this morning. The first is Cabin John Preliminary Plan 1-2025-0080, regulatory extension request number 1. And second is the Hussein Residence Preliminary Plan number 1-2023-0140, regulatory extension request number 4. Do I have a motion for approval of these two extension requests?
I move to approve the extension requests.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Next, we have our roundtable discussion with the Planning Director, Jason Sartori. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. For the record, Jason Sartori, Montgomery County Planning Director. And I'm really excited to have folks join me today for my biweekly report. We'll talk about, we'll give a recap of Wheels in Wheaton, which was an outstanding event this past weekend. We'll talk about, give a real quick update on the Community Planning Academy, and then I'll give some personnel updates. We have some exciting announcements to make today on that front. So first, before I pass it off to the team, I did want to congratulate Sophie Kotzker and the rest of our Mid-County team led by Kerry Sanders and Jessica McVeary, and wanting to just really congratulate them on an outstanding event this past weekend. It was really fun, really successful. I know a number of you were there. We converted parking lot 13 just north of our building into a publicly accessible roller skating rink and interactive gathering space. It was really quite a different atmosphere from what we currently have or normally have in that space. We had people roller skating, skateboarding, there was art, music, food, drinks, and really it inspired how we can, thoughts of how we could activate underutilized spaces like surface parking lots. Our placemaking efforts have always been about partnerships. For the past year, our Wheels in Wheaton team has really worked closely with the Wheaton Urban District, and I just want to acknowledge we have Crystal Ruiz in the audience today. She's all the way in the back, but we want to acknowledge her and thank her for her partnership, but also the Mid-County Regional Services Center and their director, Louisa Cardona. I don't know if Louisa's, oh, hey, Louisa, thank you. Thank you to both of them. They are always outstanding partners for our crew here in Wheaton. We're so proud to be part of this community, and the fact that we get to work closely with the two of them and their teams is just, it's kind of an extra blessing of being able to be part of this community. But also our other partners included the Montgomery Parks, Prince George's Planning, Prince George's Parks and Rec, and the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, which was really gracious in allowing us to work in that parking lot. And then, of course, leading this effort was our outstanding team that you see with me here today, most especially Sophie Kotzker, who for nearly a year worked with the community and other partners to organize and create this dynamic, community-centered event. And I'm confident that Wheels in Wheaton can be a spark that unleashes the potential for more spaces to improve the quality of life in Montgomery County. And so then, again, I just want to thank a long list of volunteers who helped make it all possible, including Kerry Sanders and Jessica McVeary, Atul Sharma, Luwei Wang, Luis Estrada, Molly Stamets, Robert Cronenberg, Parker Smith, Grace Bogdan, David Ansbacher, Clark Larson, Cole Schultz, Aaron Fowler, Emma Perez, Emily Tettelbaum, Marin Hill, Nathan Koifman, Audrey Vogel, Lisa Gavoni, Larissa Clevin, Matt Folden, Alex Pemberton, Jamie Pratt, and Karen Warnick. And if I forgot anyone, I want them to know that they are really appreciated too, because this really was a massive effort and a lot of people were involved in making it come off successfully. And before I pass it off to the team, I did want to, share a couple of photos. This was our esteemed chair giving the roller rink an audition here, I guess. And it was really, and that picture on the right, and you'll see in a video that I'm going to ask Isaac to play in a second here, that it was actually even more crowded than what you see in that. That photo almost doesn't even do it justice. So Isaac, if we could roll the tape, that'd be great. Thanks. Today we're celebrating the community here in Wheaton and what you can do with underutilized space to kind of bring people together and reimagine how you use our space here.
We started this project as the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative about a year and a half ago, where we are transforming this parking lot into a roller skating rink, gathering space, activity zone for the Wheaton community.
Today we're having an amazing festival put together by the Montgomery County Planning Board, the Planning Department with parks, as well as the Urban District. And we basically took over a parking lot, painted it, and have a beautiful use for people to connect.
Placemaking puts planning in action. So the strategic plan is really setting up to guide our sort of efforts towards that over the next 5 to 10 years. Each year, we go back to the strategic plan as our guide and look to opportunities that we can incorporate placemaking into our planning work so that the relationship between planning and placemaking is strengthened every year.
This event was inspired by the community. Like, we went out and asked questions, what would you like your community to be like? And so these are giving them little glimpses of what it could be like down the road. So when we do our next master plans or sector plans in the community, we're going to make sure that the things that they really love from this placemaking are incorporated into the next plan for this community.
In order to make something like today happen, as you noted, you have to have extensive collaboration. So it was planning coming to us with an amazing idea and bringing incredible community input in, and the Urban District, which is under the regional office, really supporting with a lot of the logistics, a lot of the planning, a lot of the day-to-day things, which is our bread and butter. But it is really an amazing melding of the minds when you bring design, concept planning, and implementation and urban district planning into the process.
You're looking around, you see all these people that normally wouldn't come out here on a Sunday afternoon, and we get all this great publicity. It's so community driven, which is what we want. We want more things like this to happen here at Wheaton. We want more attention to Wheaton. We are in the entertainment district, the business district, all right here in these 4 streets, and we want to be proud of that.
So now I'll actually turn it over to the team to give a little bit more of a recap on the event.
Hi everyone, Sophie Kotzker, Mid-County Planning for the record. As you know, this project came directly from the Wheaton Downtown Studies strategies, where our primary goals were to repurpose underutilized space, support Wheaton's existing character, and showcase the possibilities for change. Our Wheels in Wheaton event last weekend, I think, really accomplished these, and I think it was really inspiring to see how positively the community responded. We got a lot of feedback directly as people attended, both with how they were excited to experience the area in a whole new way, and to have something recreational that can really bring them to this area and spend more time outside. Now that the event, you can go to the next slide. Now that the event is over, we have a few action items and beginnings of what we hope to be the long-term impact of this project. For one, the mural will be remaining for 3 more months as the base of a functional parking lot, so that's really exciting. Second, the majority of these materials and the furniture, bistro tables, chairs, picnic tables, umbrellas, and all of the branded items will remain with the Wheaton Urban District, who again was a huge partner in this with us to help them continue to do these types of placemaking pop-ups in downtown Wheaton. And then lastly, on our end, we'll be working to create a toolbox package of strategies that local organizations like the Urban District can follow to effectively continue new and creative pop-ups that reach the same goals that the downtown study began. This package will also include specific strategies that will have come out of a miniature public life study relating to pedestrian connectivity throughout downtown Wheaton that can help to encourage safer and better connections for those walking and rolling. Yeah, next slide. And then lastly, just a thank you to our partners again, the Wheaton Urban District, who put in many hours with us on the planning and implementation and success of this event. Montgomery Parks, who provided landscaping, furniture, games, and coordinated and transported the large shipping container from Prince George's Park and Planning in Largo for us, and MCDOT for supporting us in the use of the lot. Thank you.
And I just wanted to show a quick photo of the parking lot as it looks today from the 14th floor of our building. You could see it's been restored to a parking lot serving the parking of vehicles with new lines drawn over the mural. And as Sophie mentioned, the mural will stay for a few more months, and just kind of nice a reminder of what took place in that space and how it can be used differently. And I just going back to the video, I think it was great, the comments that we were all given in that video, but what's almost even better is if you watch what's happening in the background of all of those shots. And it's just people having a ton of fun and people of all different cultures and different backgrounds enjoying the space that we have here. And that's what, when we talk about building community, this is exactly what that is. And that's why placemaking is such an important part of our work program and our strategic plan and the work that we want to be doing going forward with our master plan efforts, but also just our integration with communities. And so I'll pause here before I move on to Community Planning County just to see if there were any comments or questions that the board had.
Jason, was the for Taste of Wheaton, because that was 2 days. So this was a 2-day event, or did they use the parking lot for 2 days?
So our event, the Wheels in Wheaton event, was for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah,
The Taste
okay.
of Wheaton was on Sunday in coordination with this. And it was really great to kind of have them both together because there was like the, economies of agglomeration, or, having more things taking place at the same time brought more people to the space, to the area, than you probably would have had if either one was alone. And at one point, as I was walking around, the Taste of Wheaton is an outstanding event by itself. And it was great to see not just different restaurants, but other businesses in the Wheaton community out talking about the services that they provide and how they, are part of our community here. But I was around in the plaza and in line to get like a shaved, an Italian ice, I think it was. And I was listening to people in front of me talk about how awesome it was that there was a roller rink. And I was like, this is great. I'm on the complete opposite side of this, and they're talking about what was occurring over on our end. So it was just really getting back to that collaboration with our partners and, with this other event, kind of tying them all together was just, it was well timed.
Yeah, it would be really nice if we can follow up and see that with the toolbox and the coordination that we have with the urban districts, that how many times and how, some other events could happen. What is the impact in future? And if we could keep track of it and see that if it really works, because you left the stuff and created the tool work, and see that if they're able to continue it on their own, or if they need any kind of support, because the idea is that we like to see it not just to be a one-time. Hopefully it could happen more often after this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Carrie Sanders, Mid-County Division Chief. I think that's a wonderful suggestion, Vice Chair. And I know we actually are looking to kind of continue this partnership as much as possible with the Wheaton Urban District. Crystal and Louisa, who are in the audience, have been amazing to work with. And I cannot it's been such a great partnership. And so I think part of what we would like to do is continue to partner, and we see the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative as not necessarily just one event. We want to see how we can continue to partner as we move forward. So I think that's a wonderful suggestion.
I would also add that, coming from the Wheaton Downtown Study to this initiative to the fact that we are kind of just embarking on the Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan, there are opportunities here for us to continue to build on what we've learned from each of these events and activities and studies, and as we move forward with that plan and see how we can integrate some of these ideas. As Chair Harris mentioned in his comments, how we can incorporate some of these ideas into the plan as we move that forward.
Yep, great event. I love your thoughts on collaboration, with all the county agencies, all the departments, and it was such a wonderful time. So keep doing it. Thank you, Sophie, for organizing and keeping everyone on track and making this happen. It was just a wonderful, wonderful day. So thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll give a quick update on the Community Planning Academy. And I think when I last spoke to you, I mentioned that we had over 600 people submit interest forms. Once we pulled out duplicates and people who didn't actually live in the county, and we ended up with 540 unique interest forms, people expressing an interest in participating in our beta cohort of the Community Planning Academy, which was limited to only 50 participants. And so we've selected the 50 participants as a diverse representation of folks in the county, and different geographies, and really people who are not folks that are familiar faces in terms of people who are typically testifying in person or even writing in. So these are people who are engaging in our process already somewhat for the first time. And we have our kickoff next Monday evening for that cohort, and they will be working through eight modules. I just wanted to make sure I had that right. 8 modules representing different aspects of the planning process. And then we'll get their feedback, and we'll use that feedback to refine the curriculum, to make changes to those modules, potentially add some things, and in anticipation of launching it countywide and having it open to anyone who wants to participate, including the 490 that we were unfortunately not able to select as part of the beta cohort this fall. So we're excited about that. If there are any questions, happy to answer them. If not, we can move on. Yeah, it's just like coming from, the Placemaking Community Planning Academy. These are all like really outstanding things that we're doing. I'm really proud of.
Yeah, it's exciting that this is launching soon. I just have one question about if this first cohort, is there an opportunity for them to, at any point, engage with staff, like if yes. Questions come, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and maybe even more so than they would have through the normal process later on. We'll have opportunities even for that, but here we're really trying to get in front of them, to get feedback from them, but also to have those in-person touch points. And we're looking to try to coordinate a field trip, if we can too, so that they can kind of see our work and the planning process in action.
That's great. Yeah, thanks.
I'm just wondering, these 50 participants, do you have any idea from the range of the age group? Yeah, I'm wondering that if there are younger people that have participated.
It's a total mix is what I'm hearing. So we did collect certain demographic information from the people who were applying so that we could try to achieve that, like a mix of all types. So. All right.
Yeah, thank you. We're really excited to get this going, and the community is too, so wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, to see that level of interest, it kind of demonstrates that there is this desire for people to participate in the process, to understand it better, and to be more effective in advocating for their communities, and that we've needed to be doing this, and I'm just glad that we are now. Okay, so now I'm going to give a few personnel updates. Want to begin with some really exciting news. I'm happy to announce that Chris Pfeiffer has accepted the role of Communications Division Chief. So Chris obviously is a familiar face. He's worked at Montgomery Planning since 2014 in various roles for the Communications Division. He's done a fantastic job of keeping the public informed and engaged about our work. He's been the acting Communications Division Chief since January of 2024. He's been overseeing the department's award-winning strategic communications, engagement efforts, video and broadcast operations, websites, and graphic designs. As Division Chief, Chris will continue to support the work of the department and the Planning Board to ensure all communications align with our brand and messaging, and so congratulations and kind of welcome, Chris. Another familiar face is starting next week. Kayla Prendergast will be starting as the Countywide Planning and Policy Division's new Housing Planner 3. So Kayla is a community planner with experience in housing policy, research, and capacity building initiatives. She actually joined us in 2023 as a graduate assistant and has since supported our housing-related initiatives as an intern and a contractor. So she's also been around and been really outstanding in contributor to our housing efforts. Kayla earned a master's degree in community planning from the University of Maryland and a bachelor's degree in public policy and geography from UNC Chapel Hill. So welcome officially to Kayla. And now I'm gonna, go ahead, wave your hand, Kayla. All right, so now I'm gonna introduce our interns, and before I do, I just wanna say a couple words about that. We are really fortunate to have a strong internship program here at the Commission, but within the Planning Department specifically. And it's a great opportunity for us as professional planners, attorneys, communication specialists to meet with HR professionals to be able to work with the next generation of our professions, and to be able to pass along some of our knowledge and our expertise, but also to learn from them. The fact is, we also put them to work, and we have a lot of stuff to do. We talk a lot about our staffing needs. Well, our interns are here fully as our staff, and they are put to work on a lot of really important, great projects, and we really appreciate their contributions. So with that, we're really excited to have them on board for the summer. I did want to quickly acknowledge our HR team, which has been really, does an outstanding job of putting this together, beginning with our HR manager, Robin Brittingham, also Mondrian Miller-Bolt, and Bianca Bonilla, who all, really do a lot to pull this together. And before I move on, I did want to acknowledge also, while I'm talking about our management services division, this is not necessarily related to our interns, but this is crunch time for procurement as we are trying to tie up the end of the fiscal year. And I wanted to acknowledge the efforts of Jim Rotino, who does procurement for the department, and all year long is a valuable contributor from that end, but it's a role that doesn't get much recognition or public acknowledgement, and so I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank him for everything he's doing, especially right now as we're trying to tie up the contracts for year end. So with that, I'm now going to introduce our summer interns. So Davina Sanya Alogba is a graduate student at Bowie State University. She's pursuing a master's degree in human resource development with a graduate certificate in project management. And Deborah Almeida is currently an undergraduate psychology student at the University of Maryland. As HR interns with our human resources team in the Management Services Division, Davina and Deborah will be working on training opportunities for staff, recruitment initiatives, and managing the activities for the department-wide interns. And so the training opportunities is a big thing. We obviously put a lot of emphasis on keeping our staff up to date, so we appreciate their efforts in that and in everything. So welcome to Davina and Deborah. Marie Hatch is a transportation planning intern with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. She'll be working on supporting the development of the travel monitoring report and intersection analysis. Marie is studying environmental planning at Johns Hopkins University as a graduate student. Cole Schultz will be helping the Mid-County Planning Division with the upcoming master plan for Georgia Avenue. among other projects. He's just finished his first year pursuing a master's degree in the University of Maryland's Urban Studies and Planning program, and he is also a graduate assistant at the National Center for Smart Growth. So Cole and I have a number of connections there. So welcome to both Marie and Cole, and we're really glad to have you here. Ethan Singh will be working with the land use team in the Office of the General Counsel here in Wheaton headquarters. He is pursuing a law degree at American University's Washington College of Law. His main legal interest is environmental law. He grew up in Belize and has been in the DC region since 2018 when he started college at George Washington University. And Lauren Bentley is the Communication Division's intern. She'll be assisting with various writing projects and other creative content, including my weekly message that I send out to planning staff. She's a rising senior at the University of Maryland, double majoring in journalism and criminology and criminal justice. She's originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And so welcome to both Ethan and Lauren. And finally, we're happy to welcome back 2 interns for the summer. Reagan Ogburn, you'll recognize Reagan as when we presented recently on the anniversary of the Reforest Montgomery program. Reagan was an IRC division intern this past academic year. She's pursuing a master's degree in sustainable urban planning at George Washington University and holds a bachelor's degree in sustainable sciences and in urban studies. Reagan will continue working with the Reforest Montgomery program on GIS-related tasks, including updating the forest layers in Montgomery County and much more. And Jenna Gilbert just completed her spring semester internship with the Down County Planning Division and is about to start her final year at in the University of Maryland's Urban Studies and Planning program. She grew up in Northern Virginia and has a background in historic preservation. So welcome back as continuing interns to both Reagan and Jenna. And finally, 2 weeks ago, I introduced our new cybersecurity analyst, Olu Ojayinka. He's here in the auditorium today, so I wanted to introduce him in person. Olu has over 17 years of experience. Over 17 years of experience in researching, deploying, supporting, securing, assessing, monitoring, and implementing technology security measures. So we are happy to have him on board as our new cybersecurity analyst. So welcome to Olu. And then I did have one more announcement on the personnel front. Is Matt in the room? No.
At least he's going to the park, so.
Yes, right, exactly. After more than 12 years with the Planning Department, the Mid-County Planning Division's regulatory supervisor, Matt Folden, is heading to Montgomery Parks to become its newest park planning supervisor in the Planning and Stewardship Division. Matt has been a great leader of Mid-County's regulatory team, and he's really served as a mentor to many of the department's development and review staff across the divisions. He's also guided the approval of an impressive list of projects that advance implementation of Thrive Montgomery 2050. And I personally have, really relied and trusted in Matt's advice on all things related to regulatory matters. And so I will miss him from that standpoint, although knowing that he's staying here in our building, I can always go and find him if I've got questions. His last day with us is June 12th, and after that, after taking some time off, he'll be joining Parks on June 23rd. And we're sad to be losing Matt, but again, we're really happy that he's staying with the commission and that we'll be seeing him plenty in this building. So congratulations to Matt on this opportunity. And with that, I'm done.
Well, thank you for the update. I'm really so excited about the interns. It's always a win when they're able to get work experience, and we're able to use them to work on the needed work here. So that's welcome and congratulations to our interns. And as you said, I'm happy that Matt Folden is still with the commission. So thank you for your update. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we will take a 1-minute break and go into item number 14, briefing on the priority urban forest requirements. So thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 14, briefing on the priority urban forest requirements. And this morning, we have Amy Lindsay with the Planning Department giving this presentation. Welcome, Amy.
Good morning. For the record, Amy Lindsay, currently with Mid-County Planning, here to present about priority urban forest. So a fairly recent change to the Maryland State Code was the addition of forest in urban areas listed under the section that talks about priority forest for retention. So that's as delineated in the priority urban forest mapping included in the State Forest Conservation Technical Manual requirements, or that are the most important for providing wildlife habitat or mitigating flooding, high temperatures, or air pollution. So this change was made in 2024, and it now applies to forest conservation plans. However, the actual mapping was not available until earlier this year. Where this fits in our law is that Section 22A12B talks about the definition of priority forest. And so it's in the floodplain, stream buffers, and steep slopes and critical habitats. So it will be added as G when our law becomes updated. It's currently with the County Council, and it will hopefully be later this summer. So this is what the mapping looks like. And as you recall, the change in law specifically refers to this mapping, not a mapping that we developed. So this is all part of the No Net Loss of Forest initiative. And what we're trying to do, at the state level and local level, is not only to get to the point of where we're preventing the loss of forest, but where we're actually increasing the amount of forest in the state, because we know how important it is as we are creating more denser communities with the advent of climate change. Forest is really like a superpower. It does so many positive things for the environment. So this map was created by Maryland DNR and became available earlier this year. And it uses census tracts to delineate the areas. The first thing they did was figure out which areas qualified as urban, and that's a specific definition that is actually used in the U.S. Census. And then the methodology included looking at several different things: Maryland Habitat Connectivity, BioNet, and the MDE's Environmental Justice, which looks at populations that are exposed to things like air pollution, increased temperatures. So the point is, this analysis was all done at the state level. So it doesn't actually quite map, it doesn't quite correlate with our local areas of where we're focused on equity. But, it's definitely a very sound methodology, and it's, as I said, across the entire state. So you can see the different areas that are included in it. So every forest in one of these areas is considered a high priority for retention.
Could you explain the map? What is green?
The green are all of the areas that are considered as any forest in those areas is considered a high priority for retention.
So they have not shown the forest in the green. They just say that any forest in the green is the high priority, and then they have just separated smaller pieces from that.
That is correct. So, like I was saying, it uses census tracts, and first it defined which census tracts were urban, and then it looked at these other measures to develop which census tracts were a high priority any forest in them was a high priority for retention.
So, for example, one area that is not included in green, like Aspen Hill, north of Aspen Hill, that area, what is that? Why did they take that one piece out? Because everything around it is priority except that area. What is in that area that they have excluded?
I believe that's actually Leisure World. So it's not based on how much forest an area has. I want to be clear about that. That was
Okay.
not one of the criteria. And I did communicate with the state about this because I was very curious about this as
Yeah,
well.
that's a
And I
little
thought,
bit
you know,
strange.
that's going to be the first question they're going to ask. Why? How did anyone come up with this? So I believe this is Leisure World right here, and it was all of these other measures. So it had to do with exposure to air pollution and some other factors that the state has analyzed. And so the analysis was done at that level. I did look at the statewide map just to see what other jurisdictions looked like. And for example, Baltimore County, I believe all but 2 census tracts were all considered to be, you know, priority urban forest. So
do you agree with those exclusions? Look, I understand, you know, Leisure World. I guess I just picked one that it was very clearly identified, but I do not know like that area in Poolsville or Barnesville or any other area in the West County that we have the ag reserve and everything. They have excluded all of those from priority areas. To me, that's very strange that those have been excluded. You know, you think that if something is included in priority forest would be toward the Western County because we have a lot of forest there.
well, I'd like to point out this is priority urban forest. So the very first part of this exercise was them figuring out which areas qualified as urban. Now, these municipalities were a little bit different. The state actually worked with those municipalities, and Poolsville, Barnesville, Laytonsville all handle forest conservation separate from us. They have their own review authority of forest conservation. So the state did work with those municipalities, and I spent a little bit of time when we first got this map trying to figure out, okay, what did this correlate to? And it was finally the census tracts that made sense. And then it was the municipal boundaries. So I understand that, you know, that there are some areas that one might have questions about, but it is in state law that we have to use these definitions and this map. So that's where we're at. It is true that, for example, here between Wheaton and Aspen Hill, it is the east side of Georgia Avenue that is in the priority urban forest area, not the west side of Georgia Avenue. I was not able to get into all of the mechanisms of the analysis, but this is the map that is referenced in state law. So that is the map that we are using, and perhaps we can have a conversation with the state with future iterations, but this is where we're at right now. So this is the section of our law that talks about the retention of priority forest. And we really are focused on retaining forest. Retaining forest is far more powerful than clearing forest and planting new forest. It takes a long time for a forest to grow. So there are certain findings that need to be made with the clearing of priority forest. And these are the 3 findings. So you'll see the development would make maximum use of any available planning and zoning options that would result in the greatest possible forest retention. So what does that mean? So that means a planning and zoning option would be Can they use the optional method of development, a cluster method, to retain more forest? Is there, we'll look at the master plan, we'll look at a lot of the different guidance that we already have to see, is there any way we can avoid clearing forest? So have they made reasonable efforts to protect the areas and vegetation listed? So that is, did you put a 1,000-meter driveway, clearing the forest? We're going to be looking at very site-specific. Can you use a retaining wall instead of grading out a slope? Those are the sorts of reasonable efforts that we're talking about. And the development proposal cannot be reasonably altered. So does that retaining wall that we're asking for cost $1 million for one home, or that's when the reasonableness starts coming in? So, next one. So in talking about the process, this is not a variance, so it is not under that section of law. It does add greater protection and greater scrutiny. There are no changes to the worksheet. There's no additional mitigation required, but these findings will be spelled out in our staff reports, and we will go over how it is the applicant has met these. And we will have to report all of this information to the state DNR every year.
Does this process makes the process of forest conservation process and getting approval or the work more? Is it going to make it delay, get more work, or more difficult?
I believe it will be more difficult to clear forest, but the actual plan process should not be more difficult. It's just, it adds an extra layer of scrutiny where we're going to be asking more questions. I mean, we already work with the development a lot to minimize forest loss. This adds an extra layer of scrutiny to make certain that we can retain forest in these areas.
Okay, great, thank you. So, yeah, I was going to ask a similar question. So it sounds like there is more. I was going to ask, how do you see our work changing or developers' work changing with this? So you see a little more scrutiny. Also, paperwork, a little bit more paperwork, because you have reporting. But can you let folks know again, educate us all on the definition of a forest again? Can you, big picture?
So big picture, we're talking about areas at least 50 feet deep, at least 10,000 square feet. And, the minimal definition is you've got 100 stems per acre. And that it's a natural system. We're not talking about someone's azaleas that got out of control. That's not what we're regulating here. So it is a substantial amount. I will say that the definition of forest does not rely upon property lines. So if it only extends 25 feet into your property, you may have to plant more forest in order to call that forest retained. But because otherwise you end up with a lot of forest loss on individual properties, even though it is one large forest. So what we're really looking at are trying to fill in the patchworks and trying to retain large areas of forest.
So if I had 25 acres of whatever, just say half the amount that equaled the forest on my land, and someone else had at least half on an adjacent property, is that considered, you're looking at, regardless of who owns the property, that's a forest?
That is correct. It is still forest, even if only half of it is on your property.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have some questions. did we track this legislation and participate in its crafting?
We did. This legislation was, in a lot of ways, based upon the no net loss that we did here at the county level. So they saw what we were doing, they liked it, and then the state took it to another level. And they decided to get to no net loss in a little bit different way than the way we did. There were a lot of moving parts to this legislation, and so we, there's only so many things you can push back on, and this was one that we chose just not to, because we do already, make special efforts to preserve forest, especially in urban areas where we know that it's, there's very limited forest. So, it's another level of scrutiny that another tool in our toolbox to try to keep the forest in those areas. We were not aware that we would have to report our findings to DNR. That was something that that's not in the legislation. That's something that DNR has decided to do.
Then I have a follow-up question, or not just a comment from my perception. It seems as though these priority forest findings are going to be based upon the landowner's efforts and what they consider to be reasonable, and it might end up being an easy hurdle for them to get rid of forest. And I've probably preferred our county's regulations and no net formula to be at hand. And this is just another case of where I think Montgomery County does it better than the state, and the state comes in and puts in a new finding criteria, and it's all based upon the reasonable efforts of the landowner and not necessarily the critical loss of forest. And so it's very curious to me.
I will say the finding already exists in the law. It's just adding new things that we have to apply the finding to. So, your point is well taken.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you for this briefing. Well, maybe after, I guess you will monitor and see how it goes, but let's see in a year or so, if what we thought was force and what they think, is similar, and does it make a difference in what can be developed and not developed? How does it make development harder? Okay, be interested in knowing that in a year or so. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item, item number 5, MHP Amherst preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval of the sub-applications with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. This is Artie Harris, Chair of the Planning Board, and we're on item number 5, MHP Amherst Preliminary Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. While you may know that I worked at MHP prior to this position as Chair of the Planning Board, while at MHP, I had oversight role on this project, so I'm going to recuse myself for this project. And our Vice Chair Pedowin will take care of this project this morning. So thank you, and I will see everyone on the next project. Thank you.
I think I don't have to wait to announce the topic. You can. Good morning. I'm Mitra Pedouim, the Vice Chair, and for this item only, I will be taking Artie's place. So we are on item 5, MHP Amherst Preliminary Plan number 120250010, Site Plan number 8202500010, and Forest Conservation Plan number F20250080. And from Planning Department, we have Ms. Erin Fowler that is going to take us through the presentation.
Good morning. For the record, Erin Fowler with the Mid-County Planning Division. I'm here today with my colleagues Troy Leftwich and Amy Lindsay to discuss the MHP Amherst project. We're very excited to be here this morning to discuss this project, which proposes to transform 2 parcels in downtown Wheaton into a highly affordable, mixed-use community, including residential, cultural, and office uses within a half-mile of the Wheaton Metro and our offices here at Wheaton headquarters. Staff is recommending approval of the subject applications with the conditions listed in the staff report and amended in today's presentation. Consistent with the vision for the Wheaton CBD Sector Plan and Thrive 2050, the proposed project will provide highly affordable housing in a location rich with transit options, amenities, and services. For reference, this project qualified for a review under the Mixed Income Housing Community Use category in the code by meeting the affordability criteria. Qualification for this use type exempts the applicant from certain parts of the transportation review, such as the LATR. Although they were eligible for the expedited plan review process, they elected to go through the standard application to maintain approval on their existing sketch plan. As mentioned, the subject property is located in downtown Wheaton, about a half a mile north of our offices and the Metro. The property is north of Blue Ridge Avenue and extends from Georgia Avenue on the west to Elkin Street on the east. It is surrounded by residential uses in all directions and is parallel to a commercial building west across Georgia Avenue. It is in the CR zone and within the 2012 Wheaton CBD and Vicinity Sector Plan. The property outlined in yellow is the subject of today's applications. It includes 2 parcels outlined in blue and red, totaling about 6 acres of land. Parcel 920, which fronts onto Georgia Avenue, is currently undeveloped, while Parcel A, which fronts onto Elkin Street, is currently improved with 50 garden-style apartment units and surface parking. The residents of those apartments will be relocated as part of this development with a long-term plan for them to reside in the newly constructed multifamily buildings. Parcel B, shown in green on the slide, is not included in the development under review today, but is part of the agreed-upon land exchange between the applicant and Montgomery Parks, and will become a new 3-acre public park as envisioned in the sector plan. The development and design will be coordinated with Parks through a separate Parks process. In 2023, the Planning Board approved a sketch plan for the project, which established the maximum density of 485,000 square feet and a maximum height of 75 feet, comprised of 2 mixed-use buildings and 39 townhomes. The associated mandatory referral established the site selection for the future 42,000 square feet Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center, which will be developed by DGS on the ground floor of the multifamily building fronting onto Georgia Avenue, as you can see in the rendering. The preliminary plan proposes 1 lot to accommodate 2 mixed-use buildings and structured parking, 39 townhouse lots, 2 parcels associated with the townhomes, and 1 parcel for the private street. This totals 40 lots and 3 parcels. The applicant is also requesting APF validity for 8 years and plan validity for 6 years, subject to the phasing plan outlined in the conditions of approval. The proposed site plan includes 2 affordable multifamily buildings for up to 272 units with ground floor cultural and office uses, a parking garage, a new east-west private road, and 39 townhomes. Multifamily Building 1 will house the future Arts and Cultural Center on the ground floor, and Multifamily Building 2, the L-shaped building, will have 20,000 square feet of office space on the ground floor, which the applicant plans to relocate its offices to once constructed. The parking garage in the center of the site will be shared by both buildings' residents as well as future visitors to the Arts and Cultural Center. It is expected that the multifamily buildings, parking garage, and private street will be built first as the applicant works to secure a builder for the townhomes. Once the builder is secured, the 39 townhomes will be constructed on the eastern side of the property. As previously mentioned, this will be a highly affordable project, and the applicant will achieve their public benefit points through the provision of 25% MPDUs, well above the 12.5% requirement. The remaining rents will be set at a range of affordable price points, with many of the units aimed at income levels substantially below the MPDU requirements. Vehicular circulation through the site will primarily go through the new east-west private street, which can be accessed by Georgia Avenue or Elkins Street. The private street will also be the primary route used to access the parking garage, which is also reachable via a private driveway along the southeastern corner of the property off Elkins Street. The pedestrian entrance to the Arts and Cultural Center will be off of the new urban plaza along Georgia Avenue, and the vehicular drop-off will be the lay-by along the new private street just east of the Georgia Avenue intersection. The pedestrian entrance to Building 1 will be at the northwest corner of the building off Georgia Avenue. Pedestrian access to Building 2 will be off Elkins Street in the southeast corner of the building. The townhomes are all rear-loaded with garage doors hidden in the alley. The project is providing over 40,000 square feet, or 16.2% of the site area, as open space, split between public for the multifamily buildings and common for the townhomes. The public open space is centralized between the urban plaza along the Georgia Avenue frontage and the pedestrian walkway in the center of the site. The north-south tree-lined pedestrian walk will provide both a connection through the site and an activated curbless pathway with picnic and seating areas for future residents and visitors. It will feature collapsible bollards at both ends to ensure it is accessible only to pedestrians and fire access vehicles in the event of an emergency. Along the northern site boundary, the applicant will construct a crosswalk between the pedestrian path across the private road as a future potential connection to the Leesboro community to the north. The 4,500 square foot urban plaza along Georgia Avenue will provide passive open space for residents and members of the public, particularly visitors to the Arts and Cultural Center. The plaza frames the pedestrian entrance and will be prominently visible to those walking, biking, or rolling from the Wheaton Metro or driving north on Georgia Avenue. The common open space, shown in yellow on the screen, is more internal to the site, intended to be used by future townhouse residents with picnic areas provided for passive recreation. Overall, the open space of the project will positively contribute and connect to the broader open space and community facilities of the surrounding area, with Wheaton Local Park and Public Library located a half-mile north, the Wheaton Metro less than a half-mile south, and the future 3-acre park adjacent to the property to help complete the greenway network of the area. Here we have 2 renderings of the proposed architecture. The image on the left shows the lay-by vehicle drop-off area for the Arts and Cultural Center off the new private street. On the right, you'll see multifamily Building 1 as viewed south on Georgia Avenue, which shows the lobby and entrance to the future residences. Multifamily Building 1 frames the street looking north from Georgia Avenue, creating a prominent facade and architectural features at the ground level where the pedestrian entrance to the Arts and Cultural Center is located. The urban plaza with seating and landscaping elements will provide a gathering space along this major corridor. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Amy Lindsay, to discuss the environmental review of the project.
For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning. So the subject property is impacted by transportation noise, as you can see. It's the west facade is impacted at higher than acceptable levels. However, the proposed building does block the noise from the interior open space. So there will be architectural mitigation of the noise levels for those impacted units.
Amy, the 65 decibels is the one that anything above 65 decibels is
That is
the
correct.
noise level?
Along in this area of the county, it's anything 65 and greater. And you can see that west facade and wrapping around a little to the south and probably a little to the north.
Where is the building here? Is it the one in the middle? If you
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
that is the
Yeah,
proposed
this
development.
doesn't have anything over 65. I don't see it.
So you can see it's right along the facade. And if you look at the architectural,
Oh, I see. Okay.
the illustration to the right, you can see that the facade is impacted. And so what this will mean essentially is that they will need to use enhanced windows. And there will probably be some other architectural methods, but a lot of those are determined when they get closer to figuring out the architectural details. This property is subject to Chapter 22A Forest Conservation Law, and there is a forest conservation plan associated with this development. So you can see there are 2.25 acres of forest that bisect the property. One thing that may not be as easy to tell on a plan view is how much grade there is. The elevation of Georgia Avenue is substantially higher than that on Elkin Street. So the project does call for the removal of all 2.25 acres and meeting of the forest conservation requirements off-site. 3.26 acres if met within the Anacostia River watershed, or 4.38 acres if met outside of that watershed. The proposed development is within the priority urban forest area as identified by Maryland DNR. You can see the red star shows where the property is, and once again, that light green showing what the state has identified as areas for the retention of priority urban forest. We did look at ways to save the forest. However, in this case, there were no planning and zoning options that could be used that would meet the guidance of the sector plan, the approved sketch plan, and the need to provide the cultural facility. So all of those were already set up prior to this application coming in. The need for the connection between Georgia Avenue and Elkin Street is one of the things that drives the design of this property. And also the grade, as I mentioned, makes it particularly difficult to carve out a section of the property and say, okay, develop over here and not here. Because of that grade, there's an extensive amount of earthwork that needs to be done, and then providing the connection as well as the affordable housing. So reasonable efforts have been made to protect the specific areas and vegetation listed in the plan. They've minimized the disturbance, but because of the location of the forest bisecting the property and the grading needed to deal with the existing topography and the existing elevations of both Georgia Avenue and Elkins, it's created a scenario where that forest cannot be reasonably protected while meeting the goals in the sector plan, thrive, and complying with the approved sketch plan. So we did not feel it could be reasonably protected, and we also felt like that altering the development proposal would not actually result in the retention of any forest by the time all the site work was put in, unless you were to not develop the multifamily housing. That would be the only way, or not develop the connection and not develop the multifamily housing. So, and the applicant already had an approved sketch plan coming into this process.
So I have a question. These are the state's new priority forest removal finding requirements, right? They're different than the county's.
No, these are actually our findings.
So the three criteria here were Montgomery County's
Yes,
standards?
they're very similar to what is in the state law, but that is taken directly from our law. And generally, in the past, that has applied to things like forest removal in the Stream Valley Buffer, which of course now requires an actual variance to remove that forest. But you just haven't really seen it because we have not been removing forest in areas that has been considered a high priority per the law.
When you look at reasonable alterations, do you also explore alternatives to forest removal, or is it just the reasonable efforts of the developer and whether or not they can alter their plans? So alternatives are not necessarily alterations. So.
I believe we do consider reasonable alternatives. In this case, like I said, they had an approved sketch plan, and this public-private, it's not truly a partnership, but the siting of the Wheaton Arts Center and the development of the park had already all occurred prior to the changes of law. So I think going forward, you will see that this will be a greater part of the negotiation up front. In this case, because it really came on at the back end, this is the first one you're seeing.
Well, I recall the presentation with regards to the community interest in having an art center there, and I don't recall much discussion about removal of the forest or protection of the forest during that presentation that was before the board.
I will be honest and say that I do not recall that presentation. I guess the sketch plan presentation, that we probably did not highlight that. I will say going forward, you will be hearing more about that earlier so that can be taken into account when looking at specific areas of forest.
So I find it difficult to understand why that wasn't dealt with at the sketch plan phase, and now we're left with an opportunity here to get rid of the forest, but it wasn't contemplated during the sketch plan phase. So I just find it curious.
We will make certain that we highlight this more earlier. I think one of the issues that we have, and you will be seeing a change moving forward, is that environmental review at the time of sketch plan is much more limited. I do think it was probably mentioned in the staff report, but this specific aspect has to do with the timing of the law. That sketch plan was approved in 2023. And so if we had understood that this was coming, we would have gone ahead and made a bigger point. I should say that the retention of forest is a priority regardless of the addition of this law, but we would have made a greater point of it at that time, so that could have been weighed in the balance of, Wheaton Arts Center, affordable housing development, a new park. You would have had on the other side of there, you would have had the removal of the forest to have balanced at that time. And going forward, we will make certain that we highlight that earlier. Sorry?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yes.
I do have one more question. How old is this forest, and are there any champion trees in that forest?
So it's hard to say how old this forest is. It's actually very difficult to get on the property because it is chain linked off, because it is part of WMATA's, I believe the Parks Department might maintain it, but it is WMATA's property, and it's a giant no trespass area. I don't believe it is that old, which you can partly see in the variance request. You can see that the variance trees are all located outside of the forest. This is not particularly old forest. It is more of the property hasn't been maintained, and so it's a more opportunistic forest. That doesn't mean it doesn't have value. I'm not trying to say that at all. I am just trying to sort of place it within the age.
So did anyone from the planning staff go out and do an inventory of the forest? You're saying that it was fenced in into WMATA's property, there's no trespassing sign. Are the planning boards, are the planning staff prohibited from investigating the property?
No, sir. Planning staff did go out on that property. We received permission, and staff members did go out there. That is part of the requirement when a development plan is being filed, that we have access to the property, and that happens at time of natural resource inventory, forest and delineation. So we will not bring any projects to you when we have not personally been on the property.
I know, but there is probably existing delineation of existing forests, because when they apply for the forest, forest removal, and they have, the first thing they have to have is delineation of existing natural forestry there. So I'm sure that that report exists somewhere. Probably not new, but maybe it's, usually that's the first thing every developer does.
Yes.
So it is there.
Yes, there is a NRIFSD number 4/2023 1710 was approved, and staff did go out on the property and field check this. So there is a variance request associated with this project. There are 4 variance trees that will be removed, and the applicant will plant a minimum of 42 inches of trees as mitigation for the removal of these 4 protected trees.
Is that 42 inches collectively of caliper trees?
That is correct. This uses the standard formula of 1 caliper inch of mitigation tree planted per 4 caliper inch removed, and then using a minimum tree size of 3 caliper inches.
So if the minimum size is 3 caliber inches, we're looking at approximately 14 trees.
Yes, sir. And with that, staff recommends approval of the forest conservation plan and with associated variants.
Thank you, Emily. Before we ask questions, do you have something else to say?
Yeah, a few more
okay.
slides afterwards.
Sorry
Thank you.
about that. Please go ahead.
So staff has received 2 letters of correspondence about the project. One neighboring Leesboro resident had concerns about the amount of recreational space being provided. Staff responded with an explanation of how the open space requirements are calculated, what the applicant is providing, and information about the adjacent 3-acre park that will be built through a separate parks process and serve as an amenity for the broader Wheaton community. The second community concern came following the staff report's posting with a request that the board require the applicant to underground utilities along the Elkin Street frontage. As stated in the report, the feasibility of undergrounding utilities was researched by the applicant in planning. The applicant provided a cost estimate and coordinated with PEPCO. PEPCO recommended against undergrounding the utilities, and planning staff supported this assessment. The applicant requested a minor revision to preliminary plan condition 16B about the private road to provide flexibility during construction depending on field conditions. Planning staff supports this request. The applicant is also proposing to increase lighting beyond the permitted light levels in 2 spots along the southern property line. This minimal increase will provide a better lit pathway between the 2 properties, and planning staff supports this request. As detailed in the staff report and modified herein, the applicant has met all the required findings for the preliminary site and forest conservation plans. And that concludes staff's presentation. We recommend approval with conditions as modified herein for the 3 subject applications. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before we take any questions, let's listen to, we have testimony of Al Carr. He's here. And then we're going to open it to the applicant, and then we're going to open it to the questions.
Okay, green means go. Here we go. Good morning, Vice Chair Pedoweem, Commissioners. My name is Al Carr, for the record, and I'm here to just ask that you require that the applicant bury the utility lines along Elkin Street. We don't have a utility functional plan that's in the Complete Streets Guidelines, a recommendation that would allow things like fee in lieu or establish some guidelines. So in the absence of that, I think we're into this more sort of piecemeal process. This conversation happens, over and over on these type of developments. But in the staff report, there was a cost estimate, presumably paid for by the applicant, that said it would cost $3 million to bury that 700 feet of utility line. So I believe that number is high, and I base that on the information I got from permitting services. So there was an identical project, Chevy Chase Lake Drive, exact same length, exact same utilities. Cost of that was $1.3 million. It was a couple years ago, so maybe there's been inflation, but I think the $3 million is an independent estimate would come in lower, in my opinion. Also, PEPCO stated that they don't like the 700 feet. But they would entertain like a slightly longer, 900 feet. They want to do like the whole block, we don't hear from them very often. It's good to have them participate, but I disagree with their assessment that burying the stretch would lead to diminished performance. That really flies in the face into our experience in Montgomery County. There's so many projects where we've done, you all have done 500 feet or 700 feet of undergrounding, and great example, Kensington, Metropolitan Avenue, that was 500 feet for the Modena Reserve. No diminished performance there. It's made room for large street trees, great tree canopy. It's making the grid more reliable for all of us. Wonderful aesthetics there, and also better lighting. And I think that the future residents of this property deserve all of those benefits, just like any other community. In the event you decide to not require undergrounding, you can go with an alternative, which would be to require the applicant to place conduits under the road that would allow for future undergrounding. Their precedent for that is in the MHP Nemble Street project. And I just wanted to conclude by saying the lighting on Elkin Street, I visited a couple evenings ago, is really, really poor. It's the Pepco's lighting on the wood poles, which is really antiquated, dilapidated, and the folks who are going to live there deserve to have pedestrian safety and good lighting along Elkin Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. So if there is no more testimonies, we're going to open the floor to the applicant. Okay, Ms. Harris, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Pat Harris with Lurch, Early & Brewer on behalf of the applicant, MHP. With me is John Poyer, the Director of Real Estate at MHP. I have Dylan Macro from MHG Civil Engineering. We have Ashish Meyer from Grimm & Parker Architects, and Ronnie Warner from DGS is with us. And then virtually we have our landscape architects from Studio 39. As you know, MHP is a nonprofit housing provider in the county, providing not only housing but wraparound services. Currently, they house about 4,000 residents in the county, and unfortunately, the need just continues to grow. The subject site, while we noted that the staff report notes that there'll be 25% MPDUs, that really doesn't tell the whole story, and staff noted this. At least 80% of the housing will be in the affordable range of between 30 to 80% AMI, with most of it being between under 60% average median income. I want to thank staff. They definitely understand the challenges associated with these affordable housing projects, and we work very closely to get this project to this point, and we're very appreciative of their efforts. When we were here during the sketch plan, I had said this is a win-win-win, and I said that because, one, the affordable housing, needed affordable housing, which, while there's affordable housing on the site, this ends up with an increase of approximately 186 additional affordable housing units. So we have the affordable housing, we have the Cultural Arts Center, and we have the 3-acre park. But the other things that we also have now are MHP's offices moving to the site, which creates a true mixed-use project, and the townhouses provide a mixed-income overall project. So we think it's a fabulous project. I think the elevations look superb. I was thinking back on, those of us who studied urban planning in the 80s, what those affordable housing projects look like, and this project looks really superb and excellent. In terms of, so we accept all the conditions of approval. I want to touch very briefly on Mr. Carr's comments. While I recognize his objective of undergrounding in the county, the economic realities just simply make it extremely difficult on projects like this. It's not a for-profit project. It's a nonprofit organization in affordable housing. So it's not a situation where you can simply raise the rents to cover the additional cost. The cost estimate of $3 million, utility systems, which does this daily, that's their bread and butter, that was their objective estimate. I don't think they had any reason to inflate it. And Pepco also independently weighed in and noted that it wasn't, that it doesn't make sense in this situation. Moreover, the Wheaton master plan itself, while it recommends undergrounding on Georgia Avenue, for instance, it does not recommend the undergrounding on Elkins. And, you know, in prior cases, that's been a real pivotal issue for the board is what does the sector plan say? And when we first started this project, we looked at that and realized that it wasn't required here. It would make it prohibitively expensive. And I think, you know, similar to the urban forest discussion, your job is to prioritize what's important. And I would say that in this case, the 272 affordable housing units, the park, and the Cultural Arts Center are extremely important and outweigh a desire to underground the utilities. I will note that we are upgrading the streetscape along Elkins, so the issue about the lighting is being addressed because we also agree everyone that's living there does deserve to have a nice streetscape, a well-lit streetscape, and we will be providing that. So thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
So in regard to the comments from Mr. Alcor, I know that we are, or maybe may have already formed a task group to look at the undergrounding of the utilities in general, because a lot of times it just doesn't make sense to do piecemeal, just do a piece section here or so on. So I do not know, Jason, if you have any update regarding that group? Has it been formed or doing any information for that?
Thank you. Actually, so I was talking to Mr. Carr before. We have not made any progress yet on getting that. We have reached out to PEPCO, and we hope to get something started soon. We need to have that discussion with folks at the council. We have to come up with some sort of better way to be able to achieve the language that we're putting in our master plans in terms of our desire to get this undergrounding done, and it's just not. We're not seeing it happen, and so we need to come up with some alternative ways, whether it's through fee in lieu or some other thing, but we need to have that discussion. But we are actively pursuing it. I don't know if Deputy Director Cronenberg has any updates.
Good morning.
Oh, you are here.
Hey, good morning.
I didn't see you.
Too many people up on the dais, so I figured I'd take a back seat here.
I was looking for you.
I did reach out to PEPCO. They responded this week. You know, one of the things that we've asked them to participate with us on is a briefing to both staff and the planning board just on generalities of undergrounding of utilities. And it's a follow-up to the discussion that we had on the site off of Randolph Road, I think, where we had asked them to come back. They've responded, and I'm trying to coordinate a time, so I'm not sure if that'll be in July or if it'll be in the fall, but I did hear from them this week.
And that is fine. I just wanted to say that we are aware. We know the desire that to underground the utilities, but those are costly, and also it has to be done as a holistic approach for each area, because it just increases the cost maybe to double if one developer has to do it in their own area and then not to the other sections. It's more cost effective and better designed for PEPCO if it be done as a holistic approach. And frankly, and I know it, I know these are expensive. I have been on the implementation side. I have been dealt with this cost. It's delay, it's difficult, and it's very expensive. When we are talking about creating affordable housing, this definitely, if we include it in a project, especially like the one that we have in front of us, it would increase to the cost, and it's not going to make it affordable. So it's a dilemma that we have, and we have given it to our staff to see if that they can come with an innovative solution. I agree it's desirable to do that, but it really is not feasible in many cases. Like today, this project, we ask the developer to do it. It's just not financially possible. And it's not good. We have to see what is better for our, for our people, for the residents. This is a fantastic project, and we want to get it done. That's what we need right now. So I'm going to open it to any other commissioners if they have any other questions.
Yeah, I mean, sticking on this point for a second, I definitely agree with Vice Chair Pettaway that, and kind of going back to what she referred to, sort of the need for this holistic countywide approach, which speaks to priority areas or entire kind of plan areas where we, in coordination with PEPCO and others, can more systematically take care of this. Because I think as we've seen, and you probably have seen other examples of this too, when it is done piecemeal, it may provide some aesthetic or some reliability benefit in a very kind of short area or distance, but there are costs associated with that. And it does make projects like this a lot less feasible. It makes affordability much harder to achieve. This particular project, because it's so deeply affordable and because they've achieved, this kind of classification as mixed income housing community, which means that it sounds like in this case, 80% of units are going to be affordable, somewhere between 30 and 60% of AMI. It's so rare to get projects like this in the county, and you pair it with the community center, which is going to come, and the other great amenities that this project is providing, the connection between the two blocks, the improved streetscape on Georgia Ave, the plaza there. Although I have some thoughts on the plaza I want to come back to in a second. I think weighing the balance of these priorities, I think it continues to weigh in favor of making projects, particularly projects like this, more feasible to assist with greater levels of affordability. Particularly, this is such a prime location, half a mile from Metro, where it's hard to have projects with this great proximity that achieve this affordability. So for those reasons, and I think the systematic approach for cost efficiency reasons as well that Commissioner Pettaway mentioned, it's a very large county, and it's going to cost a lot of money. But I think we do need to think about where are these things most critical, and how do we do it in a systematic way that can achieve a broader scale all at one time, or at least have a plan to achieve a broader scale over a period of time. So yeah, I think that's where I land. I agree with staff's recommendation to not require it in this case. I don't know if others want to weigh in on this before. I have a few other thoughts.
Well, my thoughts with regards to undergrounding lines, I think that is the future of development. I think it's in the best interest of the community, both aesthetically and safety-wise. And then one of the things that Mr. Carr said is reliability of the grid. And when you have underground lines, you do not have the happenstance that sometimes causes the interruption in electricity, storms, trees falling, car crashes into the poles. And so with regards to undergrounding lines, I think I would side with Mr. Carr's viewpoint on that. Thanks.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that there's no doubt that the benefits that Mr. Carr cited are real, and they are like highly valued as well. And this isn't an issue of, I think, discounting the relative value of undergrounding. I think from a climate resilience standpoint, undergrounding is hugely important. It's simply to say that we're placing the entire burden of this initiative on, in this case, an affordable housing project, when I think in reality it needs to be a more public conversation about public investment in coordination with the utility. And it's not an easy conversation to have. We're short on money. We have these conversations all the time about how constrained our budget is, and I'm not pretending like there's a short-term solution for it. But the benefits associated with this project, for me, I think far outweigh the more sort of geographically limited benefit of undergrounding in this particular location for 700 feet.
Thank you. I think that when Mr. Korenberg have this task group work, they're going to look at different ideas and different kind of fundings, that how to make it possible systematically and collectively in each area. So this is something that we're going to continue to work on. So James?
No, you guys covered most of it. It's, the housing's more important. I'd love to underground the utilities, not charge anybody $3 million for it. Let's just get the housing built and we'll move on with our lives. We get a park out of it, it's fine.
Okay, well,
Right.
thank you. Is there, if-
I have, so on just a couple other things I wanted to touch on. So for the plaza, it looks like it has the potential to be a wonderful space and really dramatically improve the streetscape facing Georgia Ave. I was wondering, and this is less, I know these are just renderings right now, but thinking to the future, I just wanted to plant some seeds about as you continue to design this space. This is facing directly west and south. It's going to get a high amount of sun exposure. And if we really want this space to be a place where people gather and potentially even some community events can happen here, I know it's kind of relatively small, but a space that people sort of want to be in, because I think what we sometimes see in projects, not like this, but in kind of design projects in general, there's sometimes well-designed spaces from an aesthetic standpoint can still feel empty if they're not places where people actually want to stay and gather. And so I would think sort of in terms of like, what actually would draw people here to create a more active, lively street environment. I'm sure there's, you probably have lots of ideas on that, and maybe staff has some ideas that they can communicate too, but that's one thought just as I looked at the plaza area, thinking to the future. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, one of our challenges is there's a WMATA easement right there on the little green patch, or a little bit to the, right there. Sorry. So that can't build over it, can't build under it. So we're
Gotta
sort
go
of
right
stuck
through
with
it.
that. So that was one of our challenges, but I understand your point.
Yeah.
Is that an underground access easement? Is that what it is? Right there? Just curious.
Dylan Macro with MHG for the record. Yeah, there's a emergency access and vent shaft there that extends down to the tunnels.
Okay.
And also a fire department connection that has to all be maintained. And WMATA actually within that easement area has a requirement for 2 vehicle parking spaces that have to be provided. So to the plan north of that, we have to keep roughly a 20-foot wide by 30-foot long space open for WMATA vehicles.
Interesting.
Okay, so my final comment, I have to talk about the parking. I'm sorry. So I understand that the parking amount that's in here probably in part relates to the community center too. Perhaps that's driving up some of the numbers here. Wheaton-wide in the downtown area, there's over 1,300 parking spaces. And obviously, most of those are closer to this area, not half a mile up the road. But this is, 272 multifamily units and 528 parking spaces. It is a half mile from Metro. It is right on Georgia Ave with bus service. It feels high, and it's above ground, right? It's above grade. It's not below grade. Is that right? And I know we're a fair of the way. We're down the process, and we're about at the point where we're going to approve this plan. So I don't know if I can ask you necessarily to reconsider this high amount, but I'd love at least to understand sort of the justification.
During our meetings, our civic meetings, and then also the county's outreach with regard to the Cultural Arts Center, there was a lot of tension, I would say, regarding parking, and we heard just the opposite, where people were very concerned that there wasn't going to be enough parking here. So in terms of the actual split, within the garage, there's 441 spaces, 100 of which are devoted exclusively to the Cultural Arts Center. And then MHP for their offices, the office space generates another 40, but during the evenings and the weekends, those will be available for the Cultural Arts Center as well. That leaves, and then there's 26 flex spaces, but that leaves 275 residential spaces, just over 1 space per unit. Which may seem a little high. I think the reality is with a lot of MHP's population is they're unfortunately not getting on the Metro and going to downtown jobs. They're getting on the Metro and going to construction jobs. Or not getting on the Metro. They're needing to get into a car to go to a construction job or jobs that are maybe more remotely located. So in MHP's experience, most of their population is reliant upon at least one auto per unit. So, and then the rest of the parking, the towns, there's 2 parking spaces just because they're townhouses and there's a garage that allows for 2 parking spaces. So we actually have, over time, the numbers have shrank. I mean, I think when we first started this, I can't recall the number, but it was definitely higher than where we are now. But I hear you, and we were trying to get it just right and also make sure that, the Cultural Arts Center, that's a big driver, actually, to make sure that they have enough parking spaces as well, because when they have performances or whatever it may be, not everyone's going to come on a bus, not everyone's going to walk from the metro up to the site.
Yeah, and that makes sense, and I think, one-to-one just for the residential units, it's not terrible, and I understand sort of the demographic considerations too. I think there's several ways to look at that, and I guess we don't have to get into it now, but there is a lot just to the south that I think is county owned. It's not a huge lot. I don't know the level of utilization there, but I was I think in partly kind of focusing on the community center portion of the parking, and maybe even some of the office space portion of the parking. I was wondering if there's an opportunity just to sort of share with or take advantage of existing lots that are at least somewhat nearby. I think most of the other lots are further south in this area, but there is, I think, lot 14 that maybe is, 60 to 80 parking spaces kind of just south of the AVA building, just as one example. But I take your point, and just wanted to raise the issue again.
Thank you. Understood.
Okay, so if there is no more discussion, so if you you have something to say?
Yes, I have a quick correction to make. It is correct in the conditions, but I just wanted to go on the record with a correction about the number of mitigation inches that are required. Unfortunately, I divided by 3 instead of 4 in the staff report, so it is 33 inches of mitigation credit. And that is correct on the conditions.
I have a follow-up question on that. And this might not be something you can inform me about during this meeting, but since they are eradicating forests, were they obligated to pay into the forest bank or do any off-site mitigation?
Yeah.
Absolutely. If you can flip back up a couple of slides. Yes, sir, that is their reforestation requirement right there, 3.26 acres if met within the Anacostia River watershed, and 4.38 acres if met outside of the Anacostia River watershed. This is on top of those requirements.
Is that different than the forest bank?
So those are the forest bank numbers. Okay. If they pay into fee in lieu, it is the out of watershed number at 4.38. Okay. But yes, those are through forest banks.
Thank you.
Okay, so do I have a motion for approval of MHP, Amherst Preliminary Plan number 2025-0010? Can I have all of them together?
3 motions.
Okay, so this is the first motion.
All right. Move approval of the preliminary plan.
Second.
All for aye?
Aye.
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 5-0.
No, four.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We don't have RD here, 4-0. So, and then do I have a motion for the approval of site plan number 8, 2025-0010?
Yeah. Move approval of the site plan.
Second.
All for aye?
Aye.
Aye. So 4-0. And do I have a motion for approval of forest conservation plan number F 2025-0080?
Yeah. I'll move approval of the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All for approval? Aye.
Aye.
I abstain.
4-0. Thank you.
3-0,
Oh, you
one
abstain?
abstention. Yes, in the Forest Conservation Plan. Thank
Okay,
you.
so 3 approval and 1 abstain. So thank you very much. It's a beautiful project, and we like to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're on item number 6, Local Area Transportation Review, LATR Guidelines Phase 2 Update, where staff is recommending approval of the updates to the LATR guidelines. And this morning, we have Richard Brockmeyer presenting this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Planning Supervisor with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Just to set the agenda a bit, I'll be discussing the background that led us to this LATR update, then go over the key changes, and lastly, we'll open it up for discussions or any questions that you may have. But before getting into that, the staff recommendation is to approve the updated LATR guidelines and also the ability to make minor edits for style or clarification and correction of efforts before republishing the document. We'll go over this at the end as well, but I just wanted to set that expectation, what the recommendation is. So a little bit on the background. As you probably already know to some extent, the LATR guidelines detail the specific documentation and analysis required to demonstrate transportation adequacy for proposed developments that require an APF finding. The Planning Board approved an interim, or what I've called Phase 1 update to the guidelines in January 2025. This was a pretty major overhaul of the guidelines to incorporate the 2024-2028 GIP, but also to improve the document organization and provide a new proportionality guide approach. And I'd be remiss to not mention Darcy Buckley's hard work on that and Eli Glazer as well in pushing that through. And the benefit of doing that Phase 1 update really was to allow the LATR to catch up to the GIP almost immediately and not have a lag between the two. This Phase 2 update was anticipated at the time to allow for further stakeholder coordination and some additional data analysis to be completed, and I'll get into some of that data analysis. But the intent was always to make some additional updates in the spring of 2025, which is what we're here to go over. So, now that you have a little bit of that background, let me get into the key changes. I'll take these one at a time and go over the issue and then what the solution was to that issue and how the guidelines were modified. The first key change is clarifying the threshold for daycare uses. The 24-28 GIP provided a higher trip threshold for determining if a daycare use triggered an LATR study. Other uses use a 30 vehicle trip threshold or peak hour vehicle trip threshold, net new vehicle trips, but daycares were changed to 50. The issue, though, is that it was unclear what threshold should be used for a daycare that is part of a mixed-use development. To address this, we modified the language so it's clear that the daycare uses are not included in the trip generation until they hit that 50 trip threshold. And then all the daycare trips would be included, both in the trip generation, but also in determining a proportionality guide number. And we can circle back at the end on any questions related to these. The next issue we addressed was the structure around reviewing transportation adequacy forms. These forms are required for all developments, but are also used to develop the scope for an LATR study if one is triggered. Forms have been submitted on a rolling basis and accepted at any time. However, this can be pretty challenging for tracking and coordinating reviews, especially for those that do require an LATR study and therefore have to be coordinated with other agencies like MCDOT and SHA. This can lead to inefficient reviews, and it's difficult for all reviewing agencies, including planning, to anticipate workloads. So the solution was to provide a schedule and structure to the review of these forms. You can see the language here, and I won't read all of it, but the basic idea is that forms can be submitted at any time, but they get reviewed on a specific timeline. They are due on a DRC meeting week, Friday, and then subsequently reviewed on a 15-day business timeline, 15 business day timeline. Just to note, it's not directly related to DRC. It was just a way to have a standard way of anticipating when those are coming in. This means we can set a specific review time to complete the review and also provide a more predictable schedule for the other reviewing agencies and the applicants. The next issue we looked at was clarifying if trip generation reductions apply to daily trips. The guidelines allow for trip generation reductions through things like internal capture, pass-by and diverted trips, parking management, and TDM. But it was not clear if this only applied to peak hour trip generation and if these assumptions could be used and applied to daily trip generation. I'm going to dig into this a little bit more to explain how trip generation is used. Trips are used to determine a few things. First and foremost, trips are used to determine if a proposed project requires an LATR study or not. And as I stated before, most uses use a net new 30 vehicle trip peak hour threshold. If a project generates this number of trips or more, an LATR study is required. If not, they simply document the trip generation and planning staff confirm the results. If an LATR study is required, trips are used to determine the extent of the analysis that must be completed. And I won't go into all the details now, but we can circle back if there are questions on that. But simply put, higher number of trips result in a higher study area or a larger study area for both non-motorized analysis and motorized analysis if that's required. Lastly, daily trips are used to determine the proportionality guide. This only applies to projects that do require an LATR study. The proportionality guide provides a general guideline for the amount used to mitigate noted deficiencies to make the cost more proportional to the development proposed. While ITE provides some guidance on applying trip reductions to peak hour trips, there is not a whole lot of guidance on how this applies to daily trips. So our solution was to clarify that yes, these could apply to daily trip generations in consultation with planning staff. Again, noting that we don't have a lot of national best practices to rely on, so we wanted to have more of a conversation and understand the assumptions being made. The implication here is that the proportionality guide can be adjusted down due to an assumed reduction in daily trips. But if we're allowing trip reductions in the peak hours, it seems reasonable to assume that at least there's some reduction in the daily trips as well. The next issue we sought to address was providing definitions for what we mean when we say off-site, frontage, and on-site improvements in the context of LATR. LATR applies to off-site mitigations and improvements, and not improvements to a frontage or within a property. But the guidelines didn't provide a clear definition of these. So we added definitions and examples, as you can see here in the next two slides. Again, I don't want to read every word, but off-site improvements are upgrades to transportation facilities that are not directly at or adjacent to a development site. Frontage improvements are upgrades within the right-of-way along the site boundary. Site access improvements are generally considered a frontage improvement. On-site improvements are upgrades located within the development site itself. I have a map on this slide, but also included in the guidelines and the staff report that provides a general guide on how these things would be classified. And here's a more blown up version of that to sort of illustrate what would be considered a frontage improvement, what would be considered off-site, and what would be considered an on-site improvement. So this example, the development project is in yellow. In this case, we're kind of showing, if there's dedication occurring. In this case, it's a park dedication, but that area is still considered frontage. And you can see the corners, particularly with the ADA ramps, would also be considered frontage, even if it's on the opposite side of the street. But the opposite side of the street frontage, so like on the left, that orange line, that would be considered an off-site improvement because it's on the opposite side of the street. We also realize that sometimes it's not always totally clear how these should be classified, so we have provided some general guidance for what we might consider a frontage improvement rather than an off-site improvement. But there's still some flexibility that reviewers may need to make into final determination. The goal was to provide a starting place and a general clarification of how these are determined. The next issue and the solution is probably the biggest update to the guidelines. In the guidelines, it outlines that ITE trip generation is adjusted using policy area factors to better reflect travel patterns, land use characteristics, and things like availability of other transportation modes in a specific policy area. However, these factors were developed back in 2017 and based on data largely from 2010 that underpin the Travel 4 model used to develop them. We heard a lot of feedback during the GIP process and subsequent LATR Phase 1 update that this should be refreshed. Before I get into the solution, though, I want to provide a few examples of how these factors are used. So on this slide, I have 4 different land uses and their associated trip generation data using the ITE methodology. The 6th column over shows the policy area factor. And in this example, I selected the Kensington-Wheaton area. There are 4 different types of factors, one for residential, one for retail, one for office, and one for other land uses. You can see how these get applied to create an adjusted trip number, both for AM, PM, and daily trips. So what we changed are the 4 factors for each policy area.
Can I ask one question on that real quick? So looking at going back to what you said earlier about the daily trips and the possibility that applicants could also propose adjustments to daily trips. But it sounds like at a minimum, we will include the peak hour adjustments as they factor into the daily trips, and then anything beyond that would be sort of conversation with the applicants?
Yes, so we always use the policy area adjustment factor for AM peak, PM peak, and daily. We always apply that factor to understand how the specific area, or try to factor in the specific area's travel behavior and the availability of other modes. And then, yes, it's more of a discussion. There are the guidelines that kind of go over, and some more standard approaches when you're talking about AM and PM peak trip reductions, and then the daily is more of a conversation on what seems reasonable.
Okay, thanks.
Could you explain for someone that doesn't know why these reductions? Why do you reduce them? What is the reason that, for example, the first line for the multifamily housing, you have the peak hour and then AM and PM and the daily, and then you reduce them by 91%. Why is that? 91% for multifamily, 96 for shopping center, 92 office. I don't know why.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we don't reduce it by 91%, but we assume 91% of the ITE trip generation reflects that policy area. And maybe Dave Ansbacher can provide a little background on how those were,
Just
why that was
explain
initially developed.
what does that mean?
Basically, the idea, and Dave chime in, but the idea is to try and reflect that IT is a national best practice used across the country. It's from data from across the country that forms the trip generation rates that are used. And we want to try and better reflect existing local conditions and factor the ITE rates that we get to kind of understand sort of what that is relative to what we see here. So what we did, and I'll get into the methodology, the data that we used to do that, but we tried to understand how might our travel behavior in Montgomery County in each policy area might be different from the ITE rate.
If I read it right, looking back in the appendices, everything adjusted down. It seems like almost all of them adjusted down, and now it's just kind of, you just had more current data to make that, assessment. It just, nothing, so it was just interesting that by maybe 10, 20%, I don't know.
The previous version of the factors, we actually did have a few that were above the ITE trip rate. But the approach we took this time was really to pick a policy area that we thought reflected mostly what ITE is generating, and so that was the rural west area in this case. And so everything was adjusted down from what we saw in the rural west area.
But you think that Montgomery County or the east is more traffic congested than national, because we are more, isn't it?
Not in terms of traffic congestion, just in the behavior, the modes that the trips take, the number of the trips that are taken from different land use classifications. So nothing to do with congestion, it's more how many trips are generated from a development.
Got it, okay.
Okay, sorry. Make sure I get back on my notes, I don't want to miss anything. Okay, so our solution was to develop new factors using something called replica data. This is a data company and platform that uses big data, sort of listed here on the slide, to develop a large activity-based model. The staff report gets into some of the specifics about the data and process, but the main takeaway is that replica uses observed data to develop a model that is more up-to-date for understanding travel behavior. We process this data through the help of a consultant to develop the new factors for each policy area. I'll also note that replica data is used by other public agencies across the country for planning efforts like this. So it's becoming more of a state of the practice to use sort of big data sets like replica. And we can talk more about that. I do have a technical memo that we've developed to make sure that we're able to replicate the same thing in the future if we want to adjust the policy areas in a standardized way. The next key change we addressed was providing some guidance on microsimulation. Microsimulation tools, Synchro and SimTraffic specifically, are used for assessing motor vehicle adequacy. As a model, there are a lot of inputs and parameters, but there was no information within the LATR guidelines about these. Developing these parameters can be fairly time-consuming, and we've also heard from the development community that sometimes they were receiving different feedback on parameters for different projects. So the solution was to develop a new appendix, Appendix 6, to provide guidance on baseline parameters. We work collaboratively with MCDOT and SHA in reviewing these parameters, and the hope is that this will allow applicants to more quickly and uniformly set up microsimulation models, and also hopefully allows reviewing agencies to simply check to make sure that those baseline parameters were followed, rather than determining what those parameters should be on every single project. The last key change was related to street lighting and illuminance. When the Phase 1 update was made, MCDOT was still finalizing their streetlight design requirements, installation procedures, and specifications document, shown here on the slide. Following that finalization, planning staff developed a supplemental document to provide guidance for preparing the reviewing photometric plans and assessments. But this guidance was simply added to our website, and so what we've done is just included that documentation as a new appendix, Appendix 7. And that is the solution. So while we made some other minor changes to clarify or to fully reflect the changes that we've already discussed, that summarizes all the major changes and major updates. So again, the recommendation is to approve the updated LATR guidelines. We also request the ability to make minor edits for style or clarification and correct any errors before publishing the document. With that, I've concluded the formal presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on any of those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Brockmeyer. I look to my colleagues for questions or comments. I just have one thing I want to ask more help me understand a little bit better. This trip reduction, you talked a little bit about pass by, you're able to reduce based on certain factors, and you talk about pass-by trips. What are pass-by trips?
Yeah, pass-by trip is, it's not like a new trip that's on the network, like a new trip that gets generated from the land use. It's a trip that's already on the network that then is passing by the use. So think of like a coffee shop. That generates a certain number of trips on its own, but some of those trips are also just people driving by, passing by, and deviating their trip to go to the coffee shop. So that's what we mean by pass-by trip.
So they're still going to your new business, but they were already on the road?
Correct.
Okay. And so you're counting those folks, or you're allowed to,
We're basically saying, yeah, that's less of an impact. We're accounting for that. That trip was already being made, that trip was already on the network, so we're reducing that trip from their trip generation.
And is that something where there's a discussion with the developer about that trip, or that trip is, what are this talking to discuss further reduction? What is that about?
Great question. So in terms of the peak trips, there's some guidance from ITE by land use that has a standard sort of average pass-by trip rate that we generally can just apply as long as the applicant says, we'd like to apply this, and we look at it, and yes, that seems reasonable. The daily trip is where we don't have the national best practice to fall back on, and so we have to discuss that with them. It may be using the same assumption all day, or just factoring in that, yes, there's pass-by during the AM and PM peak. We're going to factor that into your daily number and reduce that. So it might be a little bit different depending on the land use and depending on the project. So that's where that's more of a discussion.
Thank you very much. Hearing or seeing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve of the updates to the local area transportation review guidelines phase 2 and make those updates to the LATR guidelines?
Yeah.
And with any, also make any minor edits that may come up.
Yeah. I'll move to approve the updated LATR guidelines with the ability of staff to make minor edits for style and clarification.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll just take another short break and come back, like a 2-minute break, and come back with item 7, Planning Board Policy 2022-01, de minimis payment update, where staff is recommending to approve the amendment to the Planning Board Policy 2022-01. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Planning Board Policy 2022-01, de minimis payment update. We have Mr. Richard Brockmeyer. Didn't have to move. He's right here again to present this. Welcome, Mr. Brockmeyer.
Thank you. Hello again. I promise I'm not going for a record here. I'll just do this one and I'll be out of here. For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Planning Supervisor with Countywide Planning and Policy Division. I'll be going over the update to the de minimis payment policy. First, our recommendation, which we can come back to as needed, but the recommendation is to reduce the de minimis rate, and I apologize, it said increase in the staff report. That was a mistake. It is reducing the de minimis rate by $7.48 to $130.44 per linear foot, effective July 1st, 2025. The second recommendation is to modify the policy name to policy 2022-01B. The current version of the policy is 2022-01A. So a little bit of background. The de minimis payment policy was initially developed to allow payments to be accepted in lieu of constructing pedestrian and bike frontage improvements on very small residential or commercial projects. The policy established criteria for when to approve waivers for improvements and how to calculate the applicable de minimis payment. The policy also specifies that the planning board will adjust the payment every odd number year, and then further modified in 2023 to base the adjustment on the 2-year cumulative change in the Engineering News Records Baltimore Construction Cost Index. This is the same source used for updating impact taxes. The current rate in the policy is $137.91 per linear foot, but the policy date for this rate expires on June 30th, 2025, so just in a few short weeks. So the recommendation, again, is to just follow that policy's guidance and adjust. It was a reduction in this case to change the rate to $130.44 per linear foot and change that effective date effective to July 1st, 2025. I can now open it up for questions. I do have some additional slides if there's more information needed on the policy itself.
I'm good with what you presented, but I'm opening up to the board if you have any questions or comments. I was surprised it went down, but it's great that it went down for the developer's sake. So,
yeah, I'm happy to see that. Usually see increase, you know. I hope that's a trend.
Yeah. Well, seeing no other requests for information, do I have a motion to approve the amendment to, amendment to the policy 2022-01 de minimis payment update with these corrections shown, reducing and adding a B to the end of the policy number?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the amendment to the planning board policy with the edits shown here.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Brockmeyer. And we're going to go to item number 8, Emery Grove Village Pre-Preliminary Plan number 7, 2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We'll just, please sit down and we'll start as soon as we change over. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, Emery Grove Village Pre-Preliminary Plan 7-2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have Tamika Graham from the Planning Department presenting this item today. Welcome, Ms. Brooke Graham. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning again. My name is Tamika Graham with Mid-County Planning Division, and we have the co-applicants for the Emery Grove Village Pre-Preliminary Plan, Haley Development and the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County, or HOC, propose redeveloping 2 lots into a residential neighborhood with open space and recreational amenities. Staff recommends approval with conditions listed in the staff report and one change that will be covered in this presentation. The purpose of a pre-preliminary plan is to provide advice on limited aspects of a future subdivision plan. At the applicant's discretion, action on a pre-preliminary plan may either be advisory if only reviewed by the DRC or binding if it comes to the planning board. And under Chapter 50, a subsequent preliminary plan is required to be submitted within 90 days of the board's mailing date of the resolution. So looking at the vicinity, the property is located east of the city of Gaithersburg and the town of Washington Grove. And it also has access to nearby Maryland 270. This area is primarily residential, but it does have some commercial and institutional uses nearby. To the northeast, there's the Flower Hill Shopping Center, and there are a few learning institutions over here. But the property also has access to open space, you can see in this area, and that also confronts the Mineral Springs Neighborhood Conservation Area that's immediately to the east of the property. So bringing you in a little bit closer, the property is addressed at 17825 Washington Grove Lane and 8211 Morning View Drive. So these 2 lots, outlined in blue are currently owned by HOC, and combined they comprise 8.5 acres. So currently, Lot 1 has existing buildings that are standing. So Lot 1, I'm getting into mixed up here. So Lot 2 has existing buildings that are standing, but they are obsolete. And then Lot 1, that's closer to Mid-County Highway, you can see here, has been cleared of its former multifamily rental units. So the property is located within an R30 zone, and it's also within the 1996 Gaithersburg vicinity Shady Grove Master Plan Amendment, which updated the 1985 plan. And overall, the property has frontage on 3 sides, as you can see here, Mid-County Highway, Washington Grove Lane, and Shady Spring Drive. In terms of past approvals, lots 1 and 2 were recorded in 1969 and 1970, respectively. Currently, the application or the applicants are in the process of requesting approval for an abandonment of right-of-way for portions of Washington Grove Lane in between Mid-County Highway and Shady Spring Drive. And this is represented as this swath of blue area shown in this exhibit. So they do have MCDOT approval, and final approval for this abandonment is pending from County Council. But this area is included in their tract area. So in terms of the larger development context for this application, this project is the first step in implementing the 2021 Heritage Emery Grove Community Plan. This plan is independent, community-led initiative that was spearheaded by HOC and in partnership with the leadership and congregants of the Emery Grove United Methodist Church, which is just across the street from the subject property. And it's also included several community members. So the vision of this community plan is to restore and reimagine this community, primarily to allow formerly displaced residents to return and also to reconnect the area and new residents with a rich history that's detailed in this community plan. And so you can see in this exhibit that the realization of this community plan requires a phased approach, and it will also utilize some county-owned property in its implementation. So the pre-preliminary plan pertains to the future subdivision of lots 1 and 2 for the redevelopment of 82 townhouses and 80 multifamily apartments and condos for a total of 162 residential units. So this is an optional method, moderately priced dwelling units project due to the provision of 30% MPDUs or 49 affordable units. This project is also proposing to provide 25% open space of the site area, which is required. The co-applicants are also requesting the board's binding decision on several key issues, which I'll outline in a few minutes, and also guidance on future subdivision regulation waivers. They are also requesting a favorable finding from the board for reduced intersection spacing. And finally, they are requesting a waiver associated with extension of time for the preliminary plan submittal that would be a maximum of 180 days instead of the standard 90 days. And this is due to additional time needed to coordinate with a separate builder for the MPDUs, which is Habitat for Humanity, and for additional time to coordinate with the pre-submission community outreach. So moving into the binding decisions, the application requests to receive direction from the planning board on 4 different items. The first is the intersection of Washington Grove Lane, Emory Grove Road, and Shady Spring Drive. Second is regarding frontage improvements. Third is the general layout and design of the project. And the fourth is the distribution of MPDUs within the community, and we'll go through each of these individually. So the first binding decision, again, is associated with this intersection here. You can see that it's signalized, but the roads are offset and they don't align. So I mentioned the abandonment process is underway. It was reviewed by MCDOT. They determined that no improvements would be necessary from the subject property because of the availability of this county-owned land that's opposite of the corner. So this area would be used for potential realignment, and it would not have to come from the subject property. So it's recommended that the board concur with MCDOT's decision that this project is not required to dedicate or make land reservations for any improvements to this intersection. However, as conditioned, the co-applicants must provide MCDOT with final requirements that are necessary to realign the intersection if that were to happen in the future using this county-owned property. And again, that's in the conditions. The second binding decision is associated with the proposed frontage improvements. So the application proposes new sidewalks and green buffers shown in the areas highlighted in orange here. The project would close one of the 2 existing access points from Washington Grove Lane and provide a widened access point here at the new private Street A. And it would also provide a new access point along Shady Spring Drive for a connection to private Street B. So staff recommends that the board support the applicant's proposed frontage improvements with a condition from MCDOT's letter that requirements for satisfactory access points must be finalized at the time of preliminary plan.
Can I quick question on that one? What is with the frontage improvements, we're closing down some access and allowing others. Is that essentially the issue? What, Is it the frontage improvements or the access that we're being asked to waiver?
It's the frontage improvements, but it's interconnected with the access points.
Okay.
So there's additional analysis that needs to occur at the preliminary plan. So we're saying that we support the frontage improvements that are proposed. However, we recognize that DOT still needs to do additional analysis of the access points. So we sort of putting a note in there.
Okay, all right, so it's, okay. And there's 2 existing access points on Washington Grove, is that right, or just? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so closing one, leaving one open, is fine. Okay.
Correct, yes.
Just a quick, if this weren't a pre-preliminary plan, these sort of, and if it was just a preliminary plan, is there something that's deviating from the norm that, or is it just that you want, I didn't quite understand. It would the frontage improvements, what did you say, 6-foot sidewalk? Whatever,
Yes.
Is
So-
that it?
so-
If it would it is 6 foot
So
standard?
that, I'm sorry to speak over, yes, that is the requirement. So they are meeting the appropriate widths for the sidewalks and the green buffer. But I will get into what is exceptional about the intersection spacing that sort of ties in with this issue.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll touch on that in just a minute, and hopefully that'll address your question.
Thank you.
So the third binding decision is related to general layout and design. The co-applicants have made several changes to their initial layout and road alignments directly in response to staff's input. So what's presented here is what we find acceptable to move forward with a future subdivision plan. However, we recognize that during the preliminary plan process that there may be additional refinements to the design and site elements, such as access, as I mentioned, with the DOT analysis, internal pedestrian circulation we'd like to continue to talk about, and then also the landscape buffer along the Mid-County Highway frontage. So at this point, staff recommends that the board support the pre-preliminary plan site layout with the conditions that the final layout and design would have to accommodate MCDOT's requirement for site distance and slope easements, and again, these will be reviewed at the time of preliminary plan.
I don't understand what is the concern on this part of applicants that they want some kind of guarantee that we are not going to change it, because I think it's at their prerogative how they want to do it. The flexibility, if I was you, the flexibility is important. I wanted to have that flexibility if I go in the preliminary design, but you said these are binding. If we approve this, then they have to follow this pattern. And if they find a way that works better for them, then I do not know how that one works. But why do we even have to approve the location of the MPDUs? We have never done that. That has been left to the applicant to decide however they want to do it, not to us.
Yes, so I've been very intentional with my language. I've actually been saying binding guidance and not necessarily approval. For that reason, we do recognize a preliminary plan. There might be some minor adjustments, and we don't want the preliminary plan to sort of box in the applicant, but we do want to give them the reassurance because a pre-preliminary plan is optional. So they're going through this because they want a certain level of certainty because there is a uniqueness in this project. So I mentioned Habitat for Humanity, so I'll actually, look, if you don't mind, I'll just go to the next slide because that's where we cover the fourth binding guidance or binding decision related to the distribution of these 4 MPDU townhouse blocks. So these, all of the townhouse MPDUs will be constructed by Habitat for Humanity. And as we all know through this, through their model, it's a self-help model, so that'll be constructed through sweat equity. And because of that, so typically with the MPDUs, we like to see an even and sort of equitable distribution within an overall neighborhood, as opposed to having them all within these entire blocks. And so the applicant is looking for a favorable input or your support for this model, having them in all of the blocks. And we think that given the nature of the self-sufficiency Habitat for Humanity model, that will bring these deeply affordable units, they'll be at 30 to 60% of the area median income, so much more affordable than our standard MPDU program. So this has been looked at through the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and staff recommends that the board support this layout of the MPDU townhouse blocks as part of their design. So hopefully that answers your questions about why we're looking at this when we don't typically do.
So this is something that Habitat for Humanity wanted to make sure that they get these located there. So that's for their part. Okay, I got that. And you said sweat equity. That means that they're going to have their own people to build this, and you're going to have your own contractor to do that? Because I do not know if they're going to be built at the same time. I do not know how it could be worked out that you have two different entities building, and how do you make sure that they get the same kind of appearance and workmanship?
So when we get to the applicant, we'll make sure.
Yeah, you can answer that later.
We'll answer that.
If I may, Commissioner Pettigrew, Robert Cronenberg for the record. So you're right in that we don't see pre-preliminary plans very often, and Ms. Graham started out with kind of what is a pre-preliminary plan. You know, there's a level of cost and detail that goes into preparing the next phase, which is a preliminary plan. And I think what this is doing is providing them some guidance and some certainty so that they're designing their plan and not having to kind of reopen the discussion of some of these items that we're talking about here. And again, we don't see these very often, but it's done for a very specific purpose so that they can move ahead with the plans to the next phase.
And I think you're right with your last comment about the coordination between the MPDUs and the non-MPDUs. So that ties in with the applicant's request for the extension of time so they can continue the coordination with Habitat. So when they do come in, that coordination has, any of the wrinkles have hopefully been kinked out a little bit more. So getting into circulation, the application also seeks guidance for the future approval of two waiver requests from Chapter 50. So one is for the private road construction of streets, streets A and private street B. These are not in the master plan, and they only, as you can see here, they only provide internal circulation to the development. There's not any particular connectivity to neighboring properties. And then the second waiver is for the private road standards to reduce the centerline radius for private street B from the minimum of 100 feet to 63 feet for the horizontal alignment. And this is primarily to accommodate, I know it might be a little hard to see here, but to accommodate parking that is proposed, on-street parking that's proposed on both sides of the open space. And so this idea was supported by staff. And then the second part of the circulation is a request for approval of a finding for reduced intersection spacing for private street B at Shady Spring Drive. And so the applicant, so the standard is 200 feet, and the applicant is proposing 150 feet. This generally allows a more efficient lot and block design layout, and it was looked at to sort of realign it to meet the requirement, but again, just for a more efficient design layout, having the relief for 150 feet makes more sense. And then the second part of that finding is that the law specifically states that when appropriate, the board may specify a greater or lesser distance than otherwise required, and the co-applicants meet the justification for the lesser distance. And so, at this point with the pre-preliminary plan, generally the agencies support what's proposed, but both of these waivers and also for the board's finding for the intersection spacing would be approved with a preliminary plan. Again, once the site distances and landing grades associated with the roads that MCDOT would look at would be evaluated. So that's sort of the tie-in with the that point earlier.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
So we get a lot of private streets by developer that they build it. They never ask a waiver to do a private street. That's the first time I see, because a lot of the developers, they come with a private street and they just build it. And maybe I'm missing something, I don't know. And I thought that our requirements were that private streets should be built to the same requirements of public streets, because in case they cannot do it, DOT has to take it. So, and that was something that I know the previous developers, they have been asking, and we denied it because we said that it has to be with the public road. And then I don't understand number 2, the intersection 200 feet required from where?
From intersection to intersection, so that...
okay, and they're
so
asking 150 foot, but I thought this is, again, a DOT requirement. It's not something in our preview to decide. This is a safety for DOT. That's how I see it.
They can request the waiver. And MCDOT has reviewed this, but they provided a condition in their letter that's attached to the report stating that they want to look at the landing grades and
so this is just to request the waiver from DOT, but the final authority is by DOT, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, additional analysis needs to be provided at preliminary plan, but the applicant is trying to get some level of certainty that that they could do this particular layout, and this layout needs an adjustment to the intersection spacing.
I know, but I'm saying that we can say, yeah, you can request for the waiver, but we cannot guarantee that the waiver would be granted by DOT. That's what
Absolutely.
I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think the applicants are aware of that they would have to still formally request it after analysis is done.
That is on DOT, not on us, to approve the waiver. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
For the record, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor for the Mid-County Division. I just want to hop in with just a little bit of context about the overall approval. I think some of the things have been said. I just want to put a finer point on it. The reason for a pre-preliminary plan is because the applicant wants some guidance and certainty moving forward with their application. And so they've asked these 4 specific questions of us so that they know, for this highly affordable project, is it worth going forward for them? What types of things are they working with? What are the frontage improvements, which can oftentimes be very expensive? Would we conceptually support them, with a lesser intersection spacing? But to your point, Vice Chair Pedoweem, absolutely, MCDOT is integrally involved in the process as far as approving the ultimate intersection spacing, but it is a subdivision waiver, so it's a Chapter 50 finding that the Planning Board ultimately makes in consultation with DOT and their engineers who do the analysis. And so looking at it at this high level, we're basically conceptually endorsing this and saying, yes, we're comfortable in moving forward when you come in with the preliminary plan application, that we understand why you're asking for these things. And likewise, with the justification for private roads, we see this again and again and again at the preliminary plan stage, but a justification does need to be made that basically says these will be constructed, to the public street standards, and there can be some modifications to centerline and, other technical elements that we can talk about in more detail when it comes in for the next application phase. But generally, we would support the private streets because they don't serve the public road network. It's really for direct access and circulation. And we would look at that in a little bit more detail later, but conceptually would be supporting that.
I understand, but I just maybe at one point you tell us that when is it that a private road, because most of the private road, they don't do connect to the public road. It's just for internal circulations. But we have always insisted that they have to follow the public standards.
They do follow the public standards, absolutely, except there are some modifications that can be made, and we usually say it follows the public standard except for this very specific part of the standard. And they oftentimes do connect to the public road system where they, just in this case, feed into the internal street circulation network for the townhouse development.
And Commissioner, one other thing with the private streets, they usually have a public access easement over the top of them so that those improvements, so if they are ever in need to be taken over by DOT, there is that ability to do so.
It's really good to know. Thank you.
Can I ask, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. Can I ask one, since we're on the topic of circulation, can I ask one question about Private Street B? And just a little bit about the rationale for wrapping it around the south side of the park and kind of sort of adding that connection there, because it looks like that, there's a good amount of pavement that's being added. I'm not sure if there's a huge amount of kind of circulation benefit to that, just on the southern end of the central park. And I was just curious if it was considered maybe just like expanding that central open space, if there wasn't that connection sort of going down kind of at the bottom of the U. Just a question about kind of the consideration there from a circulation standpoint.
Are you referring to this area here or this area?
The red,
The red,
yeah,
okay.
the red, yeah.
The gap.
Exactly there at the bottom of the U.
The gap between alley 4 and 6, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Because, so anyway, just curious what the thinking was.
Yeah, there were some iterations of this plan, but I think they all included the southern circulation, or the circulation south of the open space. So
maybe this is something that applicant can respond to it when we get to it. That's a very good point, though.
yeah, I also, before it slips my mind, I want to make a correction on this slide. So number 2 should say future approval. My apologies for that, if that caused any confusion there. So the application meets the subdivision analysis and findings for approval as listed here in the bullets, including substantial conformance with the master plan. As I noted, it's also been reviewed and supported by applicable county agencies. There is one minor change to condition of approval 1. For clarification, this should read 162 units and not lots. The application has also met all of the proper signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. All of the materials were made available on our website. After the report posting, we did receive one public correspondence, and this was from a representative of the Mineral Springs Village HOA, which is to the south of the subject property. 2 questions were raised. One was about how stormwater runoff would be addressed. That was not covered in detail in the pre-preliminary plan, but as you know, Chapter 19 will need to be addressed with the subsequent preliminary plan, and that's when we'll have Stormwater Division of DPS looking at erosion issues and stormwater management. And then the second question was about details about maintaining the existing vegetation for screening purposes, and that's along the south side of the parcel and between the property line and Meadow Vista Way. And so, again, that's another detail that we did not look into with the preliminary plan, but we'll have more information when the co-applicants return with a site plan. And just in terms of, again, community outreach and engagement, I just want to highlight that the surrounding community is really engaged in the implementation of the Heritage Emery Grove Community Plan. There's a lot of broad support for this project, particularly through various stakeholders that represent a new community development corporation that was incorporated and spearheaded by the Emery Grove United Methodist Church to help support the redevelopment efforts with HOC. So staff recommends approval with conditions of this pre-preliminary plan that's outlined in the staff report, and then the one modification that was outlined in this presentation, and we support the future submission of a preliminary plan.
Great, thank you so much for your presentation. And let's have the applicant give a presentation if they would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Commoners. I'm an attorney with Lurch, Early and Brewer, representing one of the co-applicants. With me is Bob Dalrymple, who is standing in for Jay Shepard of HOC, another of the co-applicants. The far end, Rich Thomas, Haley Development, the contract purchaser from HOC, and Dave Agar from Townscape Design. The rest, our engineers are in the audience for that. We're very pleased to be here before you today. It's been a long time coming, as you can imagine, with this level of plan. And we hope that this project is just the first step toward that larger concept that HOC and Mr. Agar will describe. It is an OMD, optional method of development in the R30 zone, based upon the zoning text amendment that was established for trying to facilitate that in 2022. I'll give a very brief summary of the issues, but as has been discussed a little bit already, it is a pre-preliminary plan, and that is we are here to get advice from the agencies and the staff and the board on some issues. We don't have all the answers for the preliminary plan. Our is to elicit some of the answers so that we can form that properly, and there's a reason for that. This is a project with 30% affordable units, and we always want to be right the first time, but we particularly want to be right the first time here with the preliminary plan, because it's a much more expensive process to go through. And so there are a number of questions that we wanted to try to resolve at this point so that we know what the direction is. And we recognize that on those elements that require input from the Department of Transportation, they will have input into that, and your staff has properly noted that those are subject to DOT's position, but we wanted to make sure that they were also acceptable to the board on the assumption that DOT would be favorable at that time. Your staff has been very helpful in this whole process. They have embraced the project goals and worked very thoughtfully to understand our need for closure on these questions. They've also given careful commentary on other elements of the design to enhance the results while keeping in mind our limitations. And we really appreciate their efforts, the ones who are here today and others who we've met with on other parts of it. They've done a great job, and we look forward to working through the subsequent plans with them. As was mentioned, there were 4 questions and 4 subdivision waivers, or sort of subdivision-related waivers. Those questions were the relocation or the lack of relocation and construction of the main intersection of Washington Grove, Emery Grove, and Shady Spring, the scope of the frontage improvements to be required, obviously subject again to where they go in the future, the general layout and design of the site, and the distribution of the MPDUs, which results from working with Habitat for Humanity and their self-help program, which Mr. Thomas can speak to a little more. There were the transportation waivers. The use of private roads is always considered a waiver. The reduced centerline radius at that one location, and the intersection spacing between our new Street B and the existing street intersection down the road. The intersection spacing had always been 150 feet. It was recently increased to 200. And so we were just asking to use the 150 that had been in place in the past. The subdivision regulation waiver also for the duration of the binding elements and the time to file a plan, as the Commissioner noted, there's got to be coordination between Habitat and the builder of the other units to make sure that there is internal consistency within the project. And we expect that that is going to take a little extra time, along with the fact of not wanting to have started the detailed engineering for the preliminary plan until getting the answers to these questions. Again, not wanting to do things twice if we don't have to. We much appreciate that the staff supports all of these requests and adjustments, even if they can't all be approved per se at this time because of the need for additional information from DOT. Our goal is to make this a no surprises preliminary plan so that we have the information and don't have to make a lot of revisions. That said, the staff's conditions, including as amended, are acceptable. And let me turn it over now to Mr. Dalrymple for HOC and Mr. Thomas to talk about how they got here and where they're going. And then Mr. Agar will walk through the plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Dalrymple, an attorney with the law firm of Selzer Gervich. And as Mr. Commoner's indicated, I'm sitting in today for Jay Shepard with HOC, who couldn't be here with you today. HOC is an applicant with this preliminary, pre-preliminary plan, and also along with Emery Grove United Methodist Church is spearheading the effort to create a new heritage Emery Grove community where once stood a thriving community going all the way back to the mid-1860s, where the freed slaves founded historic Emery Grove, which was essentially devastated through urban renewal in the mid to late 1900s. The HOC is an owner of the site, and as I indicated, is an applicant. HOC, along with Mr. Agar here, also led the efforts for a zoning text amendment, which is allowing this project to come forward with more affordable housing and more housing in general. But the developer does need the certainty of this pre-preliminary plan to move forward to the next steps. So we look forward to bringing all of the other sites into play here to create this wonderful, wonderful opportunity to create more housing and more affordable housing in this part of Montgomery County. With that, I will turn it over to, I'm not sure, Dave or Rich. Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. My name is Rich Tomets. I'm with Haley Development and also with Efficient Home and also with the Burn Break Companies. We're based over in Burtonsville on the other side from where the 270 bulk of the development activities occur in the county. We've been there a long time, quarter century. So actually Montgomery County has been my business home for a good part of my adult life. Haley Development itself and then my preceding work before that has been involved in over 400 MPDUs. We're not well known to the staff because a lot of our work is under different guises or different entities. But we've been heavily involved with deliveries of MPDUs in the county. That's part of why, since we're delivering these MPDUs to Habitat, we needed clarification that they can be done in separate sticks of MPDUs for Habitat to utilize its sweat equity model rather than having a townhome within each 5 sticks of an MPDU. That's what drove that request, and it's actually our experience with MPDUs throughout the county. Efficient Home, I also founded and co-owned with partner Tony Crane. We are one of the largest weatherization contractors in Maryland and the DMV. We work a lot in the county on limited income properties, weatherizing them and giving modernized shells and lower energy bills and meeting a lot of initiatives in the county for that. Again, invisible, but we're heavily involved with workforce training and a lot of initiatives with housing agencies. And then our Burn Break Companies based in Rockville is a commercial real estate and land development investment firm. And the Burn Break Companies, as an example, is committed with affordable housing. We own one of the few limited income light tax credit projects for seniors in neighboring Frederick County. Creekside at Tasker's Chance. So our involvement with this project was, it really fit a lot of the boxes for what we do. We're a for-profit developer that also carries out a mission on delivering a broad base of housing under different income and product lifestyle choices. We're going to be delivering Habitat MPDUs for Habitat for Humanity. We're going to be delivering market rate townhomes in this community, and we're also going to be delivering workforce housing under the multifamily apartments and the affordable units within those. We've been involved with this through the beginning of the ZTA, the zoning text amendment process. We quietly provided feedback with HOC about key items at that time that we would need utilized to build out the various product types. So this is almost, for me, round two. The first one was the ZTA and would it allow the constructability and a lot of minor tweaks that were done at that time. The goal for us, because it's 30% affordable, is we have to keep this viable, economically viable. We only can build projects that can get financed and capitalized and be successful. So there's a lot of push on this, which kind of odd to come in pre-preliminary plan, but the reason why is because of the affordability aspect. We don't have room to absorb additional cost hits through the approvals process that can apply from changes in interpretations that we just don't have the financial flexibility on this because of the product that we're delivering. So we're trying to make sure that we can deliver for the product that was envisioned at, and this slide's great, the evolution of the Heritage Emory Grove Community Plan. We've stayed consistent with that throughout it, basic bones or framework of it. So that's why we're seeking these 4 very specific items that we've requested to have binding elements or binding support for. And the plan itself, items like even Commissioner Linden, the curve on the bottom of that one section, we initially didn't have that laid out quite the same, but it involved different policy perspectives and feedback with staff on circulation patterns for the community circulation through the coming right in, right out only through the multifamily, and then connecting back to that and having enough circulation. There were a lot of tweaks that we've done in this plan that are far beyond a pre-preliminary plan. And again, they reflect differing policy perspectives that we've integrated. Site distance, and then the access point on the north side, for which we're seeking a variance on that, is very important for us because our team with GLW as well as Dave Ager have looked at over and over where the different access points would work best, knowing what the future circulation will be, and then intersection stacking and site distance, which we know we still have to pass. So it really is the context of that I wanted to just explain briefly why we're here and why we're requesting these findings. What we can't do is go through, we're not a big national publicly traded builder who can just go through a process and then say in the end it didn't work. We're very careful and get our projects carefully through and we're backed by a very strong financial partner. And we've done this for a long time, and we know that if we're careful in working with staff and our team, we can come up with a plan that's then viable and we can deliver. And we've been delivering since I was riding a motorcycle in 1984 from the University of Maryland. I was an intern up in Burtonsville riding when 198 was one lane. And I mean, I've just been doing projects here forever. But a common theme is our projects succeed. We never lose money for our investors or banks, and we always do what we say we're going to do for the community. Because obviously we do what we say we're going to do on binding elements, but our projects we're very proud of that we've delivered. So that's the reason for the 4 requests that we're here for you today, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, my name is Dave Aker. I'm with Townscape. I have been working with HOC on this project since 2019 and with the church since 2020. And I'm very excited to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this plan. The image on the screen indicates the general overall framework plan for Heritage Emory Grove. And it is, on the left, what the plan looked like in 2021 when the zoning text amendment went through the process and had full endorsement by the council. And on on the right-hand side is the present plan superimposed on top of the most recent community plan. So you can see that the pre-preliminary plan is in that location there. And I'm just going to switch to, going to zoom in a little bit. I've been asked to talk a little bit about the plan design and the changes, and I will keep my comments brief because a lot of the items have been covered already by other speakers. But I want to speak specifically to Commissioner Linden's question about the internal park. This was brought up by staff in the initial review. If you can see the plan, we had a much smaller park located in that area. And we also had an entrance very close to Washington Grove Lane. So staff said, well, let's move the multifamily, which are the larger units in the western portion of the site, closer to Washington Grove Lane, align it with the plans across the street, and have a greater park there. That connection and the circulation are very important for three reasons. One is the multifamily has parking in a parking corral with garages at the rear for some of the units, but other units within those buildings will be parking on the streets. And part of that parking is going to be at that location where the park is. Secondly, from a circulation standpoint and fire access, that connectivity is important. So that's that area there. But I wanted to also just go through the general layout and kind of, as Mr. Thomas indicated, this plan really reflects the vision that was in the original plan with some refinements and improvements from staff as well. It has the for sale units, the rental units, the 30% MPDUs. It's designed to include habitat, as everybody's mentioned, which is very, very important. And based upon what's out there today, we've reimagined the open space so that it's more functional and usable for community gatherings and other activities and for visual enhancement. And it's an affordable project, but it has a great deal of alley use so that the streetscapes are enhanced. Buildings can front on parkland and front on perimeter streets. And some of those improvements have been also generated by staff review recently. I'll just touch on the other points briefly with respect to that haven't been already touched on specifically. With respect to the offset intersections, there were offset intersections, as you can see on the plan, along Washington Grove Lane. That's not going to happen. We're going to be aligning our entrance with the future entrance of the church, and we're going to be continuing to work with them on that. With respect to the entrance on Shady Spring Road, that's incredibly important because we want to make sure that we have usable block areas within the subdivision. And the GLW team has looked at the site distance in those areas, found it to be acceptable and meet current standards, and we will provide that detailed data when we submit the preliminary plan. And I think that's it. I think I've covered most of the points. I don't want to repeat too much of what other people have already said, but I'm certainly here to answer any questions. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this to us. I know that this is really important for the Emery Grove Village. They have the community plan is really important to get that built out. So I'm supportive of your pre-preliminary plan, but I just have a couple of questions. I think it's supportive in the way that, I know you're fitting a lot into a box here. You know, I think if the box were bigger, the circulation would be different. Right now, all the alleys, pretty much where the towns are, other than that one, they're pretty dead end. Everything you have to turn around. And but I know that we're trying to get as much housing and affordable housing in as much as possible, and that I think by whatever the board agrees to, getting it approved and move, you can see, can you also fit the stormwater management in? Can you do all these other pieces? I do a little concern on, I know you need to have some circulation, I'm glad, but because you have, what is it, up against Mid-County Highway, the one place you do have circulation through that block, but then you can't have a consistent streetscape along Mid-County Highway. Like you have it, it's not really consistent there, but I would go on to the next, see what all fits in the box. You may have to lose a couple on the end there so that you can have a consistent, the alley, whatever it is, the driveway's not pushed so much in Mid-County Highway, but I don't know all the grades and stuff like that, but you have to figure all that out. Normally, you like to have them mix the MPDUs with the market rate. That's generally consistent with how we like to have it, but you want to bring in a new model here with Habitat, building certain strings. So I can see why you want to do that, but there's all these trade-offs. But to me, if DHCA is approving this, then and it's a different model, then I'm supportive of it. So in general, I'm happy you came, happy you're getting some feedback. I'm glad that you're going to line those roads, and I'm supportive of giving you the okay to move forward so that you can see how it all fits in. But I think it's a lot of these things you're requesting is because you're just trying to put a lot in that site. So those are my general comments here.
Sorry, I thought I had done on. There's a significant change in grade between Mid-County Highway and the site, and that's why the staff has their condition that we need to coordinate with them on how that area is treated as a part of the next plans.
Right.
So that is definitely something that we've all thought about, but haven't gotten to the conclusion about it as yet. On the Habitat, and Mr. Thomas can speak to it more if necessary, they need the entire stick to build because they build the shell and work with the prospective owners to build out the interior. And that is very difficult, probably impossible to do on a unit within a stick of 4 or 5 others. If you look at the arrangement of the different sticks of the townhouses and look at them as the unit, that is the stick being the unit, they are distributed throughout the community itself, just in those blocks.
Right.
So it's trying to reach that concern, but overlaid with the reality of how Habitat is working this, and I think that's why DHCA was supportive of it.
Right, and as I said, it's a different model, and so I know that something has to change, and also it also allows the others to go ahead, not ahead, but it can be done at the same time. The ones that don't have the other sticks that are the market rate, or the others that don't need another person trying to do every other one. So I get it. So I'm supportive of it. Let's see how it works. The community definitely wants this project, and I think it'd be a great project. And so I would suggest let's move forward to see how it all fits together as you get to the next, I guess, the true preliminary plan stage. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, I think these are all these are all eminently reasonable things to ask for in here. I actually was going to make a comment about the MPDU distribution as they're distributed in blocks. Typically, you want them sort of scattered throughout the site, but I did appreciate that they are in blocks, but they are in blocks throughout the site, which I think is useful. I think just from a safety perspective, you probably don't want your sweat equity folks in the middle of a block of 4 other assets that are being built at the same time. It's probably a completely reasonable way to do it if you're partnering with Habitat. I think it's a good way to do it. Otherwise, the general layout and design are fine. I think it's good that the frontage improvements is going to minimize the curb cuts on Washington Grove Lane, which I think is something that's overall good. I think it's a nice way to structure the intersection on the other side and everything else. I think the circulation looks good. If you need the circulation for fire and rescue, access, I think that's fine. Otherwise, if you can cut out, some of the pavement between Alley 6 and Alley 4, great. If not, it is a great. I know that it drops pretty significantly off that edge right there. So do what you got to do. But otherwise, I think they're all 5 things are eminently reasonable. Happy to support.
Yeah, thank you.
I support the project. And I think it's a great design and a use of the space and that it's going to be an improvement of how this space is being used now. I especially appreciate the comments of Mr. Thomas, his connection to the community, and the fact that he's a smaller developer, and that the risk that he's taking and making sure this is done is something that is not missed on me. And I appreciate you taking that risk to build these houses. Thanks.
Just one quick follow-up just on the circulation thing, and I appreciate the explanation. I think that generally makes sense. I just wanted to, back to staff for a second. Like, I guess all things being equal, do we think that there could be a benefit to removing some pavement impervious surface area if possible, if fire and rescue would, sign off on the circulation pattern, if we think that it would still supply. It sounds like at least some of the parking on that street is envisioned to be for some of the houses just to the west of that, I guess. Is that right? On the west part of the site. But I guess what I was focused on was exactly what Commissioner Hedrick was saying, was sort of between the alleys, where it felt like maybe the usage of that just wouldn't really serve much of a use potentially strictly from a circulation standpoint, to say nothing of the other points. But yeah, just curious what staff's opinion is and if that's something to focus on.
Thank you, Carrie Sanders, for the record. Mid-County Division Chief. Yes, we will evaluate this at the preliminary plan, and we agree minimizing pavement is better. We will have to follow the fire access requirements. However, we have seen those requirements be able to be met with reduced pavement. So I think it's something that we can continue to look at. And you were correct about that circulation around the park space. That circulation is there for the fire access portion. But let's see, as we work with the applicant through this next phase of the preliminary plan, how we can reduce that pavement area.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I take your point entirely that, this is about sort of speeding the process and making it more predictable and adding certainty. And I don't want to introduce the opposite of that at all. It just occurred to me that this could be an opportunity to also serve another one of our policy goals, which is removing impervious surface where possible, while maintaining good connectivity. So thanks.
Likewise, don't want to introduce any uncertainty in this, just as a thought as we move on through preliminary insight.
Yeah, one question. If you put the site plan back up one quick second. Yeah, if all, like where you have on the left, where you have the purple circulation here, the private alley, so does that private alley have to connect to the private street? To connect to private street B from the, that goes the loop there, but borders up against Mid-County Highway. Everywhere else, it's a dead end. But there may be a rule you can only have so many in a dead end or whatever, or that is also needed for the fire.
So that is there for Carrie Sanders, for the record. I believe that connection, just so for folks that are following along here, I believe, Chair Harris, you're referring to private street B that's in a red dashed line connecting to, looks like alley 6. Which is a purple dashed line at the bottom of the image along Mid-County Highway. And I think your question, just to understand it, what I'm hearing is, does that alley 6 need to connect to private street B? Is that
right? You don't. Yeah, there won't be whatever the southern part won't even be there. It would, like all the other places are dead ends. It wouldn't.
Correct.
But maybe it needs to connect.
So I think what we would like to do to respond to your comment is continue to work with the applicant through the next iteration, because yes, maybe that doesn't need to happen for fire access. There may be other ways, to provide the fire access, and I don't believe that connection is contingent upon fire access. It certainly makes it easier.
Makes it easier, yeah.
But whether it's required, I think, is something we want to explore, because there may be an opportunity to reduce that pavement or perhaps not have that connection and still provide the safe access that we need. So that's what we'll work toward with the preliminary.
That's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then, whatever it ends up, it's needed. Also, because it does provide access to get onto Street B, which can let you go off on Shady Spring Drive. So it may be an important for, for ingress, egress around, so everyone's not jammed up trying to get out of, onto Washington Grove Lane. So overall, all good. Thank you. Wish continue with this project. And so let's go back to the, the recommendations you've asked. It's to transmit the comments to the district council, and with the, oh, you have some more? I'm sorry, with conditions, approval with conditions, yeah.
I'll move.
To continue, just to clarify, what we're asking the board to do is to approve the pre-preliminary plan with the conditions as outlined here.
Right. So is there a motion to approve the conditions of the pre-preliminary plan for 7/2025-0010 Emery Grove Village as enumerated in the staff report and modified herein, and support the submission of a future preliminary plan?
Yeah. I'll move to approve the pre-preliminary plan with conditions for Emery Grove Village, and then also support submission of a future preliminary plan.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this to us. We're just going to take a 2-minute break and start with our last item of the morning, zoning text amendment 2507, retail sales and service, cannabis dispensary, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the district council. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, zoning text amendment 2507, retail sales and service cannabis dispensary, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the district council. And this morning, or this afternoon, we have Ben Burbert of the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Burbert.
Thank you, Chair Harris. For the record, Ben Burbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy Team. And as introduced, I am bringing recommendations to the board for ZTA 2507. For the record, planning staff is supporting this ZTA and recommends the planning board support it as well as introduced. The main purpose of this ZTA is to require that a cannabis dispensary be located at least 100 feet from any property with a residential use. This was introduced May 13th, 2025, and has a public hearing coming up on June 17th. Currently, the county has no land use location restrictions on cannabis dispensaries. State legislation, and this was a little bit of a correction that was brought to our attention over the past weekend, actually first appeared in 2024 through House Bill 805 and was sort of reintroduced or reiterated in legislation this year, allowed municipalities to set this restriction. State law already requires that dispensaries have to be kept 500 feet away from a school, a licensed child care center, playground, rec center, library, park, place of worship, or within 1,000 feet of another licensed dispensary. And so this just adds, and 100 feet from a residential zoned property. Something that's sort of unique and challenging about our code, we have one sort of generic use for retail sales and service, and a whole myriad of things could fall within that. And so to add a provision that restricts one particular user of retail sales and service, you have to restrict the whole use category. And so to do this, the whole bunch of changes are being made to the use table, as shown on the image on the screen, changing anywhere that retail was permitted to limited. Sends a great message in zones that we want retail, but unfortunately it's the only way, without completely changing the way the code's oriented, to make this change. And so it's a very long ZTA that doesn't do very much. It basically keeps all the same limited use standards in play, and to do that, you have to create this whole new tiered system of if limited, but based on this certain size and that certain size. It's very complicated. Council staff and I both double checked this. We think it's all there, and we'll all keep all the current rules in place, plus adding that new limited use standard of cannabis dispensaries.
May I? I'm sorry. Can I ask a quick question? Because I want to clarify back on the table. I don't love the ZTA all around, but for exactly that reason. But we're specifically prohibiting it with 100 feet of R zones, not CR, CRT, and CRN zones.
As it is currently written, it is a property with a residential use. My understanding from council staff is they are looking into maybe tweaking the language to be clear that it is only residential use and that this won't affect mixed use, because once you pull mixed use in, you basically can't do this anymore.
That's exactly my problem with this ZTA. Not only is it addressing all retail uses, because that's the only way you could get at this one particular retail use, but you're also, it's also not clear to me that it doesn't basically prohibit it from any mixed use development. And without clarifying that, I don't think we should support it or send comments to the district council, honestly, without that clarification.
I have a follow-up question to your comments and understanding. So if it's mixed use where it's residential and commercial together, it would allow cannabis retail shop. So when let's take, for instance, downtown Silver Spring, you have a mixed use building, and you would have multi-family dwelling units on top of retail space below, and there could be a retail cannabis dispensary unit there, correct?
I will say, as all of this has been drafted, it's a little squishy as to what happens in a mixed use situation, and I think the intent is to only prohibit or to only apply the setback when it's a only residential property. It's like a residential detached or residential townhouse. And my understanding is council's working on language that I'd want to trust them with, because I'm not the expert in what exactly is going to work for them, that we'll get there. I think it's very fair if this is a concern that I'm hearing from the board that we can add in the transmittal that we would like it dealt with. I don't want to offer up the language necessarily for them, though.
Yeah, I'm seeking clarification because it will determine how I will vote. And, you know, we're not allowed to discuss this amongst ourselves outside of the board, and so I want to discuss it now because I am fine with banning cannabis dispensaries in a mixed-use building. And I think that, you know, I'm for not having a cannabis dispensary within 100 feet of residential, and I'm also fine with not having a cannabis dispensary in a mixed-unit building.
Okay, can we, one sec, I hear your point, but can we finish this? And then, but I think we were tasked to, for one thing, but let's finish Mr. Burbett's presentation, and then we can have discussion. Is that?
Well, then I'll just quickly say the climate assessment, we found that this really has no material impact on climate impact because it's changing one very sub-use of a larger use category, and we don't think this will actually change necessarily building patterns or locations of this use, and so there is no material climate impact. So in conclusion, we're back to the discussion we were just having.
Nicely done.
I know, but yeah, we appreciate, yeah, we were tasked with a technical review of a ZTA that was supposed to prevent cannabis, you know, sales within 100 feet of an R zone, okay? And that was you're bringing the recommendations how to create a ZTA for that. Is that correct?
It is, and what I'll say is from a planning standpoint, which is really what I'm trying to look at this from, I don't have a strong opinion whether it's banned just from residential only or whether it's banned from mixed use. To me, I'm kind of deferring to the council and their intent on this because I don't think from a planning, master planning, stuff that we focus on here, there's much of an impact. I don't think that's to say the board can't add something, and we can obviously add it in the transmittal if there's a clear majority to do so. But for my technical review, what's there is fine, or if we wanted to clarify only certain residential, that's also fine. Like, to me, this is not a major impact.
Can I ask one, or actually three, sorry. I'll take them one at a time. I think I have three concerns. One, obviously the one's already been mentioned. It would be helpful for me to get a little more clarity on what you were describing as like we needed to take the entire retail kind of category that it sits in and change all of those to limited, but then carve out different exception. Is that sort of what you were describing? So that functionally there's no change for anything except for cannabis retail?
Correct. So in order to have a what we call a limited use standard, such as the use of a cannabis dispensary has to be set back a certain distance from any use, that's considered a limited use standard. To have a limited use standard, the use has to be limited. Otherwise, somebody could look at the table, see P for permitted, and not think to look into the section of code that all this is put in. And so, because anywhere that there's retail or service that could be where a cannabis dispensary is located, we have to be able to make that provision. By default, they all have to become limited uses. The way the code's set up now, in a lot of instances, it just says where retail is a limited use in the CRN zone, the following apply. Well, it's now always a limited use, but we don't want some of those restrictions that deal with metro proximity having different design reviews or size limitations. Those still need to apply only where we cared about that in the original code, and so that is forcing like a whole additional sub-tier of standards to be built. And so it creates this very long, complicated ZTA that basically just enables us to add this J at the end saying cannabis has to be set back 100 feet.
So, okay, so that, I'm glad that you've gone through that process to try to like make sure that there's no materially bad impact on everything else. But it sort of introduces this question of like, is this sort of the way to do this. And I know that's a council question more than our question here. But we are, it adds to my kind of, we talk about this more on the housing side with ZTAs and zoning code and how we've sort of tried to shoehorn all these different things into a zoning code that's really not intended to sort of do a lot of what we're trying to get it to do. And it's just become this very, and you know this better than literally everyone else, like a very complicated beast.
29 pages of Ben telling us how complicated this is as an attachment, yes.
And if it's complicated for us, it's almost sort of unintelligible for, most people. And maybe that matters or doesn't matter in different circumstances, but this just feels like another foray into adding kind of layers of complication and just very difficult to interpret zoning code language.
The alternative would be to just create a new use for cannabis dispensaries. I think that wasn't done because that could be done for any other retail use. And so there's a question that's being asked, is this different enough to get its own use in the use table? The old code from 2004 to 2014 had a lot of sort of different retail uses that were called out, and this code, trying to streamline itself, said they're all operationally the same, let's just lump them together. This is sort of one of, I wouldn't say the first, but one of the first times we're maybe saying, well, maybe they're not all operationally the same. So that's another alternative we could propose to council, is that why don't we just create a new use, add it everywhere that retail is allowed as a limited use and not touch all of this. I think it's another valid approach. It's just not the one they took. And
I think that's exactly the point Commissioner Linden is making. I think the point you're making as well is we're going back to a system in which we were distinguishing between the types of retail that, we like or we want or we think are valuable or stuff like that. But I think at a time where we're talking about tax revenue and economic growth and stuff like that, I think if you look at the retail sector, cannabis dispensaries are one of the only places that are growing in a retail sector. And we're saying that you can't go any place near where somebody lives. And that's going to really kill the expansion of that. I think that there's an argument to be made that in transmitting the comments, we may want to transmit comments that this is not a good idea to do and this is not the way to do it. And I think that that's reasonable even before we talk about whether or not we're prohibiting it from near people that live in single-family homes or apartments or not. And that's another thing that I'm very uncomfortable with, is that, if you want it to function and still allow for there to be a retail market for a cannabis dispensary, you have to have it only BR. If you put it in any of the CR, CRT, or CRN zones, you're now basically saying that it's not allowed except for what's already here. And then if you do that, then you're saying that, we think it's noxious for people that live in single-family homes, but not for people that live in apartments. I'm not comfortable with that either. And so I think this may be from the ground up not a great idea. And if it is saying we're going to transmit comments, I think maybe the first thing we say is not a great idea. 2, there are better ways to do it. 3, you got to clarify. What are you mean?
Yeah, so I just want to be really clear about what our role is and how do you, whether you feel there should be cannabis near X, Y, or Z. I think what I hear was that our role was they want to, if they want to do X, how do you write it in, write a ZTA? And you came up with one way. And if it's, I'm okay with saying, here's another way. And I don't know if you said here's another way, what does that, is that, how extensive is that? But I'm okay with that, but to say how we feel about they're
asking us to transmit comments. I think one of our comments, something along the lines of, one, I don't think, have you thought it through enough, or are we just knee-jerk reacting to a retail? According to, we have a state law on how far it has to be away from a bunch of different things, which is restricted. We have a retail section under which it qualifies. I don't really get a justification, 1, for calling it out as a separate thing, or 2, for having to go through this very complex process of installing, a J, within the code, and then making sure we go through, so very, very many lines of regulation to put it out. It just doesn't seem like, I think it's reasonable to recommend, or at least to our comments.
Why can't we just say that the council has submitted this 100 foot from R zone. We say, okay. I personally am okay with that. If we need to know that how it's going to be for CR, then we would say that what we would like to make it clarify that if this is going to be done for CR, or is it going to be something different that is going to be proposed? And so that's number two. So first, I'm personally okay with 100 foot. Second, what's going to happen to a CR? And the third is that, is it easier to create, a separate, use for cannabis to make it easier for people to apply? So this is just as easy. I don't know. To me, it's very easy just to provide this
What you meant,
comment.
1 and 2 are related. Here's, you asked to do this, here's a way to do it. Number 3 is, maybe here's an easier way. And the number 2 is, that's, to me, that's a different, but making sure so my question is, is the potential easier way, as you thought through it, does it has its pros and cons? I mean, is it easier in terms of, is that ZTA longer or shorter than this ZTA?
It'd be much shorter. It would just be sort of opening a precedent that we're now taking what was supposed to be a consolidated use and we're kind of ripping it back into its parts. And so it'll make this ZTA shorter. It could make, after multiple ZTAs, the code longer as we start carving out different retail and sales uses as being something unique enough that they need their own, because it ends up becoming lines in the standards table. Like it just starts, it could balloon, but for this particular ZTA, it would be cleaner to call it out as a separate use.
Okay, well, maybe you could just give that as and they can make the decision on what they want to do. That's what
I have a comment. Just technically, when reading the rationale, Council President Stewart, Councilmember Albornoz, and Councilmember Katz, I think they are well thought out individuals. I think that their intent is clear, and I support them with regards to this ZTA. I think that, discounting whether or not they contemplated what would happen in mixed-use facilities we shouldn't second-guess them. And I think that their intent is to make sure that children and families who want to shield their children or themselves from this type of legal business. At one point, it wasn't legal. And so I think that Albornoz, or especially Council President Stewart, Albornoz, and Katz took into consideration that at one point it wasn't readily acceptable, and they are being deferential to citizens who may not acquiesce to this now, quote-unquote, legal activity.
I mean, I think that's reading a lot into nothing that's in the documentation that we have.
I'm giving them the deference and respect that they're deserved.
Well, I mean, there's no justification really provided. It's just a 100-foot setback on a retail use that's legal. Okay, let's do guns. Like, I would really like to make sure that there's no gun shops within 100 feet of a residential area. That seems to have just as much justification. Like, again, and we go back to the economic development aspect, we're looking for tax revenue and we're looking for economic development, and we're trying to restrict one of the few retail uses in the county that's growing. I mean, if we're gonna transmit comments, that's a comment to transmit to the council, is we're putting a significant restriction on a growing retail use.
Okay. So this is what I would recommend. I recommend that we provide, if we're okay, what you came up with. Yes, you did what we were asked, technical review, and in your expertise, you're saying in order to do that, all these other things need to change, but this is the way you do it, and we add a J at the end. You can suggest in your letter that I would recommend that you suggest could be an easier way to do it, as you said, but it may affect, it would be easier for this, but it may have other ramifications later. I mean, to me, that would end, and I will speak to the sponsor separately and just
Okay. I mean, we have to have something in the comments about the fact that if you don't pull it out of the CR, CRT, and CRN zones, if you have it apply to any residential, not just the R zones in the code, you're effectively banning it from the county. Because I'm trying to think of any place if you put it in, you're heavily restricting it at that point. It has to be allowed within CR, CRT, and CRN zones. I think that's got to be part of the comment, so we transmit.
Can I ask you if it is just 100 foot away, the restriction is not taking it out of business? It just says that 100 feet away. 100 feet is not much. They still can have the business.
It can't be across. It can't be across the street. It can't be on any. It can hardly be on any property that has any residential on it, if it's designed to have. I'm thinking of like several pieces that we've done recently with CRT mixed use. One of them being, it's the place that's just on the other side of Rockville where there's like a golf.
Yeah, I
business or
know,
something.
but right now the ZTA is just for R. That's
No,
what
that's
I'm
not.
talking
That's not the case. We're not sure if it's for
It's any
R.
residential use. So the question is,
residential use.
did
Yes.
they?
Residential
is
and
mixed use
CR
included in
and
that
CR.
definition? It's unclear.
Yeah, for mixed use, it's not clear, and we are asking the question that what is the process for the mixed use? But right now, the comment that they're asking for us is for residential, correct? The CTA is specifically.
No,
so
that's
that-
the thing that I'm saying is it's not clear as currently written. I think that you would make a strong argument for prohibiting it in any of the mixed use zones that we have. That include residential use, include any R, FAR.
I think I'm comfortable including in that in comments. I guess it's more of a question. It's sort of a comment seeking clarity on that intent, because I mean, obviously, I don't think we can't write this until we sort of understand, or they can't adopt this until they understand kind of the true implications. And then to that point, it may be worth adding a comment just for context to say, if the intent was to include basically things in the CR zone, then it really limits the availability of this use county in many parts of the county, just for context, without sort of applying maybe like a judgment on that. But
That's what I mean. It's prohibited. It's effectively, unless I'm assuming you grandfather in existing places,
Yeah,
but you're cutting out the potential for growth. And I want to go back and put on it one of the only retail sectors that is growing in Montgomery County, or anywhere for that matter, that we're then putting a prohibitive restriction on, putting a fairly solid restrictive on. We've got to make that comment to them. And also for the economic development aspect. I mean, we can easily map, we have a map that can show you, okay, take out CR, CRT, CRN, and all the R zones, and find the 3 feet where you can build a cannabis dispensary after that within Montgomery County.
Well, can I just say one thing? I mean, we have our legal
Not to
counsel.
harp, I just want to make sure we go.
Attorney Vias, is that how you, I mean, I was just thinking strictly R is R.
That's not what this says,
But
though.
is that not?
No, this CTA as proposed says residential use. So it is not clear, it doesn't say residential zone, doesn't say single-family residential zone, doesn't say mixed, it says a residential use, which
So
would
maybe
mean.
then we have to clear
If
that.
you have an
Okay,
apartment
I
building in a
agree. Yeah.
CR, then it would apply to that.
Okay, and then I misunderstood. I thought it was in a R zoned. Okay, great. All right, so.
It's an effective prohibition. We've gone through this. We've gone through this with solar, like in the ag reserve, that you put in these overly heavy restrictions and you get what? No solar. You put in these overly heavy restrictions, you get what? No cannabis dispensary
But
retail.
it's clarity on what they meant by the R, so.
That's what the purpose of it was.
And can we also do we have clarity on whether existing cannabis stores would be grandfathered in if they are within 100 feet?
They would be, just by nature of not speaking to it. The non-conforming use standards would kick in, which would allow them to stay, just not
But
expand.
I was going to, okay, another comment.
Just 1 second. Director Sartori, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's not refer to it as R. I mean, it says residential use.
Okay.
So it's not based on the zone, it's based on the existence of a residential use.
Then I stand
That's-
corrected. Okay,
that's
thank you for your
very-
comment.
Yeah,
Okay.
but also, and this goes, I'm sorry, this goes back, and it's a conforming use in any place that it's grandfathered in, right? So you build an apartment complex on an existing CR zone that does not currently have any R. We've done several of those. That then grandfathers in anything that's next to it and prohibits it from growing and prohibits them from expanding their business. It's an effective prohibition on the expansion of this retail use, almost countywide. And I think it's going to have a pretty chilling effect. So unless they clarify both the grandfather conforming use standards, whether or not it's in the CR or CRNs or CR, CRT or CRN zones, and I don't think it's a good idea to begin with, but they got to address all those things or are going to effectively prohibit it countywide.
Okay, all right, great. So given you, I agree with that. So
How does will my comments be included, or is there?
what are your comments?
So my comment is I support ZTA as it is proposed by the council members who offered it.
No, yours would just be against. We generally do not send opposing opinions or minority opinions. We generally just send whatever the majority of the board votes for. That's what will go.
Right, but meaning you agree as presented, meaning without the necessary changes Mr. Berbert said to make it work from a technical review. I'm trying to understand, what do you mean by you agree?
I guess, right, that would be the question. Do you agree that they want clarification, but as opposed to whether you would want it to say that it's only single-family residential zones versus mixed-use zones as well would be a different issue. But I guess the first question of just, do we want to clarify that?
Well, I think the ZTA, as it's written, didn't account for mixed use.
It's not clear. That's why we want clarification.
I think when they say, when it's written residential, they mean
Well, Ben wrote it.
residential and mixed use. And so I don't think they want marijuana dispensaries near any residence or restricted within 100 feet. And I think it's fine.
To be clear, they didn't actually write the ZTA and send us the language, right? I mean, Ben did, they just.
No, this is council introduced.
Okay, council produced, but any residential use, is that coming from them or us?
That's coming from them.
Okay, yeah, okay, if you want to make the case, we can make the case. But then the comments have to include that you're effectively prohibiting the expansion or the growth of the retail use countywide, essentially.
If that's not my position, I don't want to sign on to that comment.
Okay. Well,
because
that's
I
what we
think limiting the retail space for marijuana sales is a benefit to people who don't agree with its use and don't agree with its legalization. And so I agree again with Council President Stewart, Councilmember Albert Oz, and Councilmember Katz.
Well, okay, so I still think that maybe I still can say that we don't, whether it's to limit it from single-family homes or any with we don't know what their intent. Well, but they said residential use, so I don't. We have to. Some people take that as any location with housing.
If it stays as residential use, it's going to prohibit it from all the R zones plus all the CRT and CRN zones. I think that would be both the plain reading of it, and it would be, I think, honestly, it would stifle anybody from wanting to invest in it anyway.
Can we ask you to clear it and bring it back next week? That we could. It has to be done now.
This has to be transmitted by next Tuesday.
Yeah, they've got.
Well, whether it's, just say it's all residential. Does yours? You just say they did mean all residential.
So again, it says within 100 feet, at least 100 feet from a lot that is improved with a residential use. That makes no reference at all to the zone. It could be an employment zone with a residential use.
Right.
It could be any zone where we allow residential. If there is a residential use on that property, This would not allow a dispensary within 100 feet, of a new dispensary within 100 feet.
So did
Or the
your,
expansion of
did your
existing.
language, I mean, did you,
So rather than putting forward new language for them, my recommendation from what I'm hearing from a majority is that the board wants to have the council consider if there's a cleaner way of handling the ZTA in its entirety by defining a new use for cannabis dispensary. And also to make clear that as it's written, it appears to have a complete prohibition on any residential use regardless of its zone, and that may be a concern because that is probably too limiting, and that they might want to consider how they're actually applying that. I don't really want to opine because I think there's too many differences, and I acknowledge I don't think there's even a majority. I think there's a majority opinion on the board for that, but not everybody. I'm just trying to figure out like what am I transmitting that we can get a vote on here today.
Can I can make a motion for it and we can vote if it's reasonable.
I agree. I second that what you said. I agree that we, explain that what the impact would be. We just say that that's what we feel the impact is.
No. I mean, we're transmitting, okay, so I think the first thing is to, one, move that our comments include, the comments that we transmit include a potentially simpler way by having a separate retail use for cannabis dispensary included within the zoning code. Do we have a majority support for that?
yes, but.
A potentially simpler option.
But you would say that creates.
I'm not part of that majority.
No, no, one second. We have, I thought it was two things. One, you submitted, what you prepared addresses there, and you're saying there could be a simpler method.
So to be clear, I've prepared nothing. This showed up on my desk 3 weeks ago and I've been analyzing.
But I thought you changed that you need to also make it a limited use.
That came from council.
That came from council.
This is
I'm sorry.
completely my opinion on council's actions.
Yeah, I've wanted to clear this up all along. There's been a lot of discussion about what Ben created in this. Ben treated this just like any other ZTA that comes from it. So for anyone who's listening online who might be seeing this for the first time, how the ZTA process unfolds here, there are some ZTAs that originate from planning staff
We
that
did
we
not
bring to you.
originate this one.
This did not originate from
Understood
planning.
that. Understood.
And what Ben just reviewed it from a technical perspective and is presenting his comments and his thoughts to the board. But this was a council-created ZTA.
Understood. And Ben, maybe I misunderstood. You made no changes, technical corrections to what the council presented.
Correct. When I was just walking through what has to happen to do what they've presented, but I did not actually.
Okay, great. I got it now. And so, but what they submitted was fine with you, correct?
In the sense that from a pure planning perspective, I did not see a concern whether they do this or don't do this. And so I'm giving them deference, but I understand what some of the board's concerns are, and you were free to make those comments.
No, I understand, but what they did addressed what they thought you thought they were trying to do, correct?
What they're doing is sound from a planning zoning perspective.
He doesn't know what they want to do. He knows what the words say in the ZTA, and that's what's been proposed. So what I'm hearing is though he's maybe two issues. First is the way it's drafted, it's a little complicated. He could propose to staff, and this is where I don't know, Commissioner Bartley, if you are opposed to this, but this would just be to do it the way council staff has proposed is a little complicated, and maybe you could just change cannabis use licensing dispensary to its own use.
Right.
So that's the first thing
Correct.
he's asking. Is there an agreement? And I think that's what
Our comments could include there's a simpler way to do this.
to do that.
Yeah, I'm
That's
fine with
exactly what I
that.
proposed.
I think it's simple on its face.
That's
The
just
four
a
Okay,
corners
and that's
says
fine. We just
100
wanted to
That's
get
just a comment.
clarity on whether you would, what the vote is on that issue.
Yeah.
Do you want to create a new use so that it can more easily be handled as opposed to having it be a limited use and you got to look through all the categories to figure out what it is?
I agree with that.
so that's
I'm
one.
supportive of that.
Okay.
And though there is, but you recognize that there also is not a downside, but if what you said, if other things came, a lot of things, it would create more more work for other things, right?
Well, you never know. I mean, it's just the issue of if you start bringing out, when we redid the ordinance in 2014, we tried to consolidate all the uses as much as we could so that we didn't have 3,000 uses.
Right.
And so this has just been in there. But it may warrant its own use because it is treated differently. And there have been, the state is saying you treat it differently.
Okay.
So the question is simply, do we want to pull cannabis dispensaries out of the general retail use and have it be its own line?
Great.
So that's the first question.
I'm fine with
Regardless
that.
of what it says.
I'm fine with that.
Is there a majority for that
Yeah,
suggestion?
recommend as a simpler option of, doing it, yeah.
Okay.
So is that now, so that's 4-1? Commissioner Bartley, are you for or against that?
From a record-keeping
Just
standpoint.
a technical thing.
I send one motion with all of our recommendations, and I'm just sensing Commissioner Bartley's not going to be on board with some of the others, so I think 4-1 is just for us to note that I'm probably going to be doing that, and what's the other recommendation we're looking for so that a grand motion can be made.
The other piece would be to clarify that if it's applying to residential use, it should apply only to R hyphen zones, not to our mixed-use CR, CRT, and CRN zones.
So I'm hearing, Commissioner Hendrick, you're phrasing it that way. The other way I've heard today is just to point out the problems and the effective prohibition of not addressing it, but maybe not being so forward with it. So we need to suss out which way that's going to be written as well.
Yes.
I
That's his
prefer
motion.
that we just say that if this includes for all the residential use in all the zonings, this could be some of the consequences. That's that. We are not just asking, we say that if it is used for all the other zoning, then that would create some restrictions for this business and could impact some of the revenue for the county. Yeah.
And that would be my recommendation, that you point out the implications of this as it's written, with it being the residential use, that the implication is a potential, prohibition.
Effective prohibition.
Exactly.
Prohibition. And then leave it to the council to debate whether or not they wanted to make that.
That's
One
exactly
more-
what my vote would be.
And one more comment on that, I would also say that it's important that grandfathering the existing cannabis dispensaries effectively, at that point, prohibits them from expanding their business as time goes on. Because if they are, or any time in the future, become within 100 feet, and that's across the street, essentially, from any residential use, they will then be prohibited from growing their business, which I think is going to have a pretty detrimental effect on the growth of that retail business within the county, and I think that's worth putting in there to mention to them.
When you say growth, do you mean sales or square footage?
I'm telling you,
Those are
they
two
can't make their
different- those
business
are two
bigger.
They can't
So-
touch the building.
It's physical square footage couldn't
Yeah.
get larger.
Well, most of the retail businesses don't expand their square footage.
Yeah,
very
because
rare.
this is one of the only ones that's growing. And there's been plenty of examples where they've started, bought the place next door, knocked down a wall, and expanded their business into the place next door, which may or may not have been vacant at the time.
My professional opinion is going to be not to comment on the non-conforming use, because every other use that's ever found itself non-conforming is also going to say, well, why can't I be allowed to expand?
I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to expand. I'm saying that if we're giving them consequences, non-conforming use is a fairly substantial consequence on the existing businesses within the county. I mean, making essentially most of them a non-conforming use.
I might agree with Mr. Berber. I think we've said enough that could, I personally believe. And those three, the consequence and the and
Simplicity
and then
of
the
the-
simplicity.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
those two. I think that would be a
Yeah.
good enough recommendation from the board.
I very much agree with Commissioner Hendrick in principle. I do think that in this case, I think expressing the consequences, but maybe not going a step further and sort of recommending either whether it's the non-conforming use or some other path, that may be, yeah, I think that's the approach that I'm probably comfortable with in this case, although I also, in principle, I don't think that restricting this retail when all the reasons that Commissioner Hedrick already said. I don't think it's a good idea for the whole county. It's really going to limit its availability and its expansion.
I don't want to rush us, but I have to be on a call for my actual job in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can we make a motion and go?
Yeah. So
Says the guy that's letting this last as long as it has.
simplicity and then the consequences.
Somebody just make a formal motion to.
So yeah,
waive
so
our-
I'll
Yeah,
I'll make a motion to transmit comments to include so transmit comments. Do we have to transmit comments? Not to support. Are we supporting?
You can just transmit comments
Yeah.
recommending revisions.
Okay, so yeah, I didn't think that we were actually supporting as written. Okay, so move to transmit comments to describe a potential simpler option as we've talked about, and also emphasize some of the potential consequences and implications of a broader approach if they do intend for it to include any residential use regardless of zone.
I would like to suggest an amendment, and my amendment would be to include my comments in support of the ZTA as it is proposed by the council members and council president.
Is that to me?
Well,
Is that to
well,
me as the?
Well,
It's an amendment to.
Yeah.
but
I would oppose that.
Let me just say, I hate to keep belating. What they propose works, but we would propose a simpler, we would ask a simpler option. That would address Mr. Bartley's, it works. I think it.
I would still, I think we have a responsibility as we're the planning board, we're the ones that they come to for advice on this stuff, and I have to say that if we don't make a comment about, the simpler is a good idea, if only because I think it makes it simpler to pull it out of the mixed-use zones, but I think we have to tell them that if they don't pull the mixed-use zones out and don't specify what residential they're talking about, they're effectively establishing a prohibition within the county.
But we did, I thought, say the consequence of what they are. Yeah. So I think it's. I think we.
Yeah,
That's what I would recommend. That we went through their piece. It's fine, but it can be complicated. We feel that there's a simpler method, and on top of all of that, we think that this is the whatever is done, could be the
Potential consequences.
And with that consequence, you're not necessarily passing any value judgment on that, where we might have some board members who think that that's bad to have that outcome, and some board members who might feel like it's good to have that potential outcome. The point is, we're pointing out the outcome.
The outcome.
And so we're saying, I think we probably should be able to get everyone behind this idea of it should be simpler, the ZTA. It could be, instead of 29 pages, it could be a page. And the idea that we want to point out this impact that may or may not be intended, may or may not be good. We'll let the council
They can hash that out, yeah, but it's definitely
we
won't
just
happen.
want to point it out.
Okay, great. So can you redo there's your motion with those three things?
Are you okay with that approach?
Well, I think you made a motion, I made an amendment, and so Robert's Rules of Order will call for a vote on my amendment.
Okay. Is there a second to Commissioner Bartley's
Not a
amendment?
second on the amendment. Second to the motion initially. No, there wasn't.
I second the motion, I don't second the amendment.
Okay, and I don't second, and so the amendment doesn't pass? Is there,
But the motion passes for.
Oh, yeah, vote on it, we haven't voted on it.
Oh, I
so we
thought
have-
we voted. Okay, let's vote.
so there,
Second, someone second?
Oh, I seconded the motion.
Okay, all, say
in
all
favor?
for.
Amendment has failed.
Aye.
so the amendment's failed.
Aye.
So now there's a motion for
Here's the motion, yeah. So,
Yeah.
motion, second,
And pass, aye. What do you expect?
yeah.
It's the vote.
We voted 4-0.
I vote against.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so vote, and do you know what you just confirmed what we just?
It'll be a wonderful letter.
Yeah.
And you'll get to review it
Yeah.
before it goes out.
I was about to
so
say, can I
would-
review?
But it was a three-part, fine with the had, but there's a simpler, and but here's the implications of this at all, okay? All right, great.
We got there.
Oh, we got theirs. All right, so we're done for the morning. And we're going to take a break and come back. What did we say, 1?
Make it at 2 o'clock.
Pardon me?
2.
We'll come back at 2 o'clock to start item number 10. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, 2811 14th Street Northeast Gospel Hall, Inc. Church, preliminary plan and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Philip Estes with the Planning Department giving this presentation. Welcome, Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Philip Estes, and I'm presenting today for the Upper County Division for this preliminary plan application. And we're also adding one revised condition requested by the applicant, and we'll review that at the end. The applicant has satisfied all the noticing requirements. The public hearing notice was also mailed by staff according to the code. I want to note that staff received one comment letter from a nearby neighbor who indicated a number of concerns, including impervious surfaces, stormwater management, traffic congestion, traffic safety, and parking. That letter has been forwarded to you in your packages. Just in context of the letter, staff wants to note that with all preliminary plan applications, this application was thoroughly reviewed by planning staff as well as applicable outside agencies, including but not limited to DPS Stormwater Management, the County Department of Transportation, Fire and Rescue for compliance with the county code and regulations. Just to note, again, the applicant has an approved stormwater concept management plan, which is intended to treat and manage stormwater flow. DOT has reviewed the application for adequate site distance and safety and recommends approval. And Fire and Rescue has also reviewed the application and has approved a fire access plan to provide adequate access for its equipment and firefighting. The transportation facilities will remain adequate to support the approved project. And as noted in the staff report, the master plan goal for the impervious surfaces in this area is between 10 to 15%. And with this project, that goal is still within substantial, the project is within substantial conformance of the master plan goal. Should also be noted that the applicant is conveying 4.86 acres to Montgomery Parks that will provide additional public open space and a future trail connection. This will also ensure a 2.78 acre Category 1 conservation easement, which will ensure actually a level of environmental protection that's not in place today for this site. And finally, more than the minimum amount of parking is provided. The applicant has noted that this is primarily driven by the desire to provide adequate parking for existing and possible future congregants and any special events if those happen to occur in the future. So staff is of the opinion that the conditions of approval as recommended address these issues, as well as the applicant has adequately addressed the relevant issues raised in the comment letter. A little bit about the site. It's located at 211 Edna Road in the Cloverly Master Plan area. It's 15 acres in area, and presently there is an existing house, a barn, and other accessory outbuildings. There's also an existing telecommunication tower that's located towards the southern area of the property. This was approved by special exception back in August of 2000. There are also two perennial streams on site, and they run generally parallel to the west and the south property lines. Also to note, in the vicinity to the north across Edna Road is Woodland Manor Cultural Park, and the area is primarily, other than that, the area is primarily residential with a plant nursery landscaping contractor located adjacent to the east. Zoning of the property is residential estate, that's RE2. To the east is RE2, and to the west, south, and north, the zoning is RE2C. To the northeast in the green, that is rural neighborhood cluster. And as I mentioned, to the north is Woodland Manor Cultural Park. Also want to note, you can see highlighted with the blue dash line, that's currently NC PPC park property. This is the proposed preliminary plan, which shows that the applicant will create one lot, 2 acres in size for the existing house. The second lot will be 7.9 acres in size, and that will accommodate a new church that is 10,549 square feet, and the existing telecommunications tower will be located on that lot. Additionally, as I mentioned, one 4.86 acre parcel will be dedicated to parkland for open space and a natural surface trail. Additionally, the applicant will provide a new pedestrian crossing at Edna Road. As part of this application, the applicant will provide a few frontage improvements. This is consistent with the applicable master plan recommendations as well as the bicycle master plan. The applicant will grade their frontage for a future 10-foot wide side path and also provide a fee in lieu payment for its construction. The side path will also include a 19-foot wide street buffer with a swale and trees planted. Applicant will also grade and pave their frontage with a 6-foot wide shoulder along their frontage. And finally, as I mentioned, the applicant will install a mid-block high visibility crosswalk to connect to this side path and the existing sidewalk on the opposite side of Edna Road. This shows you the proposed right-of-way cross-section, just moving from left to right are the existing 2 travel lanes. Those will remain the same. And then this is showing the new shoulder, the 19-foot swale with trees, as well as the 10-foot wide graded area for the future side path. Staff looked at the estimated net new peak hour person trips generated by the project. And as shown in this corrected table from the staff report, both the existing house and the new church, there's an estimated 5 additional AM peak person trips and 13 additional PM person trips. The estimate is well below the 50 trip threshold, and therefore there's no further study. The LATR, the transportation study, no further study is required for the application.
So this is a 500-seat church, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So how could a 500-seat church just create that many person per trip traffic?
Let's see. Is Justine, are you on the line?
Yes, this is your.
Justine,
Yes.
our transportation
This is-
planner, can help answer that.
Okay.
Yes, for the record, this is Justin Ivan with Up County Transportation. The IT tool, it is used to calculate the trips that are going to be generated for the AM and PM peak hours. As we might be aware, churches are open mostly on Sundays and or Saturdays. And when we calculate the trip generation for the AM peak hours and the PM peak hours, the AM peak hours is from 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. And for the PM peak hours is from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And therefore, when we check the numbers on the IT tool and we draw the estimates, those are the trips being generated for the AM and the PM peak hours. That doesn't mean necessarily that off peak hours, this proposed development might generate more due to the nature of and how many seats it has. But for purposes of study, we always study the AM and PM peak hours.
Well, a church is not just Sunday and Saturday. They have educational practices. They have a lot of other functions that has to do with the operation of the church. And I know for fact that, these numbers for a 500-seat church may not be correct. And there is also AM, PM, I believe, even on the weekend, that for a church, they may be peak on the weekend to compare with the other, because that area, it's crowded, and there are a lot of churches in that area that they add to each other. I think that you should look at the operation And also consider that they're not just a weekend activities. Most of the churches, they're open. They have classes, they have schools, they may have daycare. You don't know, there is a lot of other things that happens during the week.
Yeah, I'll just say, Patrick Butler, Up-County Division Chief. We ask the same questions when we review applications, and the applicants provide us what information they provide, and we evaluate each application based on the information that they say is going to occur on their site. And we do that consistent with the LATR guidelines. So in this case, this is based on what information has been provided to us. This is the amount of traffic that it would generate during the weekday peak hour trips. That's what we evaluate.
And if I could just also
Do you
add,
even include weekend? Because a church of 500 seat, they may peak on Saturday or Sunday. I don't know what kind of model or how we use that shows that a 500-seat church, it just has 3 or 11 I guess that trips 2 to 8. I don't know what are these, but
It's peak hours for travel in the area, not necessarily peak hours for the building itself. Like it's a church, its peak hours are different than the peak hours for travel within the area. It's not.
It says proposed church.
Yeah, the church's peak hours are not. This is not the travel trips that will be generated by the 500-seat church at its peak hours. It's peak hours on the travel network, like it's on the roads. Like
I don't know what that means.
Nobody goes to church at 5 o'clock on a Thursday, which is when rush hour
That's
is.
not true.
Oh.
They do. There are other activities in the church that is going to happen. If you have a church close to yours, you see that a lot of other activity happens in the church.
Can I ask one question about, so just to clarify, is it, when you put it in your model, is it based on the capacity of the church, or is it capacity of the, what do you put in the model, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, go ahead, Justine. I
Yes,
see you're ready.
this is just Ivan again for the record. Yes, so there are 2 options that the applicant can opt in. The applicant can do the trip generation calculation using seats, or the applicant can use the trip calculation using square footage. In this case, the applicant used square footage. And when we run the numbers for the AM and PM peak hours based on the information that the applicant provided us, those were the numbers being generated accordingly to the policy area and also to the IT trip generation tool. We did do our due diligence, and we asked the applicant to provide us with a narrative on what the operations will be. And so far, the applicant have stated that this will be solely a church, and no other educational uses will be done off on AM or PM peak hours.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I had similar thoughts, Vice Chair Pedowin, but this is their model, this is they do it. We'll see, based on empirical, whatever, but that's their model.
No, I'm just saying it does not make sense to me.
Right.
Just telling you
Yeah,
that.
I understand.
You say models and just use common sense.
I understand. And what also, go ahead, please.
So Jason Sartori, Planning Director here. I just to add clarity, I mean, this is the policy. It's not so much the model. It's the idea that when we test these for our transportation network, we're looking at their impact on peak hour trips.
Right.
So peak hours are those rush hour essentially on weekdays, and that's when we see the most volume on our roads.
Right.
And so impacts that it have off hours on the weekends. In some ways, we actually kind of appreciate that, a use like a church doesn't add much to those peak hour trips, but it adds off peak when we have more capacity available.
Right.
So this is just the policy that we look at with every single use. Anything that it generates off peak hours are not part of the evaluation.
Great. Thank you all for your explanations, and you can please move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Also part of the application is a final forest conservation plan, which meets the requirements for Chapter 22A and the county's environmental guidelines. As I noted, and you can see here shaded in green, 2.7 acres of afforestation and a stream valley buffer will be placed into a Category 1 conservation easement. Applicant has also requested a tree variance to impact and remove protected trees. To note here, the optimal location for the structure and the parking is on the flatter, more level area of the property, which is located along the eastern property line towards the northeast corner of the site. This is away from the steeper slopes and the stream valley buffers. However, doing so will impact 2 protected trees and cause the removal of 5 protected trees. To mitigate this impact, 23 mitigation trees will be planted on site as shown. These are generally located along the proposed trail. The applicant has demonstrated that denial of the variance would cause an unwarranted hardship by preventing the construction of the proposed structure and parking lot in the most practical location. And staff supports the tree variance request. Applicant has requested a revised condition. This is regarding condition number 17. They've indicated that they're eager to begin initial site preparation work immediately before the recordation of the subdivision plat. So this revised condition would allow for that, for the demolition of structures and grading for access, clearing, brush, and tree removal as indicated on the plan. For this to begin after the preliminary plan approval is effective. But staff also notes that as provided by Forest Conservation Plan Condition 4, the Category 1 easement must be recorded prior to demolition, clearing, grading, or construction. Staff concurs with this request and recommends approval of the revision. In conclusion, the application satisfies all the required findings to approve a preliminary plan application, which includes master plan conformance and all applicable codes and regulations. And therefore, we recommend approval of the preliminary plan and forest conservation plan. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Estes. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon. For the record, Peter Safari with the Office of McMillan Metro Ferber on behalf of the applicant. And with me is Tom Zyla from GLW and Jim Admiral, who is a church representative with the applicant. We don't necessarily have a presentation per se. We agree with the staff report and the recommended conditions, and we also met with staff on the revised condition and agree with that language. But I would just like Jim to give you a really short introduction of himself and who the church is in the community.
Thanks, Peter. Just appreciate the board considering this today, and as a long-term resident of Colesville area and northern Silver Spring, it's exciting to me to have the opportunity to be part of this project, and we're hopeful that it can be an excellent long-term solution for our small congregation. My young family is part of it. We're about 45 households, and in the last number of years, we found most of the congregation lives in the kind of only Ashton, northern Silver Spring area. So we started the search for a property and landed on this one. This, to us, is a beautiful, safe neighborhood. Certainly a lot to like about the property and what we think we can do to it, and hopefully get back to the community in the process. So yeah, we're excited at the opportunity here.
And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are any questions of the applicant? None seen or heard. So yeah, I'm in favor of this project. Also in favor of the dedication of the land to parks for that they can create more trails and create this greenway that's in their plan. And so do I have a motion? We have to have two. One is for approval of the preliminary plan number 1/2025-0050 with conditions.
I'll move to approve the preliminary plan with modified conditions, sorry.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0170 with conditions?
Move to approve the forest conservation plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Move forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Estes. We're just going to take a 1-minute break and go to our next Item number 11, water and sewer category change requests. Administrative Delegation 2025-3 group, where staff is recommending transmittal of comments to the county executive. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 11, water and sewer category change requests, Administrative Delegation 2025-3 group, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the county executive. This afternoon, we have Jamie Pratt from the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Pratt.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Pratt from the Up County Planning Division, and Patrick Butler is joining me today, as well as in front of you is Tim Williamson from the county's Department of Environmental Protection. So we have 3 administrative cases today. You can see their location on the screen. One is in Germantown. One is, it's in Potomac, but has a Rockville address, and the other one is almost at the Potomac River. These are administrative cases, which means they generally fit in well with the guidance of master plans, so there's not a lot of controversy with this type of case. DEP is going to hold their public hearing on June 11th, and DEP makes the final decision after receiving the recommendations of the board. And this slide is just a reminder of why we're here. We have to make a master plan conformance ruling, if you will, on all amendments to the water and sewer plan of the county. And this is just an example of most of the Up County master plans will show where sewer should be, and then otherwise it's assumed it should not be in those parts of the county. So this is just an example from Olney, but there's similar maps in most of our plans, in the Up County at least. So the first request is Argtech Inc. property. This is at 2516 Frederick Road in Germantown. The applicant was requesting public sewer service for a proposed self-storage facility. There is an existing single-family detached house on the property now, served by a septic system, so it is currently in the S6 category, and they're requesting public sewer service, which would move it to S3 initially and then S1 once connected. You can see the property highlighted in yellow. There actually is a 12-inch sewer line running right across the property, and the land use plan shows this as being a residential use in the 2009 Germantown sector plan. And they are proposing a use that's not currently allowed in the zone, but we're going to be discussing this with the applicants during the current Germantown sector plan amendment. But regardless, the master plan says every property within the Germantown 2009 plan should have sewer service. So whatever they ultimately end up doing with the property, we recommend approval. And the next case is on 8620 Falls Road. This is the name of the owner of the property as well, and it is requesting public sewer service to build a new single-family detached house where one currently exists. You can see on the map here that there is a sewer line running down Falls Road that they could connect to. This is in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. So the master plan supports public service for properties that qualify for the emitting mains policy. As I said, there is a sewer main within the road, and there's also a Potomac peripheral sewer service policy that it would additionally qualify. So this one qualifies under two different policies. So again, we recommend approval of S1 in this case. And then finally, we have the Jill Lomaz property at 9608 Sunset Drive in Rockville. They would like to get sewer service for an existing single-family house due to a failure of the current septic system. You can see that it's adjacent to the planned sewer envelope, and therefore it does qualify for it's within the Glen Hills area, but the Glen Hills has 5 different criteria under which you can receive service. And in this case, it's adjacent to the planned sewer envelope. It can be served by a connection within a public right-of-way, and therefore it meets the criteria for the Glen Hills study area. In this case, yeah, there is a sewer line in Sunset Drive that would just need to be extended. It might already have been extended a little bit for this property, so it would just be one more property over. So uncontroversial, we again recommend approval of the public sewer. So we just ask that the planning board recommend transmitting comments to the county executive to make the final decision on these cases.
Great, thank you so much. In the first one, just out of curiosity, given the sewer line is there, I guess, do you think it came in after the property was built? I mean, like, I'm interested why, and then they did it in such an angle that it bifurcated the property. But so just really interesting. I don't know who came first, the chicken or the egg, but interesting why they would do it that way.
I see a number 1980 on that line, which to me probably means that's the year that it was built, and that was, there was already a use on this property at the time, but I guess they didn't need to connect to it, so they didn't. But the applicant is proposing a new line to go around down Frederick Road and then to Germantown Road, so that they can utilize the whole site for their project.
Okay, great, thank you. I have no further questions or comments, and I'm supportive.
What is the difference between S1 and S3? Somebody S1 and somebody S3.
They're both means that you're approved for sewer. Just S3 means that the infrastructure doesn't reach your house yet, so you can't actually connect. And when you have S1, you can connect because the pipe's there. Tim, did I get that right?
So it's a little bit more expensive if it is S3. Okay, got it.
Yeah, some people get S3 and then they have it for decades because they can't afford the extension itself, but they have the right to connect.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah, good question, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? So do I have a motion for approval of submitting staff comments to the county executive approving these three?
I move to submit the water and sewer category change request as discussed to the county executive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. So thank you so much, and we're going to just take like a 3-minute break and start with our next item. Item 12, Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Preliminary Recommendations Briefing, where staff is recommending providing direction to staff, the board to provide direction to staff on the planning team's preliminary recommendations. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 12, Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Preliminary Recommendations Briefing, where staff is asking the board to provide staff recommendations based on staff's preliminary recommendations. So we have Clark Larson this afternoon, providing this, discussing this item. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am the lead planner for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, and we're here before you, as you stated, to share a briefing on our preliminary recommendations. We were previously with you before in March with what we called emerging ideas. We were sort of working on our ideas. Attached with this report, we have a much more extensive list of our recommendations that we anticipate to wrap into our draft plan. But we really wanted to share our main ideas here with you, the key takeaways of our preliminary recommendations, and hear what you think as we move forward into crafting the plan.
And sorry, Clark, just one thing I want to add also, Patrick Butler, Up-County Chief. So today, the staff's going to work through preliminary recommendations, a brief explanation of some of the findings, our analysis of why we're recommending what we're recommending. We're just asking that you take this information in, ask any clarifying questions, share your thoughts. But after this, we're going to produce a staff draft of the plan, which will be made public for all consumption for the public, for property owners, for yourselves. We'll hold a public hearing. You'll hear input from various landowners, from the public on any concerns or recommendations that course corrections they may suggest. Again, you'll be taking that information in before we go into work sessions where we can really start to drill down and ultimately produce a planning board draft of recommendations to the county council for their consideration. So today, we're simply starting with staff preliminary recommendations that will move into a staff draft for public consumption. So I just want to explain where we're at in the process before staff gets going.
Thank you for those remarks, those clarifications.
All right, thank you, Patrick. Also to add that these recommendations have really been influenced by our previous research and analysis, feedback from community members, stakeholders, all the community meetings and outreach efforts that we've had to date. And they're an expression of the overarching county policies and how we expect future trends to take place, how we want to shape and see the community grow. So really, they're an expression of all this coming together. You can see on the screen, there's a list of all the topics that we've prepared, and we'll go through each of these items with our highlights of the recommendations. And then on our right, I think just spelling out graphically the schedule that Patrick was just explaining. So the purpose of the sector plan update is to re-examine a portion of the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan to explore the potential for new housing and commercial development and figure out how best to complete transportation networks, establish and enhance parkland and open space, and protect the environment as future development occurs. The sector plan area is home to several residential communities already, a light industrial and office park established along Gateway Center Drive, and the former ComSat Laboratories building and its surrounding 200 acres, some acres of property. It also includes a portion of the Little Seneca Greenway Stream Valley Park, 2 local parks, and 3 public schools. Black Hill Regional Park is located just to the west of the plan area across from I-270. Our main goal with the sector plan is to help stitch together and heighten opportunities for not only the existing neighborhoods, but also future development that we anticipate within the sector plan area, and to serve the greater Clarksburg community. We believe there's a real opportunity here to strengthen an area we see as the heart of Clarksburg, really contributing to that heart. So our draft vision, as you can see up here, would be incorporated into the plan. We really seek a balance between compact, sustainable development and natural resource preservation while fostering these complete community essentials that really strive to achieve through the Thrive 2050 general plan. And we hope this will enhance the quality of life for all residents, workers, and visitors in the area. Here I'd like to revisit a slightly revised version of this illustration that we showed to you before in March, and we've been developing alongside our recommendations. Our preliminary concept framework plan indicates how we see the various elements of the plan's recommendations fitting together. Overall, our recommendations seek to encourage the establishment of a new compact activity center in the core of the sector plan area. You can see that in the dark red area. Complete connections for people driving, walking, biking, and using transit throughout the community. You can see those in many of the orange lines where we're showing roads, green lines with some roads, and also transit traveling along some of these corridors, especially the Observation Drive corridor, with the blue stars showing where we expect to establish new enhanced bus stations. And yeah, I just said that about the bus stations, just reading my notes here. So this really encapsulates how we see all the parts fitting together, and it can help guide the future development as developments come in on individual properties, as well as the holistic view for the plan as well. One of the most important ways to help shape the built environment and realize the plan's goals is through the zoning districts that apply to individual properties. On the left, you can see the existing zoning districts within the plan area, and on the right is our draft proposed zoning districts. We can zoom in to any of these that you have questions about, but generally the goals of our proposed new zones are to add flexibility for future land uses and development standards for certain properties, and introduce residential development as an allowable use along the Observation Drive corridor especially, where it's currently limited or not allowed by the zone in place today. And that's seen with some of the changes from some existing employment office or EOF zones or light industrial zones. We're proposing to be rezoned into a CR or CRT, commercial residential or commercial residential town zone. Another goal is to encourage higher density housing near the planned activity center and the BRT stations that we're anticipating at Observation Drive in Little Seneca. And this involves increasing floor to area ratio maximum slightly from their levels today. We're also seeking in our proposed zoning to allow modest increases in allowable residential density for certain other properties. So this you can see where there are some R200 zones today. We're proposing a small cluster of properties that might receive the commercial residential town zone in the future. And then also replacing many of the planned development zones you can see in blue on the left side of the map to correspond with conventional zones with a similar maximum density and use type that exists today. And that's a pretty standard thing for a master plan to recommend, is to replace planned development zones that have been realized through development with a corresponding modern zone that's in place today. We recognize that without the sector plan update, new development will certainly take place, though we believe in a way that's less coordinated and responsive to the future needs and desires of the community. While we're projecting more residential development than is built and also allowed by zoning today, we also seek to shape it as more compact and connected development than might otherwise occur. And I think you'll see that exemplified in some of our community design and other recommendations that we'll be covering shortly. Through our recommendations, we seek to support development of a new activity center, as I mentioned before, and also to establish some smaller community development east along Frederick Road. If the new zoning is approved consistent with staff's current recommendations, the land where these jobs were projected previously and what's in place today under zoning and under the 1994 plan are expected to be occupied by mixed-use commercial and residential development or some other type of residential development. And you can see on the table that we're anticipating that starting from the 2015 baseline that we used as a basis for our projections, we expect that there could be as many as 4,200 new households established in the sector plan area because of our proposed zoning, as well as another 4,200 jobs occupying the new development that comes into place. So you can see a comparison between what we anticipate could have happened if the zoning doesn't change with what the potential for the maximum end state, what's the maximum possible development under our proposed zoning levels. So another key recommendation that we're recommending in the land use space is to prioritize certain public benefits that would be listed under the optional method of development. So any application that comes forward seeking approval under the optional method, we would first or intentionally try to encourage some of these public benefits, a higher level of moderately priced dwelling units than the master plan sets as a base level, residential developments that might have 3 bedrooms or larger units, particularly for the ComSat laboratories property, providing mitigation for any future demolition if it's not listed as a historic resource would qualify for public benefits, at least a priority to be considered under the master plan. providing a major public facility or other community space, as well as incorporating sustainable features. So these sort of represent what we think are important aspects to it be achieved through the optional method of development, would not preclude other public benefits from being considered, but these might be first to be considered and recommended by staff through any redevelopment. So I'll hand it over to our community designer on the team.
Good afternoon, Roberto Duke with the Up County Division. I'm going to speak about community design. We divided the sections, the community design section into 4 categories: the streets, the blocks, the open spaces, and the buildings. First, I want to discuss streets. And let me mention that through our analysis with the community, we were able to gather some of our recommendations because people were concerned about lack of gathering spaces within Clarksburg itself. They were also concerned that some of their neighborhoods felt rather isolated in terms of how to get around and that sort of thing. And then also, one of the mentions from some of the existing neighbors is that parking is of a great concern within their communities. So in terms of the streets, we want to establish a hierarchy of streets within the plan area, and so that you have your main connectors and then your neighborhood streets coming off of those main roads. And we want to make sure that parking and services are behind buildings. We also want to avoid cul-de-sacs or dead-end streets and that sort of thing that create isolation within neighborhoods. Another thing that we want to look at the ability with existing neighborhoods to look at the possibility of introducing new street connections, or at least paths or sidewalks or ways of getting around from various neighborhoods to other neighborhoods. And we also, of course, want to provide ample on-street parking. With blocks, a quarter mile to a half mile is considered a walkable neighborhood, and we want to try to ensure that any new neighborhoods maintain this, the idea of the quarter mile to half mile radius, so that there would be multiple intersections to allow for the dissipation of traffic, but also to allow for better walkability, bikeability, and rolling within the neighborhoods. And where there are larger blocks, where there have to be larger blocks, we want to make sure that there are inter-block connections, mid-block connections with paths, mews, or paseos to make sure that it's readily apparent what the organizing elements of the community are. Also, we think it's important to establish an alley system, again, within communities as much as possible, to ensure that the neighborhoods, the streets themselves aren't interrupted by curb cuts every few feet, that you have nice blocks and with nice sidewalks and walkability, and that the services, again, are behind or to the side of buildings. In terms of the open spaces, we want to have multiple types of open spaces, but we want to make sure that the open spaces themselves are right-sized so you could have pocket parks, larger parks. They can be for both passive and active recreation. And we wanted to make sure that the public spaces themselves are accessible to the community, and that they're not hidden behind buildings, but that the buildings themselves and the open space are incorporated together and placed in an appropriate manner, and that there's a seamless and then one of the things we also want to do is we want to make sure that the open spaces aren't dominated by stormwater management facilities, so they can actually be usable spaces and features of the community. And finally, that there is a seamless transition, especially with residential neighborhoods or with residences, that there's a seamless transition between the public space, which is the street, the semi-private space, which is your front yard, and your private realm, which of course is your house, so that you have inviting elements to buildings, such as with houses as stoops, porches, that sort of thing, so you can have that interaction with neighbors and the rest of the community. And finally, with buildings, we want to make sure that the buildings themselves are placed close to the street so that they frame the public space, so they frame the streetscapes, and that the building facades are oriented towards the streetscapes or open spaces to make sure that they're publicly accessible. And we also want to, as much as possible, I know there might be cases, but to avoid front-loaded conditions with townhouses or with other housing types to make sure that the services are behind buildings so that, again, the streetscapes themselves are, uninterrupted by curb cuts. And with commercial development, any potential commercial development, we want to make sure that especially at the ground floor, that they have active storefronts or facades to make sure that there's some activity to the streetscapes themselves.
Great, so again, I'll be pinch hitting for the environment. So while considering the potential for new development and community placemaking in the plan area, we also recognize that there are critical and sensitive environmental resources that exist within the area and also downstream from it. So we've drafted environmental recommendations that seek to influence the site and building design of new development, as well as the protection, preservation, and enhancement of environmental features as development occurs. So these are the three key preliminary recommendations that relate to the overall site design of the new neighborhood development that we initially seeks to avoid, minimize, and mitigate the impacts to watersheds and land disturbance. So they deal with meeting or exceeding environmental design and protection standards that are already in place. The entire sector plan area is located within the Clarksburg Special Protection Area, which has a goal of minimizing impervious surface. There's no cap here, and we're not recommending a cap for this master plan update, but we recognize the need to exceed those environmental protection standards where possible. We also want to avoid environmental impacts on the tributaries of Little Seneca Creek, 10 Mile Creek, that run into Little Seneca Lake, which is a drinking water reservoir, backup water reservoir for the county. And also that all of the buildings, structures, roadways, and impervious surfaces that are placed avoid those impacts and help to protect the wildlife habitat and other sensitive environmental natural resources. This sort of encapsulates several recommendations all at once. We can't list them all, but you can see them attached, and we'll have more opportunity to talk about them. So more specifically, we want to make sure that the use of underground, tuck under, or structured parking is encouraged through the master plan. This would limit impervious surface. Any surface parking that is put in place would be encouraged to install tree canopy to cover at least 50% of the parking lot area. So we're trying to reduce the amount of impervious surface through parking as well. We also seek to preserve and enhance the existing forests, trees, streams, and water quality within the plan, and to protect habitats, stream valleys, and watersheds that link into the networks beyond the plan area. So we have ideas for how to encourage afforestation, adding trees, reforestation where there are losses, and other natural habitat restoration techniques where gaps exist between existing features. So there might be a forest on either side of a road or in an open area, and opportunities to connect that together for wildlife and natural network habitat. We also want to encourage the planting of native and local adaptive trees, shrubs, and herbaceous vegetation, and preserve or plant a native tree or landscape buffer along I-270 where there's development in the future, just to help preserve that visual and natural barrier between the highway. And then with building design, we're recommending a minimum of 35% green cover of a new development's total site. This is consistent with some other recommendations that have come before you across the county. We think it's achievable, but it really makes an applicant, makes a property development think about how to green up their site and preserve what's already there or add it back if it's been disturbed through development. We want to ensure that there's adequate shading and or reflective materials to help cool the landscape, cool the environment that people are going to be living in. Also cooling the water before it flows into streams so it's not loaded with hot water that affects those aquatic habitats. And encourage new development and improvements to existing development to exceed the county's minimum energy standards. These are recommendations in a master plan, not regulatory in nature, but they allow us to apply pressure and find opportunities where they do exist.
Good afternoon. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. I'm going to talk a little bit about the key preliminary recommendations for housing. So first, I want to note something that's not here that's pretty unique to Clarksburg, is there's no naturally occurring affordable housing, there's no market rate affordable housing, there's no rental housing in Clarksburg. So we're not going to have that discussion. With this plan, most of the housing was built post-2000, and it's newer, and it's for sale units. So it's just something that's pretty unique to the Clarksburg area. There's still a growing need for affordable housing in the Clarksburg area, and building on the momentum of previous master plans like University Boulevard, we're recommending 15% moderately priced dwelling units in new development. A lot of the key policies in the housing recommendations and the land use recommendations focus on meeting our housing goals, to add more housing to the inventory. In the recommendations, as well as the zoning recommendations, we're including policies that really try to spur the production of more housing, including more diverse types of housing. And when we talk about the optional method of development, we're prioritizing additional MPDUs on top of the requirement and those family-size units that we're not seeing being built in the marketplace with regularity. And finally, we're also going to provide recommendations to affirmatively further fair housing in the Clarksburg area. And that goal is really to combat housing discrimination, eliminate racial bias, undo historic patterns of segregation, and lift barriers that restrict access to really foster inclusive communities and to achieve racial equity and fair housing choice. So that was short and sweet, but those are some key housing recommendations.
Good afternoon, Lily Mernon, Long Range Planner with Montgomery Parks. So our goal with Parks, Recreation, and Open Space recommendations is to support and enhance the things that are working well within the plan area while improving aspects that are challenging or lacking. So during outreach, we heard from Clarksburg residents that they enjoy the peace and quiet of the area and also its natural environment. And some residents also expressed the need for additional amenities and also improved walkability and connectivity. And in the plan area, there are only 2 developed parks, and then there are portions of other larger Stream Valley parks and Black Hill Regional Parks that serve more of a conservation purpose within the plan area itself. And because of that, the available park amenities within the plan area are very limited. So, for example, athletic courts, playgrounds, picnic shelters, actual trails within the plan area. But meanwhile, there's over 46 miles of park trails and also 20 additional parks within just 2 miles of the plan area. So there's really good a provision of parks just outside the plan area. So given these findings, we're seeking to expand the available park and recreation amenities within the plan area while improving those access to the great resources that are just outside. Thank you. So recommendations for amenities themselves, the things that are within the plan area. The 2 existing developed parks are Dowden's Ordinary Special Park in the top of this map, and Clarksburg Neighborhood Park, which is kind of in the middle on the right. Dowden's Ordinaries at the intersection of Frederick Road and Stringtown Road, and there's a playground and a ghost structure of like the historic tavern that was formerly there. So we're seeking some possible additional amenities like a gathering space or a picnic shelter. And then there's also no parking on site, and the walk and bike access to the site is along these busy roads or from neighborhoods that don't have clear signage. So we're recommending bike and pedestrian improvements along the roadways, and then improve directional signage and also public parking that's co-located with the library that will be built across the street in the future. Clarksburg Neighborhood Park is adjacent to Clarksburg High School and also Rocky Hill Middle School. There is a basketball court, playground, and 2 lighted tennis courts. So we're recommending the expansion of the park if additional or adjacent properties become available, and also seeking additional amenities, maybe like a community garden or a picnic shelter. But the biggest recommendation here is improving signage and wayfinding between the high school, middle school sites, and the park, because they are connected, but it's not always clear that you can walk between them, and there's access to all of those facilities. Another park-owned site in the plan that's undeveloped is the Linthicum East Elementary School site, and that's shown on the map here with a hiking boot in the bottom. This is reserved for a future school, so we're recommending exploring interim park uses that the public can enjoy that wouldn't preclude a future school if it's needed. We're also recommending 2 new parks in the area. The first one is the Coolbrook Stream Valley Park, shown in the middle with the 2 wavy lines. And this park would conserve Coolbrook Stream, which is a tributary of Little Seneca. And the other new park is the Clarksburg Gateway Local Park. This would provide the needed recreation amenities that in the Clarksburg area and the plan area. And this local park would be in a central location in the plan area on the ComSat site. The park would provide multiple types of amenities for a wide range of users within a single park experience. And the park should be easily accessible by walking, biking, and transit, but it also needs to provide some parking for those active recreation amenities. The vision for this park could be met by creating a single 8 to 10 acre park, or possibly through an integrated set of smaller spaces. And those spaces could have distinct uses, but ultimately they'd need to be visually connected, easily walk between them, and also give us that feeling of the single park experience. And this is also one of the few corridor-focused growth areas designated by Thrive where we have the opportunity to create a new local park that meets community needs. And then finally, the Department of Recreation identified Clarksburg as the highest priority area for a new regional recreation and aquatic center. So this plan supports the development of a rec center within or near the plan area, and there's a possibility to consider co-locating it with the local park that we're recommending in the plan area. And then the plan area also includes 2 portions of 2 existing Stream Valley parks and a portion of Black Hill Regional Park. And as Nick will discuss in the transportation section, a central recommendation of this plan is to complete the road connections for Observation Drive and Little Seneca Parkway. Both road extensions will need to responsibly cross these Stream Valley parks. So, detailed wetland delineation will be needed to determine the specifications of the bridges that will span those parks. But both of the roads, along with West Old Baltimore Road, all shown here with purple dotted lines on the map, will include pedestrian and bicycle facilities that will improve park access.
Why is there a bear?
So the next thing is another important consideration is wildlife crossings. So that's what the bear is representing in this image. And the map shows, I'll explain here. So with stream valleys, wildlife could pass underneath the bridges. So that's why you see the bear under the bridge. With the potential crossing of Little Seneca over I-270, the wildlife crossing would be incorporated on that overpass. And then with West Old Baltimore Road, if any future construction to widen it was done for like bikes and pedestrians, because it's a very narrow underpass right now, that would also need to we'd prefer it to include some space for wildlife as well. And there's an existing culvert at the southern portion with just the bear in it. And that would, if there was ever opportunity to widen it, that would be what we would like. And so does that answer your question? And then finally, we have additional recommendations for improved park access. So with Black Hill Regional Park, we're recommending protected crossings and traffic calming at the park entrance and the entrance of West Old Baltimore Road and Lake Ridge Drive. And that crossing would then connect to a planned hard surface trail that would connect from the park entrance to the existing trails within the park. And we're also proposing a transit stop at the entrance as well. And then with the Coolbrook Stream Valley Park in the middle, you can see the pedestrian symbols kind of, we're indicating that we're recommending exploring a natural surface trail through the Coolbrook Stream Valley Park. There would be significant constraints with the topography and natural resources, but if it's possible, we'd like to create that walking connection. And then the larger transportation recommendations for rapid bus on Observation Drive and also pedestrian and bike improvements throughout the plan area will then provide access beyond plan area to those other parks like Little Bennett Regional Park and Ovid Hazen Wells that are really important parks, but just outside the plan area. So with that, I'll hand it over to John for historic preservation.
Good afternoon, John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner. So today I will focus on the preliminary recommendations regarding historic preservation, specifically the evaluation of sites and districts for listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. During our existing conditions analysis, staff identified the former Rocky Hill community, a historic African-American community that originated in the 1870s and 1880s, for evaluation as a significant cultural resource. Rocky Hill was anchored by a church and one-room school on Frederick Road, near present-day Rocky Hill Middle School and Clarksburg High School. Historic preservation staff evaluated two resources within this community: the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site, marked by the red pin on the left image, and the Clarksburg Heights District, which is outlined in yellow. The Community of Faith United Methodist Church, depicted in the center image, is a 1925 Gothic Revival brick church that functioned as a religious and social center. And meanwhile, the Clarksburg Heights District, shown on the right, are two examples of the houses there. It represents a small mid-20th century subdivision of 6 houses planned, built, and owned by African Americans. So based on our evaluation, staff determined that both the site and district satisfy 3 designation criteria as listed in the Montgomery County Code. And at its public hearing and work session on January 8th, the Historic Preservation Commission concurred with staff's recommendation to list these resources to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. So staff evaluated ComSat laboratories for listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, recognizing the unresolved question of its preservation since 2004. The Planning Board approved the evaluation of ComSat laboratories as part of this sector plan to resolve this issue. In 2005, the Historic Preservation Commission found that ComSat laboratories satisfied 6 designation criteria as outlined in the county code, and staff concurs with that finding. To explore viable options for the site, the Planning Department engaged Fu Wilmer's design consultants to develop adaptive reuse scenarios and site development plans for the building and property. Staff then contracted HR&A advisors, a real estate and economic development consultant, to examine the economic feasibility of various options. Based on their analysis, the planning team previously informed the Planning Board and the community that designation of the property in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation would not be recommended by staff, as there is no economically feasible path forward for the adaptive reuse of the property in the near term while meeting the department's priorities for the sector plan. The Historic Preservation Commission held their public hearing and work session for the designation of ComSat laboratories on January 22nd, and they reaffirmed that the property satisfied 6 designation criteria and recommended its listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. During the work sessions on the upcoming public hearing draft, the Planning Board will then review the proposed designations for the Community United Methodist Church and Cemetery site, the Clarksburg Heights District, and CompStat Laboratories. At that time, after reviewing staff materials, considering public testimony, and receiving guidance from the Historic Preservation Commission, the board will then make a recommendation to the county council on whether these resources should be protected in the master plan for historic preservation. As part of our recommendation to not list CompStat Laboratories in the master plan for historic preservation, staff has been working with the property owner to explore potential mitigation strategies for the loss of this significant historic resource. Our recommendations include establishing a historic preservation grant fund, conducting documentation of the building, developing interpretation materials to highlight the history of the complex and its occupants, and pursuing public art and place-making opportunities to honor its legacy. And staff continues to hone these concepts with the property owner and will bring more information forward at future meetings.
Thanks, John. I'm going to briefly cover public facilities. So as new development occurs, also as people move in and out of existing homes and neighborhoods, we recognize the need to anticipate adequate public facilities, the range of facilities from schools, parks, libraries, also utilities. So we've generated a number of recommendations in the plan that will help anticipate that need and demand as it takes place. The first is that we find an opportunity to improve the wayfinding and safe access to schools for any kids, guardians, or staff that want to walk or bike or roll to school instead of drive or take the bus. Also not listed on this slide is based on our analysis, we don't expect the need to identify a school site to accommodate future students. We think that the future trends are adequate in the area. There might need to be boundary studies in the future as development occurs, but we don't believe there's a need to identify a space for a new elementary, middle, or high school. Sometimes in heavily growing areas that is required to find space for that. But Clarksburg already has many new schools, and this is a small area, so we don't anticipate the need for a new school site here. So as I think Lily mentioned before, we found a community interest and a benefit to lighting courts and fields at Rocky Hill Middle School. So we have a recommendation for the school system to explore the feasibility of that. We're not demanding of it, but we want that to be explored if possible. As well as part of any future capital projects at the elementary school, Clarksburg Elementary School, we'd like the school system and in conjunction with the Department of Transportation to investigate the possibility of connecting Redgrave Place, that's sort of the single in and out road that serves the elementary school, to connect over to Stringtown Road. We think there's an opportunity there, but we're not sure if it totally makes sense, maybe at the time when the school is being reconfigured in the future. Also related to Lily's suggestion of access to Dowden's Ordinary, we've identified the need to provide directional signage and crossing at the Frederick Road and Stringtown intersection, guidance for any new water and sewer connections that should be accomplished in the way that minimizes environmental impacts. This is really seeking opportunities for gravity-fed sewer that comes away from properties, using rights-of-way as much as possible. We want to avoid crossing streams and having deleterious impacts from those new water and sewer connections, of which there are some properties without sewer connection in the area. So as they're developed, that opportunity will be investigated. A guidance for the undergrounding of existing or relocated utilities. We understand that any new utilities have an expectation to be undergrounded at this point, but we're providing guidance in the master plan and our proposed recommendations to bring those underground that are already above. Excuse me. And also to recommend the expansion of cellular, public wireless, and broadband internet service. This might take the opportunity for studies or working with partners. There's other agencies that are involved with this, but we just wanted to make sure that it's not forgotten and identifying this need in the master plan. So that's sort of a key overview of all of our key preliminary recommendations for public facilities. And last but certainly not least, we're going to hand it over to our transportation planner and to really get into some of our highlights of recommendations, as well as some of the analysis that we've done to help inform them.
All right. Good afternoon. For the record, Nick Peavy of County Transportation. So I just want to say thanks for taking the time to hear this out. And I'm going to go through quite a number of slides. in response to, sharing some of our key recommendations and overview, and then, addressing some of the questions and conversations that were brought up at our last meeting. We have some analysis to share. It's not everything that we're going to have by the end of the process, but it's what we want to share right now. And we think it will help reinforce and sort of help understand how we got to the places that we're at with our recommendations. So starting off with an overview of the streets recommendations, we think Observation Drive continues to be a very key connection, providing alternative routes. And we think that the way that we are proposing it is accommodating of present and future volumes, and also creates opportunities for places along the route and for multimodal experience. Little Seneca as well continues to be an important link east to west across I-270. And we think that that should be take the form of a bridge instead of an interchange, because the analysis that we've been looking at is not showing that the interchange is a high-performing transportation solution compared to the costs and impacts. And then, just some analysis that we've done has given us insights in areas and intersections where we think there could be some operational or safety improvements. But we'll get all into that later. Could you control my slides thing? Thank you. All right. So this is just a little bit of some of the guiding principles of all the streets, not just Observation or Little Seneca. But we are taking a special look at these bridges. There's 3 major bridge crossings. These are really impactful, but we're thinking of ways that we can make recommendations to mitigate those impacts. And we want to make sure that we're accommodating all of the different modes of transit, that the alignments respect the topography of the land, respect property boundaries, and really try to get, the best alignment to produce like a good development opportunity, and minimize those impacts to impervious surface and to the environment in general. So, as we previewed in the emerging ideas, we're recommending a bit of a different strategy on Observation Drive from what was proposed in 1994. We're shifting it away from the stream valley, where it used to run kind of up north through the center of the plan area, through the school site, and then connecting further north to a 355. We're realigning it to connect with Gateway Center Drive. And we're also recommending changes to the street typology using a combination of town center boulevards and town center streets to complement the character of the development that we're hoping to see. And then we've also identified this activity center that Clark showed in his earlier slide. It's highlighted on the right image to show kind of where we hope to concentrate that activated street area. And then with the alignment, we're showing general paths right now that kind of reflect the direction that we want things to go in, and we have some plan language that will guide that future design. But the actual final alignment will be determined by a lot of engineering considerations and environmental considerations, and then a lot to do with like turning movements and intersection design for the new intersections that we're proposing. Next slide.
Can I ask a question here, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, I hope that I can answer the questions through the
It's
presentation.
just clarification.
Sure.
Between 1994 master plan and the drafted, I see that one road is eliminated north to south. That you had, I think that's supposed to be, I know that you're proposing to move Observation Drive to the left, but it was on the 1994 master plan, it is like a fork. It is 2 roadways north to south.
Mm-hmm.
And on the draft, one is eliminated, correct?
Correct.
So instead of having, right now, if you calculate, consider 355 and 270, on 94 we have 4 north to south, and right now we have 3, including 355 and Observation Drive and 270. So one is eliminated, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think Clark, do you?
So one is eliminated and the interchange is eliminated. I know that you have the bridge, but
Yes,
you
we're
are-
essentially consolidating Gateway Center and
Yes.
Observation into one.
into one.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm.
Okay. All right, you can go to the next one. Maybe. All right. So this is just an overview of some of our, so we've broken it down into streets, transit, and active transportation. So some of our highlights for the public transportation, mass transit section, we continue to support dedicated lanes on Observation Drive for the enhanced bus service. We think that this is a really important feature so that the bus service can, in ways outperform driving and really provide that high quality and practical mobility alternative for local trips and connecting to the wider 355 BRT network. We want to locate transit stops, co-locate them with civic spaces to create more pleasant places for bus connection, social interactions, and to support businesses there. And we are also exploring ways to create better park and ride opportunities for both biking and driving to help residents overcome that last mile problem, which is even trickier in a less dense area like Clarksburg. And then just some other objectives. We are going to talk about later an interim condition for Observation Drive and Gateway Center prior to the enhanced bus service. And then, just a general wayfinding program for the area to help all the different modes of transit integrate well with each other. And then this is a map here showing some of the, this is the Ride-On Reimagined future routes. And I've added the corridor connector route in blue, so you can kind of see what the future bus network could be. And one important feature is these new yellow commuter routes that help connect people to longer range commuting options. So there's this yellow route here to the west that connects down to the MARC stations and eventually to Shady Grove. And then there, we're providing this corridor connector. We want to see that come to fruition. That'll connect to the Germantown Transit Center and the MARC station. So at these activity center and at the outlets, we think these are really good opportunities for park and ride for all modes. And along the 355 route, we're working on language to sort of beef up the bike parking option there because, it's hard to add a park and ride where this road mostly goes through residential sections, the 355 in green. But the bike walk, or the bike like catchment shed for transit is 9 times bigger than the walk shed. So if we can provide really good opportunities for people to bike along the well-connected bike network of side paths that exist in Clarksburg, I think we can really make this BRT network like a super accessible option for folks. We can go to the next one. All right, and then finally, overview for active transportation. We want to build out the bike network a little bit more. As Lily was talking about earlier, we think that's a great way to connect with local amenities. We want to establish, like Roberto talked about, some footpath shortcuts and networks between neighborhoods. There's a lot of, I've been out exploring. There's like some really cool community trails that have already been walked, and I want to try to understand how we can make those better and make more connections with that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I think this area would benefit greatly from a comprehensive wayfinding where you could, walk out your door and understand, oh, I'm on a trail network that connects to the bus in 4 minutes this way. There's a park if I walk for 20 minutes over there. So to help people really just like look at the ground, see something, see a sign, and really know where they're at and what they have around them. You know, the next one. And here's just a map of the proposed bikeway network, sort of building off of what's already in the bike master plan. But the most notable addition is, and this also shows some of the footpath ideas that we're working on. These are the green dash lines that are in the center of the plan area. But yeah, most notably, we would love to see in a future scenario where the underpass that has West Old Baltimore Road, very constrained right-of-way, but one day we think that that will be reconstructed just due to routine maintenance or some other project. And at that time, we'd really love to see an expansion of that over underpass to allow for a bike facility a pedestrian facility to connect across to Black Hill Regional Park, where there's plans for a larger trail to access the park from this side, and to connect to Cabin Branch and just provide more mobility options for folks. All right, next slide. Okay, so we were asked to talk about the big picture and how does this all fit into the big picture here. And the main issue that we want to address with this sector plan is the connection of new roadways and how we can support high-quality mass transit within this sector plan. There's a lot of larger regional transportation issues at play, and within the scope of this plan, we think that we're really putting forward the best long-term solutions. People want congestion relief on the roadways, and to decrease that in the long run, the only thing we can do is to give people more choices for how they get around. Driving for every trip is not the best option for everyone, just like taking a bike or a bus for every trip isn't the best option for everyone and for every type of trip. So, the solution we think is not more roadways, it's more options, and it's more mobility alternatives and a complete network of roads. So we're advocating here for a connected multimodal road network that creates all these options for the freedom to choose whatever mode best suits you, and have that be a safe and comfortable experience. And we think that there are regional problems that are being experienced here, and we think that regional solutions are the answer. Things like completing this 355 BRT route, increasing MARC service, and even some more ambitious projects like an extension of the Red Line to Germantown. These are the kind of large-scale projects that need to happen to address the large-scale regional problems. So, going to get into some of the details of some of the different roads. So Observation Drive has changed a lot in expectation from what it was in 1994. It's in a different context than it was when it was originally proposed. So what we're trying to do with our changes, we're trying to align with Thrive goals for environmental impact, climate, complete streets, multimodal emphasis, safety, vibrancy, and we think that the recommendations we put forth for Observation Drive achieve this. We think that we need to also address the change in the transportation facility from a rail to now a bus service. And just a different way of thinking about multimodal roads and how roads interact with the streetscape and how that experience is for people that are on those roads. All right, so we're gonna go through a few cross sections, and I'll be quick with these. So this is what we're thinking about for Observation Drive at 115-foot right-of-way. It allows for a curb running dedicated bus facility with 2 travel lanes, the Breezeway facility, which is the county's highest quality premier bike facility. We've got this double tree lined, super cozy, very shaded experience for kind of longer range bike trips. So we're hoping that this, that's the kind of intention of the Breezeway network. And then we have, buffers and sidewalks on each side.
Can you share what the 94 plan Observation Drive was, just quickly?
Yeah, the 94 Observation Drive, I didn't include a cross section here, but it was 150-foot right-of-way with 6 lanes, 2 of which could have been, up to 6 lanes, 2 of which could have been rail, 4 travel lanes. It was a much larger facility that, ended up with buildings having a pretty long distance between them, really long crossings. And it functioned a lot in the way that I see it in the plan is almost a bypass, a controlled, a limited access highway, kind of just to get people through and to not really be a place where there's, concentrated street activity and, opportunities for people to socialize and move around. Of course. All right, and then this is just another different cross-section where you can see how it accommodates, a transit station and how the kind of rearrange the buffers and rearrange that road space to accommodate different facilities. And then this is this is a proposal that we have that we think we can move forward to facilitate a kind of more rapid delivery of Observation Drive. So the timing of the corridor connector route is not certain, and so we want to avoid a situation where the road was waiting for the bus or the bus was waiting for the road. So we're hoping to push this design that looks at what's the facility required for the final bus configuration, maintain that same curb-to-curb space, and then have a road that's built today where, you know, it can be fully utilized, and then when the time comes to change to the bus service, it'll be a pretty inexpensive conversion. And I worked with some of our comms team to make a little animation to show kind of that transition. So we'll play that really quickly. Yeah, and I'll mention the other thing that this does is, you know, for opportunities for, you know, when we can construct this road, whether it's through development or a CIP, it allows for the full pedestrian facilities to be built, the full bike facility to be built, and kind of get it on the first shot, and get you know, as much as we can, as we can. So, yeah, that's sort of how the transition works. So maintain that curb to curb, that's the real expensive piece, and then just sort of do everything in that zone. And then we'll watch the Simon Cowell video next.
Yeah, try not to.
Another thing that we're super excited about is the opportunity to apply a new complete streets category of this curbless Main Street. These have a lot of great benefits, and we think this is a great tool to help focus activity, to create an attractive and vibrant space for commerce and socialization. There's a couple examples of this throughout the county. Yeah, we think this would be a great opportunity to kind of focus that community space, combine it with, you know, some sort of connected civic space to the transit station. Yeah, it's just a good opportunity for placemaking and to help kind of create community character. And this is just a quick cross-section of what that might look like. It doesn't require you know, it's flexible in the amount of right-of-way that it can take. So we're hoping to see a very vibrant street with a lot of opportunities. So we're showing it at 80 feet. So that provides a ample sidewalk area, a furniture zone, and a frontage zone for like a streetery or cafe tables, you know, just activity on the street. And these streets are great also because they're quite easy to have these like activated street fairs, farmers markets. It's something that we're looking into. How can we sort of build some programming into that? But I think this kind of street is like, it signals to people that this is a place for people to be and to like have social interactions. Next.
Just a quick question. So this is almost like which comes first, chicken? Like if that is your sort of connect curbless area move, I mean, like this assumes that you have a sort of a site plan where there's some, I don't know, mixed use right up near there. I mean, so therefore, like you're making this as like throwing that as an example, but it also depends on where in the final site plan all this stuff there that makes this great to have right there. Is that, you know, or this is you're assuming that in that's welcome to whatever city, and then that's all the amenities.
Yeah, this is painting a larger picture, a vision for future implementation, and yeah, all the details would be determined through any regulatory application that we would receive on site. But this is, establishing an ideal and a vision that this would occur, you know, at somewhere on the site.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, somewhere on the site that is not like a true road that connects. You know, connector road cannot have curbless or things like that. If it is just a town center or a city street, I can understand that. But if it is I call it like an arterial roadway that connects one region to another region, like maybe Observation Drive or Little Seneca, that it's a true connector that connects the two sides of the planning area to each other, that people traffic with a faster speed. This kind of things, curbless or having this kind of design, I do not know if it is safe to have that.
Yeah, we're not recommending this on observation, so.
Yeah.
Really, I didn't understand that where these recommendations come into effect. What is the vision?
Can you go back to the slides where we show our road network, and I can point out, or even just advance one? We're going.
Stop now.
It's okay. Keep going. Here. All right, so you see the area that's in the yellow highlighted part of the activity center. So that's sort of parallel to Observation Drive. And so what we're hoping to establish with this, we're just calling it the internal Main Street right now. What we're hoping to do with this recommendation is to have this be the kind of backbone of that hierarchy of streets. So this will be a collector and a service, for all of the residential and commercial that's built in the center of the planned area, whether the building remains or not, and then connecting into the activity center. So really our expectation is just that this would be maybe 2 blocks, of this typology of shared street, just right at the end or wherever the concentration of activity ends up being. And we don't see this internal Main Street as like a major through road. It's just an alternative access road for the folks that live and work like right along the activity center. So yeah, I also agree. It's not appropriate for like a major connection. It's
Yeah, like in this example, Little Seneca is the one that goes from east to west, correct? That you have
Yes.
the 2 bridges. That is like a true connector that connects, that would then lend itself that even a small section that is next to yellow highlighted to have a curbless or that kind of activity on it because it's going to be a bottleneck and not safe.
Right. My next slide was the Little Seneca Parkway cross-section. We're not recommending a curbless street on Little Seneca.
Okay.
Just on this Main Street section, that's kind of what we were hoping for is, you're coming into the area, you're entering the activity center, and you can this is a gateway, you can kind of see, oh, there's the commercial area, I'm gonna keep driving past here, I'm gonna park, or I'm gonna go somewhere else, drive through there and park on the street. But it's definitely a destination and not a through road.
And this is a proposed master plan street, so it'd be something that we would seek out as part of development. There certainly will be other internal connector streets as the neighborhood gets built out, but we want to provide the guidance for at least this central spine of expected development that's inside of the development area beyond observation. Observation, certainly, like you're saying, is the through road. Takes people to the site, out of the site, but also through it at longer distances. So this would be more of an internal street, but not a private street that is just built any way that the development wants to be. So we're providing some guidance, and if the activity center ultimately ends up in a different place, we would want the curbless street, that Main Street, to be in that place to recognize that. So sort of going along with wherever the central gravity is for the development.
Yeah, it makes sense that I like the section. It makes sense that rather than we show a master plan where we want to be located, we say that what kind of characteristic lends itself to this kind of typical section, and let it happen through design, through development, however that the development pans out.
Yeah, we can think about how to show that graphically when we produce the staff draft. So I think that's fine.
Yeah, and I think the way we've designated it in one of these mini tables is this typology should be applied X number of feet along this road from here to there, wherever there's the activity center, something like that. We're honing in on it. All right, and last but not least of the new roads, Little Seneca Parkway. So we're showing here a 2-lane configuration with street parking on both sides that provides sort of this, this east to west through road with a shared use path on both sides to provide that pedestrian and bike facility. We think that this, based on the volumes that we were seeing in some of the projections, this road type is appropriate. The amount of lanes. This road has 2 bridge crossings of the stream valley. So we think that this reduced right-of-way is going to have some environmental benefits, like a reduction in impervious surfaces and reduced bridge footprints. As you'll see later in the level of service analysis, this, road connection this road size seems to be working pretty well, and it supports a really comfortable streetscape experience. But also, we have left enough room in here with the median and the parking lanes so that if an unexpected scenario occurs and it needs to be converted to travel lanes, there's enough room to do that. So that's Little Seneca Parkway. All right.
The fun stuff.
Now the fun begins. We're going to go into the modeling and the analysis. So I'm going to go through really quickly and just outline what we looked at with the travel for analysis. So this regional transportation model fed into a lot of the other analysis that we performed. So the regional model itself has these main outputs: auto accessibility, which is employment opportunities within a 45-minute drive of, we're using the Clarksburg policy area, not our sector plan because it's very small, but the wider policy area as our kind of lens to look at this. So employment opportunities within a 45-minute drive. Transit accessibility is the same, but employment opportunities within a 45-minute transit trip. Auto travel time, which is the average non-commute trip
Could you
time.
explain what is the 45-minute? I don't understand that.
So let's say you begin your journey within the Clarksburg policy area. How far can you go in a 45-minute trip? And in that drive shed or transit shed, how many jobs are available in the TAZs that are captured by that trip? Traffic analysis zones, TAZs.
Well, bear with me because I'm not a transportation analysis. I'm just talking about, like, for me, it's what I feel that it could be an issue. So you don't look at it to see that what percentage of people in that area work within 45 minutes and what percentage actually travel, because Clarksburg is very far out, okay? It's sort of the farthest to the north of the county. So the majority of people that they live there because the housing is more affordable. But they really don't work there. Because it's not that many jobs available for that many housing that we have over there. So many people, if they're not working in Frederick, they're traveling down and they come to, I don't know where. I'm just saying that maybe they go to Washington, D.C., they go to Silver Spring, they go to Bethesda, they go to all of these areas that there are job concentration. Do we have a model to show that what percentage of people actually live within that 45 minutes that you're talking about, and what percentage of people actually are driving through that they have to use any kind of mode of transportation, available or not available, to get to their job? I don't know if any models actually
I don't think we modeled
work in
that for our
reality.
master plan recommendations. We're looking at the impacts of where people start from this area and where they can go. There certainly are trips going through and all around, and that's part of the background volumes on the streets and networks that are accounted for. But we're not necessarily measuring the sector plan based on where it sits in how people drive through 270 from the north through to the south. So we can't really impact that.
I'm not saying how, but it is important because when we are doing master planning, we are planning for where people live and where they work within the next 20 or 30 years to be able to decide that what is the best options for transportation for them.
For the record, David Ansbacher, I'm the Chief of the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. So I'm going to start this off a little bit, and Richard might jump in. What the team is going over here are the standard County Council approved metrics that we're required to evaluate and analyze for each master plan. And so this specific master plan is looking at the benefits for residents in the master plan area and is trying to understand both by auto and by transit, how many jobs those people in the master plan area can get to by auto and transit, again, within a 45-minute travel time. It's a generalized analysis, but it does allow us to compare, for example, conditions in, say, 30 years if the, without the master plan compared to conditions with the master plan recommendations. That's the purpose of this analysis, and it's coming directly from the council.
But does it make sense? Because we want to do something. We want to use a model to give us some kind of sense of reality. The reason I'm saying is that and I guess that you talk about in the big picture, we already have, and we talked about it, we already have issues for people in Clarksburg to be able to get out of their area and coming down. This is a big issue, okay? And we discussed it during the master plan for highways and transitways. And when we recommended to eliminate M83, we said, well, we're going to have to look at other options and possibilities to see what is available for them. So this is a section of that Clarksburg that we have an issue. So now we have this section, and we also have to look at the bigger issue of the whole Clarksburg area that they have a transportation issue, okay? And now in here, we are recommending other options for alternatives to transportation, because in addition to removing, suggesting M83, we say, okay, we're gonna consolidate the Gateway Drive with Observation Drive. We're also gonna eliminate this interchange. And we're going to just look at the 45 minutes and see if the traffic works. By the way, we're going to develop the ComSat property. We're going to develop the Lincoln property. We're going to add a lot of household there, and we're going to have more people drive, but we don't have enough transit. We don't have enough public transportation. And we are just hoping that can work, and this is the modeling that we are using. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable because I really don't know what is the reality, if these models really telling us the real situation that we are in.
I'd like to say that this is one model that we have conducted. We have some data coming up for what we found, but we also did other analysis. So we're not just relying on the travel for regional model. So we can share that with you in the coming slides.
That'd be great, Mr. Larson. Why don't you continue, and once you get through all your analyses, and if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add that these performance metrics that come out of the model are not the only output that comes out of the model. In addition to that, we get these somewhat abstracted, but there's links and nodes that represent roadways connecting these different TAZs, the transportation analysis zones. They're connecting together. We're getting link volume, so it's like estimated volume at different times of day, 24-hour volumes on these roads. And that is information that helps us with the level of service predictions and analysis. So it's not just these metrics that we're going to look at for auto travel time or VMT. There's this whole other regional network of volumes that also get produced that are really helpful and insightful. Okay, so we tested, overall, we tested 5 scenarios. We're not going to talk about all of them today, but we're going to include that analysis in the future. We just don't have time to get into every single analysis today. But I'll quickly talk about, you're going to see test scenario 1 and 2 today. So test scenario 1 is our staff recommended configuration. It is without the interchange, and there's a few of these other bypass roads in the north that we have also taken out. It shows 355 at its current 2-lane configuration, but does not recommend it be limited to 2 lanes. We tested it at 2 lanes to see if it was never widened into the future, what would it look like? And then Observation Drive and Little Seneca are represented as 2 travel lanes. West Baltimore is 2 travel lanes as it is today. And scenario 2, West Baltimore Road, Little Seneca Parkway, and Observation Drive are held constant. We added 4 lanes on 355, and we added an interchange at Little Seneca Parkway and I-270. So we can talk, in the scenario 3, we tested that one as more of an interim condition, but we're not going to get into the analysis on that one today. We're going to focus on 1 and 2, which is 1, no interchange, 2, interchange. That's kind of the biggest difference in the way that I would kind of characterize each of these. So we can go to the next slide. All right, so here are some general trends across all scenarios, including, or all future scenarios, including a model run of the 94 adopted plan. So all of these scenarios, oh, and it's important to note that scenarios 1 and 2 have the same underlying land use assumptions. So we did not change the land use. In those scenarios, we held it the same to try to really understand the impacts of the road network. So across all the scenarios, these are the trends that are predicted. And you know, the test scenarios are changing the order of magnitude of how the performance metrics change over time, but they're not really changing the trend. So this is kind of what's possible with today's zoning as well as with the future network. There's only so much we can do to alter that network. There's only so many options that we really have. So that's kind of an explanation. We can dig in more if there are questions about it, but that's sort of where I wanted to start with this. So, you know, there's differences in the adopted master plan assumptions and what we think is likely to happen today. There's changes in land use assumptions. The balance of employment and residential has changed. We also think that, you know, observation drive that we've proposed in scenario 1 is a different kind of road than what was out in 94. It's a little bit slower. It's a more activated street. It provides them more opportunities for places. It's probably safer. It's fewer lanes, less environmental impacts, and the way that it connects to the other road network, it doesn't require it to run through a stream valley, which we think is a pretty important change. And then we also see that, and I'll show on the next slide, there's some very limited impacts of removing this interchange. So we can go to the next one. So, this is just a quick comparison of the current conditions as we use the model versus our test scenario 1. So this is sort of a how would this recommended scenario impact the future. Obviously, we see a big increase in the number of jobs that are accessible by driving because we connect observation drive. We provide more network. The transit change in job opportunities is huge. This is related to the 355 BRT, the changes that are proposed in Ride on Reimagined and the corridor connector route. And I think this number is really important to show that investment in transit has a really big return when you look at the number of jobs you can reach and the kind of experience that you can get up in this area, even with, you know, the challenges that we have with the density and how far away it is. We are able to do this. You know, there are some trends that are moving, you know, a little bit in the direction that we wouldn't want to see, but we're adding a lot of density, a lot of residential, and these metrics aren't changing that much. Maybe there's other tweaks we can do, but yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing in the general.
Can you clarify? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mitra.
I was just saying that if you could explain this chart a little bit more, that's what I couldn't put my head around, that what these numbers mean. Like auto travel time under the build conditions that is under now, test scenario 1 changes from 17 minutes to 19 minutes. And then the same travel time with car takes 61 minutes and changes to 66 minutes under the test scenario 1. Is that what it means?
So
that means that if you drive versus transit, there is such a big difference?
Yeah, there are, up in this area, there's a very large disparity between the amount of time that a transit trip takes and the amount of time that a car trip takes, even with improvements to the network.
I know, but who's going to use it? I'm not going to use it. If I can drive 19 minutes, I'm not going to take transit 66 minutes. And then we are saying that there is a public transit investment has a massive impact of 425%. I just don't understand.
I think it's more useful to look at the comparison of these two scenarios, which is what's adopted in the master plan of highways and transitways for the network, and what the zoning is, what we expect to develop on the left side of the column, versus our test scenario 1. So this is comparing two futures by 2045, the end state of what could happen out in the future. This is what Nick was saying, there's very little difference between those different futures depending on what's
That's
built.
the problem. That
We
is
want to make the
exactly the
transit
problem.
better,
I
but-
know. That's exactly the problem, okay? Right now, what we are proposing, car and transit, is not working, either in present situation and future. If present is 18 minutes with the car and with transit is 63 minutes, and we say, okay, in future with the improvements, it's going to be 19 minutes versus 66 minutes. Both of them shows that we are failing. They both are not working. That's what I get from this. So that means that clearly shows that people in Clarksburg, they have a problem.
We
And
also have a
with our
very small
proposal,
area
it's
to
not.
plan in, and I think we have limited tools in our toolbox to influence their use of transit. We would like to get them out of their car and be able to take more trips by transit or biking, which we don't have biking metrics here. I think the fact is that we're not testing the red line extension, we're not testing mark changes. As Nick said earlier, those are the real changes that we think can have an effect. But
Yes,
within the
I agree
range
with you.
of what the Flash BRT is expected to provide, what the Corridor Connector bus is able to provide, and what we can actually influence here in this small sector plan area, regardless of what the larger Clarksburg area has, because we can't really influence that ourselves.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, that with what we are working, we have to come with a different alternative, because the scenarios that you are proposing is not working.
I think
That's
we
what I'm
should-
saying.
It's helpful to better understand what these numbers represent. So, and clarify, correct me if I'm wrong. What I think these are describing is a typical average trip length.
That is correct.
It's not disaggregating by any type of trip you might want to take. So what this probably is saying, in part, is that some of these trips are taking a little bit longer because we're narrowing streets, we're providing more destinations. There's going to be more activity locally, so maybe some local travel for cars might increase. It's also possible that more long-distance commuting for jobs, those trips might be comparable or even increase, and I think those numbers are demonstrated by the access metrics that came out of the model. There are more jobs accessible in a 45-minute time, for example, than through baseline. So it's different trips might have different outcome or different outputs or different performance in the future. This is this isn't a pejorative way of saying it, but this is sort of a crude look at like the average trip that anyone might take from anywhere in the area. It's not location specific, it's not destination specific. And because of that, it's kind of giving a very 30,000-foot view, which obscures, I think, a lot of the benefits of the more discrete sort of nuance, like if you're going from here to here or through this mode, trying to sort of navigate internally in the area, as opposed to going more long distance with jobs. So there's different ways to view those. These numbers are not a particularly helpful way of specifying what kind of trip you're
I
talking
know,
about.
but this is what we have to decide, okay?
These are
That's
the
the
metrics
problem.
that the
Yeah.
council has required that
I
we
know,
look at.
But we have to put our judgment based on this.
You do, and I just want to make the point that's been said, but I just want to reiterate. This is a very small plan area. There are some big regional transportation issues all up and down the I-270 corridor. This small plan cannot possibly solve those. It's more of a much more regional solutions that we need to look at.
You are 100% correct. And that is what I'm saying, that by having a big issue, we're just taking one part and we decide that this could be the solution for here, is not.
So can I just say so why don't we just, let's go through, you can ask your questions, we could just understand what's going on here, and then because your point's well taken, but let's go through the whole transportation analysis to see the whole big picture, and then we'll go on from there. Is that okay? Because your point was well.
No, I totally get it. I'm just trying to make sense out of what is in front of us. That's why I was asking questions. Please go ahead.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just the last thing I'll say about this for now, we can come back to it if we need to. The transit travel number is sort of, it doesn't separate between buses operating in mixed traffic, longer local routes, or these rapid bus routes. So it's kind of, it just sort of blends them all together, and like David said, it doesn't really give you that granular look at like a specific route or destination. So let's move on to the next thing. I wanted to also talk a little bit about helping understand our recommendation to remove the interchange from the plan, to do a little bit of analysis to understand, like, what does the interchange do in the metrics. So we did 3 things for now that we're going to talk about. We have 1 or 2 more ideas of analysis, but we'll look first at the regional model impacts. So the difference between scenario 1 and number 2, this is the future projected scenario, like what do the travel metrics look like with and without the interchange. We did a drive time pair analysis, which I'll explain when we get to that point, but it's basically looking at how long does it take to get between 2 different places and 2 alternative road networks. And then we did intersection performance using level of service to see how the roadway network would respond to different conditions and different volumes, and to sort of understand like what intersection geometries would be necessary to support the recommendations that we have. So let's first look at the modeling results. So the big thing, the only significant change between scenario 1 and 2 is the auto accessibility to jobs. So this is the number of jobs that you can drive to in 45 minutes, starting from the Clarksburg policy area. So again, sort of an aggregated large area. This sort of, we hope, will represent, you know, kind of like anyone who's living in Clarksburg, what would their average experience be? What would that trip be? So we think that, you know, this shows that you can access more jobs if you're able to drive a little bit further. And we have a little graphic to show next. But the other thing to note about this is that none of the other metrics were impacted. No change to transit, no change to auto travel time or transit travel time, VMT, you know, barely anything, and mode share was the same. So what this kind of tells us is that, at least with these metrics, the interchange is not adding a lot of value to the network, except for driving, which we'll show on the next slide what we think that looks like. So this is a drive shed starting in Clarksburg. So this shows like everywhere you could drive in kind of an ideal scenario. This tool doesn't really have you know, specific traffic conditions built into it. It's just sort of like how far can you get? And when you look at adding a couple of minutes, 3 to 5 minutes to that drive time, you can access more job centers as you go further south. It exponentially increases the number of jobs that are in those TAZs, right? So when you are able to reach that extra minute, you can access Tyson's Corner, which gives you X number of job points in the regional model. That's kind of how it works. Pretty common sense. If you can drive a little further, you can access more things. So we're thinking that the interchange adds a couple of minutes of driving speed to a trip starting in the Clarksburg area, which is why we then started looking at drive pairs. Can you go to the next slide? So to create these drive pairs, we looked at 3 places that people in Clarksburg kind of said they were trying to go to or wanted to go to that represent kind of 3 different trips. We had picked Germantown to represent kind of local trips, Shady Grove Metro to represent that kind of multimodal commuter trip, and then Bethesda to represent all kind of down county employment center commute trips. And so the way this analysis works is that we chose these starting points in the south. So we chose Germantown and Shady Grove and Bethesda, and we kind of had the model drive back to Clarksburg in the PM because the PM hour has a bigger peak. So we chose that scenario to look at. And then we did that. We did those 3 pairs for the scenario 1 without the interchange and for scenario 2 with the interchange. And this map shows the difference between them. So this is sort of the change in drive time with and without the interchange. I hope that made sense. Please ask questions if I didn't explain that thoroughly.
So this is a guesstimate, right?
This is based off of the model. Yeah.
Could you read it?
Model is
Yeah.
hypothetical. It is not in existence.
This is a 2045 projected volumes and travel patterns.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Could you read one example? So you say that the orange areas was no difference. Is that what?
Yeah, that's correct. So yeah, so the orange areas, we did not find with this analysis that there was a difference in travel time but with or without the interchange. And this could be for a number of reasons, but the way the model assigns trips, it looks at volumes, it looks at how busy roads are, it assigns trips based on a very efficient route. It's able to know when certain roads get full, it can change those and reroute those to keep the network as efficient as possible. So all of these TAZs that are away from the interchange, further out to the east or further towards the north where there's an existing interchange, didn't really see in the model a difference in the drive time. As you get closer to the interchange, the areas that are immediately adjacent and some of the areas that are like on Little Seneca Parkway, those are the areas that experience a lot of benefit. And by that I mean, between 0 and 3 minutes of a faster trip to Germantown. So this also represents the land use scenario that we're proposing with the zoning that we're proposing. So this is a fully built out network that we're testing.
So when
Fully
you
built
say,
out, like 2045 observations completed, Little Seneca's
Yeah.
completed. Everything the scenarios have, this analysis uses.
so is it possible, just the question is that if you eliminate that interchange, because a lot of times if people are driving and they see that there is an interchange that they have some services they may turn into, maybe there are some businesses or some other things that they come. So it provides more access for people to come to rather than going all the way to exit 18 or 16 to get to those access areas. So they may have businesses, they may have recreation area to go to, restaurant or whatever, that it provides more access for people to come and a social effect that we are talking about. So I do not know, that doesn't indicate any of those. It's just the travel time.
Well, I would say the green colors do show that is faster access to those sites right there. And so, yes, interchanges attract trips off of an interstate, whether you're going home or going to shop. So there are certainly benefits to having an interchange right next to the properties that are there and to serving the people that live and shop and work there. We have some more maps to show, but we're trying to find the balance between whether the interchange is necessary to provide those trips, or if exit 16 to the south at Ridge and Father Hurley, or exit 18 to the north at Clarksburg Road, provide that access that people will use. So there's an interchange to 1 mile to the north, 1 mile to the south of this black star where we're considering this interchange. And so we're trying to figure out, does the addition of this interchange have enough effect, have enough benefit based on what the costs would be? And we have a little bit more to talk about as far as costs, but
I have a question, and you might preempt me with a slide further on in the presentation, but it's my understanding that there are proposed 2 new developments that will be coming about on the to the north of the proposed interchange and to the south of the proposed interchange. And exit 16 at Father Hurley Boulevard already exists, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so are we going to see a slide or an estimate of what the traffic would be at exit 16 when these 2 new developments come in? Because my guesstimate would be that the traffic would be increased and travel times would increase if there's only going to be exit 16 servicing the two new proposed developments that may come in?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we think that for both developments, they can use, they have their sort of midpoint, have access to either exit 16 to the south or exit 18 to the north, with Observation Drive kind of providing that secondary road to, bring you into the site. We did a level of service that I'll show later, level service analysis. We did not include every single intersection because we didn't, that wasn't part of our analysis, but hopefully that will help answer some questions about the way that other roads perform in the different scenarios.
And also, those future developments, whether it's Linthicum West or Miles Coppola or others beyond it, those are included in the future scenario of how people move around. This is not only the sector plan growing and developing, but also everything else and all the other traffic analysis zones around it, increasing what is expected to be the new number of households and jobs. All that's built into the model of people moving around. It may not be what's actually built to the exact unit, but it's estimating that future growth both within this vicinity and the policy area and also in the whole region. So if you're living in way West Maryland, it's probably not going to come through this network, but if it's in the COG area, that's loaded into the network. So this analysis, these volumes are assuming that some of that future growth even beyond our sector plan area.
Now, can I ask just one more quick question on this? Then I know we have to keep going. Does the transportation model take into account sort of proximity of interchanges to each other? So considering that there's, this would be midpoint between two others that they probably have various levels of use at different times of day, but the sort of the compounding effects of merging traffic, because on interstates a lot of the time the congestion comes from merging traffic and the compounding effects from that.
For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Planning Supervisor with Countywide Planning and Policy. No, the travel demand model is a regional travel model, and so it does not take into account merging and things like that. Yeah. It really is, as Nick alluded to, it's really looking at shortest path and travel distance and most efficient way to get from point to point for trips.
Thanks. So that's probably something that we can't really estimate, but I think it's something that we should also consider is an argument in favor of the interchange may be something like it reduces some travel time per this model. It's also very possible it could increase congestion on 270 in general because of the use going to and from what will be very large developments and how it backs up kind of other traffic at other interchange points. So something that we can't really put a number to, but I think it should be part of the conversation because it's a very real cost that we see in other examples of this kind of development.
Yep. And thank you for bringing that up. That was actually, we've had several conversations with SHA about this, various groups of their team, and the impacts to kind of the mainline 270 by adding another access point is something that they brought up as like a possible externality of adding this interchange. They haven't studied that, but just in general, that's a concern when adding a new access point. How is that going to affect flow? And there's always an impact to flow when you add a new point like that.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but when you finish, I'll
Okay.
ask my questions, okay?
Thank you. All right, so we'll just run through. Shady Grove, we did the same exercise. In this one, we saw that some of the two kind of central and southern plan area TAZs had an additional boost in travel time, a reduction in travel time. But generally, the same trend held for the region. And then again, we looked at an even further trip. It had the same pattern. So that leads us to believe that once you've gone past Germantown towards Shady Grove, all the benefits of the trip are kind of in that first bite, which makes sense. But these two last locations didn't show any difference in pattern in the afternoon peak. So we can go to the next slide here. All right, now we're going to look at two level of service maps. So just a few takeaways between scenario 1 and 2 with interchange, without interchange. There were some mixed positive and negative effects of adding the interchange to level of service. But the good news is that most of the intersections conform with the orange policy area, which is the corridor focused growth area, delay threshold. So we were achieving that benchmark with our level of services. And the problem spots that you'll see identified on the next slide are really good candidates for mitigation with different intersection designs, signal optimizations, and we're working with our consultant on this to come up with some really good solutions. They sent us some stuff this morning that I started looking at. It was very positive. So I think we have we're going to be able to produce at our next interaction some more specific impacts and takeaways on that. We can go ahead and go look at the first slide. So this is our level of service for some selected intersections within our planned area for our scenario 1. You can see there's a lot of C's and D's, which, indicate a busy, active, utilized street. And, all the green circles indicate that these are intersections that are within the orange policy area maximum delay. And the orange circle represents intersections that do not meet that delay maximum. And Gateway Center Drive and Stringtown Road is the intersection that created some problems in scenario 1. But we are very confident that with some mitigation, we're able to bring that to maybe a high C, low D level. We're still looking at a few different options for that. But we received some pretty good preliminary results on mitigation. So we can look at scenario number 2. So this is with the interchange. And Clark, if you want to maybe toggle back and forth a couple of times, a couple seconds. All right, kind of flipping back and forth. So with that, we see in scenario 2 that we still have problems at Gateway Center Drive projected. And we would probably apply a very similar mitigation technique to what we would do in scenario 1 when trying to solve for that traffic. But overall, in both scenarios, the performance of the intersections is relatively similar. I think another thing to call out, 2 points. One is that Observation Drive and Little Seneca Parkway in scenario 2 are much, much busier than in scenario 1. So you can see there A, C in the AM and the PM, and then D, D in scenario 2. So I think that represents and reflects like the additional volume that would be coming off of that interchange. And I think that in scenario 1, seeing it as AC, it leads us to think that, yes, Observation Drive can perform as this bridge between the two existing interchanges if we can mitigate at Gateway Center Drive and, Ridge Road, DD in both scenarios. Maybe there's something to look at there. As well. This is stuff that we're gonna be looking into, and Observation and Ridge Road can be something addressed also in the Germantown plan that's at an earlier stage. So we can help identify some stuff for them to look at. And then finally, Westfield Baltimore Road and Frederick Road. This was an intersection that was a big community concern. There are some queuing problems on Westfield Baltimore Road trying to turn on. What we found with this is that changes to the network didn't really have a big impact on level of service. So we think that that's a signal optimization problem that we can look at, and we're also testing that for mitigation as well. So we'll have some more recommendations on that later. All right, we can move on. Okay, all right, I'm almost done. So just in closing, thinking about the interchange, thinking about these different scenarios, we just want to think about all the different costs, like not just this analysis that is really focused on the driving experience. We want to think about the environmental costs that is informing a lot of the recommendations in the way that we want to retool the roadway to be better stewards of the environment and all of the water features and natural resources that are there. We want to think about community character, how an interchange would impact the existing developments to the west, how it would impact future development on this site. What's the experience for someone walking around, someone biking going to be living there next to this? There's this a tension between highway-oriented development and compact walkable communities that are comfortable and safe for all mode users. There's a tension there in design, and we also just think that from what we've heard from SHA, this is going to be or has the potential to be a pretty costly project. So, you know, are there better ways to spend this transportation money that would really provide more benefits to the community? Maybe there's ways to invest in more transit. Maybe there's ways to use a similar amount of money to get a better return. And then, you know, SHA has not done their analysis, but, you know, these results were not, I don't think that they were particularly strong for the impacts of the interchange. So, you know, we worry that there might be some issue with justifying it in a larger sense, even if it were to be supported. So just as, you know, we don't have to decide right now, obviously, but these are just things that we would like to consider as we recommend removal of the interchange from the plan.
Okay, so thank you for your analysis. I know you guys worked a lot on this. I just had a couple questions. One was about SHA. Where did they weigh in on this? But you said that you had some informal talks. They have to look at this more deeply, but you said they think it's going to be costly. That's what I hear you say. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they don't have a formal design that has been like priced out exactly, but they indicated that looking at the topography, looking at the environmentally sensitive area on the west side, just generally they seem to think that it would be a pretty expensive project.
Okay.
And I'd like to add to that because we wanted to really get an understanding of their awareness and motivation for this interchange as well. You know, they're aware that it's a master plan recommendation from 1994. It was considered briefly in 2007 during the managed lane study. There's a sort of a sketch of how one sort of iteration of the interchange could work. But they tried to find in their either financially constrained planning documents or unconstrained somewhere out in the future, and this interchange is not on their plans. So that sort of calls into question whether this sort of development, this improvement, would ever rise to the level of priority for funding. Like, is this going to compete with other projects that the county wants to accomplish, that the state wants to accomplish? So you can have it in a master plan, and it may never be built. We're concerned, in part, that there could be an expectation, if it's in the master plan, that it could be built someday, and it could hinder development in and around this area. That's one consideration among all the other transportation analysis. I don't know that SHA will be doing an analysis of traffic demand to make a statement as part of the sector plan update of whether they would support it or not support it. We want to get something in writing from them, opining on it, but I don't believe that they're going to do any analysis on the main line or whether it's needed. Aside from the fact that this interchange could also be prioritized, designed, and built even if it's not in the master plan. I know it's a lower priority in that case, but if this is a state or federal need, it doesn't matter what the master plan says. Okay. That's kind of more for the county's prioritization and influencing private development, but okay, just want to throw that in there.
Okay, so I appreciate the analysis of is it needed for the existing cars or to get to their work and things like that, and well, I also, when you did the analysis on ComSat, you had a consultant work with you to, like, is it, you know, can you have an economically viable project when, you know, if you were to build out the ComSat, you know, were their uses, and the consultant came back and it informed us in this decision that it created very limited or no land value, right? So it wasn't worth, it didn't make it work. So
if the building was adaptively reused?
It was adaptively reused, okay. Yeah, right. And so my thought, you know, part of, to me, the Thrive, a big tenet, not only for housing for all, you know, environmental resiliency, another thing was about economic competitiveness, right? And so I wonder, did you have or could you have the consultant look at what kind of economic benefit could be created if, would a interchange make a difference for businesses to locate, you know, in this area, you know? I mean, whether it's psychological or whatever, I know that, but you know, what economic benefit would there be? Maybe it wouldn't be any more or less if there, if there was an interchange, or maybe there would be. So I don't know, have we done any studies or talked to anyone about the economic benefit of having, easy on and easy, whether, from that point of view, and put that into, there's all these competing needs, right? And maybe if there is, so we want to look at the whole big picture before we make a final analysis, but I just wanted to know, do you have any thoughts on that, or have you done any studies on that, just to see if it is? I know, based on what you had now, there's not a big benefit for people getting, the residents getting out or in and out, maybe 3.5 more minutes to their jobs or stuff where they can go a little further, but from a business point of view. And also, do you have a sense of where would the businesses be in that plan? Is it in between the nodes anyway, so it wouldn't make a difference, or I'm just not sure what was the plan for this. I mean, have people talked about where would the economic center, the commercial center, or it be spread out all along the plan, or is there any sense of where that would be in this plan? So those are my couple things. I appreciate all the work you guys have done. They're ticking off all the components of what we expect, for a thriving community and what's consistent with our Thrive 2050. But a big piece is economic competitiveness, I think, too. And so I just want to see where does all of this fit together when we make our, when we make a.
Yeah, I think we'll have to come back and talk about that in more detail. I appreciate getting your questions. I'm just going to say quickly, I don't think we've done any study, what's the economic benefit of building an interchange in this particular area. I'm just going to very quickly say that there was quite a significant amount of office commercial development that was anticipated in this particular portion of the plan area, and an interchange that has not come to fruition. Mm-hmm. It's actually one of the reasons why we have opened this plan up and are looking at alternatives to what was originally planned, because it's not become a reality at this point. So have we specifically studied what is the economic impact of the interchange on this area? No, but what you're raising is actually one of the reasons why we are even talking with you today about this plan amendment. But we can come back in future work sessions and future opportunities and talk about that a little more.
It could be, I'm just saying, it could be at the end of the day, maybe it's balanced. It may not be as big, or it may be a tipping point, may not be a tipping point, but I just want us to at least consider it, right? I mean, I'm just an individual here, but I'm just thinking, I think we need to look at all the big picture here, okay? And given we don't have to make a decision today, and you're coming back, for a final, and then we have work sessions based on that, but I just want to, so we have all the parts and pieces when we are making those decisions.
Yeah, this is a check-in. We want to know if we're way off base with anything, we can pivot and do more analysis and figure out some better solutions. We're sharing our draft ideas with you. You'll certainly see this again, and then we'll have testimony from the community at your level and then the council's level as well. But certainly we want to know if there's anything that stands out that you want us to keep looking at or change as we develop the draft plan.
Yeah, I would second the chair's statement with regards to the interchange. Thanks.
And I want to just reiterate a couple of other things. I think that when we look at the transportation, it's very important we look at the Clarksburg as a whole, because whatever we do in here is going to be used. It's going to be part of the whole big picture. It's not the only one. And I know that I had asked before for Clarksburg that it is important we look at the travel time either by car or by transit for current master plan conditions and for the future master plan conditions, okay? And if we see they're the same or similar, but it takes us in either case more than 4 or 5 times to go with transit, we are not doing our citizen a service. We are not. I know that we are trying to push people out of the cars. That would work if we are in Bethesda or downtown Silver Spring, somewhere that public transportation is easily accessible and people can use it, and so they can come out of their cars. But in a location and area that it is sort of landlocked and is not that much of public transportation available, if we plan our sector plan or master plan in a way that people are being pushed to take the transit when we don't have the public transportation available for them, it's just economically people are not going to go there. Businesses are not going to go there. I know for a fact, I always say I'm not going to move to Clarksburg because I cannot get anywhere. And there are a lot of people like me that they don't see it viable except that they take their car and they drive. The public transportation should be available when we decide we take all the roadways away, we take the interchanges away, and we make the roads just 2 11-foot wide, and we say, okay, take transit, and we don't have enough for them. I know the vision, I commend the vision, I agree with your vision, but it has to be real. If it is not, the businesses are not going to go to, do development. Maybe we should ask ourselves that why we opened this sector plan, because we were supposed to have a lot of jobs there, but businesses didn't go there. Why didn't go there? We have to make it in a way for developers to go. If we just not give them transportation or put requirement, not make it flexible, or ask for requirements that, because land is not, in that area is not as expensive as is it in Bethesda. So, density, high density really doesn't make sense for them over there, okay? So we have to be cognizant of the suburban environment in there. Maybe eventually at one point things get connected and we could make them to be like Bethesda. If we do the red line, go all the way up there, we need a rail, a fast transportation.
Well, I wouldn't say we're
Yeah.
planning for this area to become Bethesda, but we are planning for a future that we want to make real. And I think it's a matter of what character
How
does
do
that
we
take?
bridge it? I agree with you, but the matter is that how do we bridge it until we get there? That's the most important thing. We have a vision, and this is one of the most difficult tasks that we have. We have a vision, and it is current situation and our future vision. How do we bridge there to get there? If we don't build that bridge, we are not going to get there.
Well, I would say that these ideas are how we think we can get there, and we look forward to hearing from you and the community if there's a different way. Within our scope of what we can accomplish in this sector plan, there's other opportunities, but we want to get there as well.
Yeah, I wanted to sort of just change gears a little bit. I want to say some of the things I really liked about the vision so far. I think the vision in large part is great. I appreciate so many of the recommendations in the plan. I love the idea for a transportation demand management initiative as part of kind of the broad set of recommendations. I think that when it comes to sort of implementing a planned vision around transportation options, we've seen success in other parts of the county using TDM-type organizations, like permanent organizations that can focus and catalyze, build momentum. I think that's kind of, and we talk about this a lot increasingly, it's like, okay, how do we bridge the gap between a recommendation and sort of an outcome on the ground from a master plan if it doesn't involve land use? And I think something like that can really help in this area, so I really appreciate that recommendation. Focusing on, similarly, good focus on small, compact block sizes, the connectivity associated with the small blocks. I think that's great, and I know that there's been a lot of attention on how we can do that in these types of environments where that traditionally hasn't been the case. In the ComSat South neighborhood, I think there's a recommendation, I think it's recommendation 6, that spoke about kind of third spaces, developing with third spaces in mind. to allow for some kind of periodic community event space activation, things like, that we just saw in Wheaton last weekend here. I think that's, obviously, that can take a lot of shapes and forms. It can look like a lot of things for different people, but these are the kinds of things that I think help sort of establish the foundation for a development pattern that can actually make this area livable and attractive and a place where people want to spend some time. And so I appreciate the attention to detail on those. And then just a couple of other just notes and things on my mind. I think the public benefits that you've described, the options for public benefits, I think they're largely fine. They're not prescriptive, as you said. They're not things that need to happen or have to happen in any particular order. You did mention that maybe the ones that were listed are sort of a first order in terms of the negotiation and conversation that happens, but things like 3-bedroom units, we talk about that a lot, very much needed. I think the is it 15% MPDU for the area? I think that's fine. I know we're moving toward that in other places. Structured parking or underground parking, I didn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't take that as a requirement, right? It was stated as a preference in the plan area, and if it's not feasible,
seek to do it if you can.
And if it's not feasible economically, or if it's not feasible in terms of just the development, how the development's oriented, then surface parking could be acceptable with some tree cover. And I think tree cover with surface parking is more than fine. I think it's something that, especially when we talk more about climate resilience and impervious surface, I have no problem at all with including strong preferences for tree cover on surface lots. I think especially in this area. I think this is an area, speaking of sort of the form and the development patterns, we're hoping it'll have a lot of pedestrian activity, people walking around the streets, a very vibrant sort of space near these surface parking lots. And if there are places that just capture a lot of heat, especially during the hot parts of the year, they're not going to be places where people want to spend a lot of time. And so tree cover, tree canopy obviously can help with that, and I think that's a perfectly fine recommendation in my mind. So yeah, those are, I know I want to hear from others too. We've spent a lot of time on this, but those are some of the things that I think initially stood out to me. I think a lot of the transportation recommendations are great. I really appreciate the detailed analysis. It's a tough one, and we're not pretending like this is going to solve every problem in the area. It would be it wouldn't be truthful to pretend like this is going to solve every problem in the area. But we do have public goals, right? We do have public goals, county-adopted goals, board-adopted goals. We have climate goals. We have mode shift goals. And although Clarksburg certainly is not Bethesda, it's not Silver Spring in terms of density or the current modal split, to me, it's about options. It's not about completely upending people's lived experience right now. Providing options, safe, accessible, competitive options, is the first step toward imagining something different. And if we literally never try, then nothing will ever change. And a master plan is a first opportunity where we can introduce something that can set the foundation for some better options for people, different trip types for different people, for different things that they need at different times in their life. So it's not about saying 90% people driving should become 50%. If we even get 90% people driving down to 80%, that's an enormous win. Like that, I feel like we often we miss the forest for the trees when it comes to these sort of mode shift conversations. We're not trying to get everyone out of the car. If we can even move the needle just a few percentage points here and there, that's an enormous win in a place like Clarksburg. So I'm optimistic about it. I think there's a lot to like here, and just thanks for all the work from staff.
Yeah, I agree, totally agree that we are all excited about this Clarksburg plan. We need that plan to be implemented. And so, as I said before, you guys are doing a great job looking at creating this livable, complete community plan, So I'm also excited for the same reasons you are. I think and as we do more and more master plans, what's really going to be important is this implementation section, right? We got to get people, how to do what we want them to do, and So I know sometimes, and you're doing a better job in that, like, how do we get to, like you said, this TAD, really spell out, how do we think we can get to making this come to fruition? And it's gonna take a lot of push, like, in the CIP to have the county, the rapid master plan, that has to happen, right? So for all these pieces to happen, that has to happen, and some of the other things we're looking at. So all good. One of the things, I like how you did move Observation Drive out of the mostly out of the environmental area. That was really good, and I thought that was really, really good. And then what you talked about, yes, in some cases, in this, at least initially, some surface parking will have to happen. But whatever does happen, I want it to be flexible so that maybe, and I've seen in some places where maybe for certain areas, it's surface parking, and then maybe when the time comes right, I know I've seen some of them phasing, then they maybe have a structured garage or something, but initially, to get the project going, so if there's can be some flexibility in phasing, how things go, I think that would really be great. I just had a question. You had recommended like this 200-foot setback from the I-270 right-of-way. Couldn't you explain, like, how that works, and what were you thinking there? You said for noise and some other stuff. Could you just explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, the 200-foot setback is a policy that exists further to the south. I believe the Germantown sector plan has that recommendation. There may be other policy documents further down. That's not necessarily the condition in a lot of places along 270. I think that's an intention in Germantown and Point South. So some buildings and developments are built to that standard. If it's older than that, you see that there's even single unit detached residential houses that are right on the interchange. So the idea behind the 200-foot setback is, like you said, we want to try to move people away from the noise and air pollution and really the impacts of living near the interstate. I don't know that 200 feet is necessarily the best number to use. We're trying to sort of continue what we see to the south, but that's something that we can continue to explore.
Right, and you're also talking about a 100-foot buffer of like a tree buffer or something too? Was that what that,
Yeah, that would be in addition to setting buildings back 200 feet from the right-of-way of the interstate. We would also like, within that zone, to have an established tree canopy or forest stand or vegetation for screening. It wouldn't do as much for noise, but it could help clean the air a little bit. It can help with the visual appeal. So if that is in conflict with visibility from the interstate or other needs, I think that's something that would have to be considered at that time.
Yeah.
But if people in a development designing it or living in it, working in it, didn't want to face the interchange and the interstate and see the interstate, we think that vegetated buffer is important.
Yeah, I think a vegetative buffer is a good buffer, but when you come back, maybe we can look at how it all fits together. It's 200 feet plus, no, it's whatever right-of-way. I don't know what the right-of-way is in SA. Maybe you can look, what is the right-of-way, and then you have to be 200 feet from there, and that's when the project, is that what you were saying?
Mm.
It would be 200 feet from the right-of-way line.
And I just want to know, what does that?
We can.
Yeah, you can.
We can demonstrate that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. But all good. Thank you. Look forward to coming back with the draft plan. And when do you have a time frame? Is there a time frame, just out of curiosity?
Yes, so we're expecting to bring our working draft to you in July. And so at that point, we would have another conversation and give you enough time to digest it, to consider whether you want to set a public hearing and accept it as a public hearing draft. So you'll get your first chance to look at it in July, and then when you're ready to post it for public comment, there's at least 30 days. If we're looking at August, probably give people longer than that to provide written testimony and prepare for their spoken testimony with a public hearing to you. And then after we close the public hearing and you've received all your comments, we'll prepare for work sessions, probably starting in the fall of this year.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work. Please give us time to understand this because it's not as easy for us. I know you know all the things that you're doing, but these models are not easy to understand, at least for me.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Y'all covered most of the things I want to cover. The only thing I had a question about was 200-foot buffer. And whether or not, and I appreciate that we're trying to match to what's further south. I'd like to see some evidence that that's the air pollution standard is the thing that concerns me primarily. Otherwise, we're taking a big chunk of several properties that are there for where we could have, houses and things like that. And so if there's a significant drop off at some other barrier, I'd like to sort of have more evidence that we're using 200 feet is not an arbitrary standard, but as a record of
Right.
That's something with air pollution.
100%, and then you're coming back with, so we can see what that means, and it may need to be less, or maybe, so just, please come back with that.
Yeah, I think our next touch point with you is expected to just be the working draft, but we can certainly wrap into that presentation discussion, certainly the 200-foot and anything else that you want to cover at that point.
Right, could it be, could it be less, and, what if we're 100 feet? What does that look like? Whatever, 50 feet, I don't know, but
Yeah,
whatever.
we can prepare for that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartley?
No, I really appreciate your comprehensive work. You guys do an outstanding job. And if I might plug your great work, I don't know if you guys had anything to do with this or not. It's a shameless plug for the planning board. I work in downtown Silver Spring, and the old planning board site is now converted into residential site. And it has outstanding walkways, bike paths, and street paths. And if you guys are going to do something like that in this area, I can't wait to see it. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. So that'll end our Clarksburg Sector Plan briefing for today, and we're going to take up a 5-minute break and go with item number 13, Climate Assessment Template. The staff is recommending that we approve the proposed updates to the template. Thank you. Noon, we're on our last item of the day, climate assessment template update, where staff is recommending that we review and approve the proposed updates to the template. So welcome, and we have Khalid Afzal presenting this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Khalid Afzal with the Director's Office, and we are presenting item 13, climate assessment update. We're going to go through introductions, talk about purpose of today's presentation, give you some background on County Bill 322, and then talk about proposed changes to the template, briefly impacts of the proposed changes, and potential future improvements that we want to consider for a future update. And with questions and comments from you, we'll seek approval for this item. Oops. So before I go into the item, I want to introduce my fellow staff members who have been working with us on this project. Montgomery planning staff, Clark Clarkson, who was just here for the previous item, he's not here. Mark Simborski, Countywide Planning and Policy. Steve Finley, Mid-County Planning. Tina Schneider, Down County Planning. And we also have our consultants online. They're Hazel Tomlin, Bella Skorniachi, and Blake Walkowiak. So the purpose of today's presentation is to brief the Planning Board on the 2-year review of climate assessment of master plans, zoning text amendments, and we seek board's approval about the proposed changes to the climate assessment template. Before we go to the proposed changes, I want to give you a quick background on climate assessment and Bill 32. So on July 25, 22, Montgomery County Council signed Bill 322 into law. The goal of the Bill 322 is to enhance the County Council understanding of the potential impacts of proposed legislation and master plans on climate change. The bill requires assessment of climate impacts of county bills, zoning text amendments, and master plans and master plan amendments, which we call master plans. Montgomery Planning is responsible for conducting climate assessments for ZTAs and master plans, and the Office of Legislative Oversight is responsible for conducting climate assessments for county bills. Here are the requirements in terms of the content of climate assessments. The climate assessments are required to be submitted to the County Council at least 7 days before their hearing, and each assessment must include, number one, the sources of information, assumptions, and methodologies used, a description of variables that could affect the assessment, if a ZTA master plan or bill is likely to have no climate impact, why that is the case, the potential positive or negative effects, if any, of the zoning text amendment, master plan, or bill upon climate change, quantitative or qualitative evaluation of the identified effects upon greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration, and carbon drawdown, quantitative or qualitative evaluation of the identified effects of greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration upon community resilience and adaptive capacity. And finally, each climate assessment must identify amendments or other recommendations, if any, that would reduce or eliminate any anticipated negative effects of the ZTA master plan or bill upon carbon dioxide removal, sequestration, carbon drawdown, community climate resilience, and adaptive capacity. Bill 32 also requires that the Planning Board must develop and publish online a climate assessment template to guide the development of climate assessments for zoning text amendments, master plans, and master plan amendments. And the bill allows for either a qualitative or a quantitative assessments. So when you combine these 7 requirements and the fact that we have to do a template with either qualitative or quantitative assessments, we worked with our consultant, ICF, about 2 years ago when this bill became effective, and we developed a methodology and came up with these tools that we have been using to do these assessments. There are 2 templates, one template for climate assessments for zoning text amendments, one template for climate assessments of master plans. There are two checklists. One is for impacts of community resilience and adaptive capacity, and one is for greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration. And we also developed a form or a document that talks about determining relationship to county climate priorities. And most significant of all, we have a quantitative assessment tool that we'll talk about. So templates is, as the word says, a template is used to create the final reports for climate assessments, which are transmitted to the county council and posted on Montgomery Planning's website. But before we get to the templates and we can complete the templates and the report, we need to do some kind of analysis, and that's where checklists come in. We have developed checklists which are attached to a staff report to go through to start looking at whether there's an impact, what kind of impact, slight, moderate, negative. And these templates have about 20 different what do you call activity factors, 3 of them under the greenhouse gas categories for transportation, building embodied emissions, energy emissions, and number 4 is about sequestration. It's called land cover charges, land cover changes, and management, which is basically sequestration. And the things that staff have to look at every time they look at is ETA or a master plan, they start with things like, are there vehicles miles traveled by type? Will they increase? Will they go down? Are there non-vehicle modes of transportation? Will public transportation use will be impacted? Under building embodied emissions, building certifications, whether it's going to be LEED buildings or will they have green roofs or will they have been building energy efficiency? So all of these things, staff has to make some kind of judgment, and then there are check boxes to say whether this impact or doesn't have an impact. And if doesn't have an impact, whether it's minor, moderate, or something. And we also introduced one which is indeterminate, and we'll talk about that. Determining relationship to the county climate priorities basically analyzes whether each applicable activity factor that we talked about in the checklist, how it relates to the core greenhouse gas emission, sequestration, or other relevant actions within the county climate action plan. This is not a requirement of the law, but when we were looking at it, we thought that it was very helpful to at least keep them relation to say how is it contributing or how it relates to the county climate action plan. And lastly, Quant tool is an Excel spreadsheet designed to generate an estimate of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon sequestration. It's been used for all 6 master plans since March of 2023. All 19 zoning text amendments that we have done have not lent themselves to a quantitative assessments. So the zoning text assessments have all been qualitative because it's very hard to even assume to say how many buildings will be built for any ZTA or how many trees will be planted. So it doesn't lend itself to a quantitative assessment. The climate assessment template that the law requires that we develop and publish, it's basically a structure of the report that's sent to the county council. It starts with purpose of the climate assessments, a summary of the report, background and purpose of whether it's a ZTA or a master plan, and variables that could affect assessment, and it includes climate-related variables or other variables. Then it talks about anticipated impacts, including greenhouse gas emissions, carbon sequestration and drawdown, and impacts upon community resiliency and adaptability. Then it talks about a relationship to greenhouse gas reduction and sequestration actions in the Montgomery County Climate Action Plan, and any recommended amendments that we think would improve the impact situation of these master plans or ZTAs. And lastly, the sources of information, assumption as methodologies used. Since March 23, a total of 25 assessments have been done. As I mentioned, 6 for master plans and 19 for ZTAs, and they're all posted on our website. Now, the reason we are here is that Bill 322 also requires that at least once every 2 years, the planning board must review the template and update the template as needed. So we started looking at the last 2 years of our experience with these climate assessments and the template. Starting towards the end of last year, we were able to engage ICF, incorporated the consultants who were originally involved in creating this methodology. And we have identified certain changes which are not substantive in a way that they don't change any content or intent of the law, but they update a lot of the things that we use in developing these assessments. So basically, the updates to the quant tool, minor amendments to our revisions to the revised checklists and templates, and lastly, revision to the document that's called Determining Relationships to the County Climate Priorities. And with that, I will here transfer it to our consultants, Hazel and Tomlin, who will talk about the changes to the quant tool, which is basically the bulk of the revisions that we have come up with in this round of revisions. So, Hazel?
Thank you. Thank you, Khalid. And please confirm you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so thank you for that introduction. My name is Hazel Tomlin. I work at ICF and I am a greenhouse gas accounting senior specialist and manager. So as Khalid mentioned, the 2025 tool update included refreshed data where new data were available, revised parameters and assumptions, and also some improvements to the way that we were presenting information in the summary tab. And so for the building embodied emissions, ICF refreshed the underlying data, which are emissions embodied in construction and also all impervious surfaces, so car parks, pavement, roads, etc. This included an update to the building embodied emissions data based on the EC3 model and more recent literature, as well as a DOE report on the greenhouse gas emissions for annual construction and maintenance of US roadways. So we also updated the pavement embodied emissions factor, which is in the unit is per lane mile. So that pavement embodied emissions factor in the previous tool relied on a 2012 paper. ICF conducted a limited literature review to see whether we could find more recent data, and we were actually able to update that emissions factor per lane mile. The results ended up changing the emissions by 8.1%, the estimated emissions by 8.1%, a decrease for pavement concrete, and 1.1% an increase for asphalt. Next slide, please, Khalid. So for the building energy emissions, they primarily depend on the building energy use intensity, which expresses a building's energy use per square foot. So the tool uses, Khalid and his team, input square footage to estimate the building energy emissions by building use type. The energy use intensity is a function of both the electricity use intensity and also the gas energy use intensity. And we went through, and the building energy emissions tended to contribute the largest percentage of the overall emissions profile. So therefore was a key driver of emissions for the climate assessments quantification tool over the lifetime that we're looking at. So as more renewable energy sources become available, we have actually seen a decreasing trend in energy use intensity generally for all building use types. And the 2025 update therefore resulted in a 39.4% decrease in the energy use intensity for residential buildings and a 4.5% decrease in energy use intensity for commercial buildings since the prior tool. Next slide, please, Khalid. So for building waste emissions, they are estimated based on historical region-wide waste data, both on landfill mixed municipal solid waste and also composted mixed organic waste, and also the human population data. So we derive a waste per person value. The waste emission factor values were updated based on new information from the EPA emissions factors for greenhouse gas inventories website. And we also updated the population based on observed values. So the update resulted in a 9.1% increase in annual total building waste estimates, which is primarily driven by a 6.4% increase in the commercial waste estimates and a 3.6% increase in residential waste estimates relative to the 2022 tool. Next slide, please, Kelly. So transportation emissions are a function of the projected population, human population, electric vehicle adoption rates, also known as the EV penetration, and the estimated vehicle miles traveled. In the 2025 tool update, ICF updated the human population as described for the building waste emissions, and we also updated the EV penetration rate based on observed EV penetration. This was a lower rate than what we had included in the 2020 tool as a prediction, but we were unable to update the vehicle miles traveled as the most current data was already used in the 2022 tool. So we saw that lifetime transportation emissions decreased despite the adjustment of the electric vehicle penetration rate based on observed values to a lower rate than what the 2022 tool had predicted. And this is primarily described by a change in the observed population. So we had actually in the end predicted more drivers would be on the road in the 2022 tool than what we were observing in the 2025 tool. Next slide, please, Khalid. So for land management carbon stocks are stocks of carbon for a given biomass or other carbon pool per unit area, per hectare in this tool. The climate assessments tool presents total carbon stock change between the baseline carbon stocks and the master plan carbon stocks for above and below ground carbon stocks, as well as soil organic carbon stocks. So these different pools of carbon are presented for various land use types, including forest land, grassland, green roofs, as Khalid mentioned earlier, non-forest tree cover, so think urban tree cover, turf, grass, and also wetlands. We did not update the grassland and wetland carbon stock values because they were already based on the most recent IPCC default values in the 2022 tool. We also conducted a literature review to consider whether or not we should update the turf grass, non-forest tree cover, and also green roof carbon stock values. And we found from that literature review that the values being used in the 2022 tool already sat in the middle of the range of literature that we looked at. So the visualization updates that we did is in the summary tab. Basically, we made it clearer that the carbon stocks were carbon stocks and not carbon flux values, which some of you may be familiar with. So I won't maybe go into too much detail on those. Next slide, please, Khalid. And we determined at the beginning of this 3-month contract that we would not update any of the methodologies. We determined that they were already essentially the most current methodologies, given that the tool was only developed and released in 2022. And we primarily in this update focused on refreshing the data, which did also impact the emission factors. Next slide, please, Khalid. So in summary, for the impacts of these proposed changes, we made several changes to the Montgomery County Climate Assessment Quantification Tool, including the full data refresh where the new data were available, changes to those parameters and assumptions based on new reports or literature, and also changes to the representation of the carbon stocks between the baseline and output. So to demonstrate the difference of the proposed changes in the quantification tool, we did develop a representative test case. We input those test case values into both the unedited 2022 tool and the updated 2025 tool. The overall impact on emissions estimates, I want to emphasize these are estimated emissions and not actual emissions, using that realistic test case was a 19.4% reduction in estimated emissions. So that's the bottom line in this table. And then the test case shows, as I mentioned earlier, that building lifetime energy emissions was most significantly affected by the proposed updates, showing a reduction of 24.5% in estimated emissions, which is primarily driven by that energy use intensity. You can see the individual energy use intensity impact for residential and commercial buildings in this table here as well. And building waste emissions were driven primarily by an increase in the total population of Montgomery County based on the 2022 tools predicted values once we entered in those actually observed population values. The lifetime transportation emissions decreased despite an adjusted decrease in the electric vehicle penetration rate. As I described, this was due to the lower observed population compared to the modeled higher population in the previous tool. And the lifetime building embodied emissions and lifetime carbon stocks showed a minor decrease of 2.8% and 1.7% respectively due to the emission factors based on newer and more accurate sources. So I'll pause there. I think I'm back to you now, Khalid.
You see a lot of detailed numbers and percentages and everything because it's a quant tool. It's a very detailed quant tool, but there's a lot of assumptions that go into it. So the idea is not to say exactly like, the first line, 2.8% increase, it's really 2.8%. The purpose of all these assessments is, since it's a long-term 20-year estimate, to have some kind of directional sense. Are the impacts going up or going down? And which particular activity factor is causing that? So we can see if it's a land use related or something else. And summary of all this is that we have been doing this for 2 years. We've seen that our land use is already pretty efficient from impacts point of views. Overall, we have reduced our VMTs. Transit is increasing as much as we can through land use, but the emissions are still going up. I mean, per head emissions are going down, but the overall are still going up because of more energy use, still more travel. And it all comes down to now how much energy is being used, and if it's all still fossil fuels, land use cannot do anything about it. So that's our lesson that we've learned in 2 years of doing this, that we are already starting from a very high point, very high accomplished level. So we are seeing very little impact of these assessments or master plans doing land use. So the other change we will talk about briefly that we have proposed here is to our revised checklist templates and the other documents. So I will ask Mark Szymborski to do that.
For the record, Mark Szymborski, Countywide Planning and Policy Division. So in addition to the changes proposed to the quant tool, the proposed update includes minor changes to the 2 checklists, the guidance for determining relationships to county climate priorities in the Climate Action Plan, and the Master Plan and ZTA Climate Assessment Report templates. These changes include the addition of clarifying notes at the beginning of the checklists and the determining relationships to county climate priorities guidance, the addition of a column for indeterminate impacts, and a column for notes in the 2 checklists, clarifying notes in the Community Resilience and Adaptive Capacity Checklist headings, and related clarifying notes in the Master Plan and ZTA templates for consistency with the revised checklists and CAP relationship guidance. And these proposed edits are detailed in attachments B through F in the staff report.
We also met with 2 members from the Climate Action Coalition Montgomery County who have been involved in this effort developing climate assessment from the beginning. 2 years ago, we met with them. We had a wonderful meeting with them. We briefed them about what our experience has been in the last 2 years doing the assessments and what we are proposing. They had a couple of wonderful suggestions, and we will look at them. One of them was about the future improvements. And in our process, we looked at some of the things that we could do that, but we were not ready at this point for a number of reasons. So we included that in the future 2-year update. We'll look at these things. One of them is our community members asked about data center emissions, and we haven't had anything like that, but we will look at that, and we continue to see that. I've talked to our zoning staff to see how they are treated in the zoning ordinance, and we will look at them in the future. Same thing with agriculture emissions. Our master plans, most of them so far have not done that, but we have the process in place in templates, and we will look at them if there is some agricultural activity in a master plan or zoning text amendment that comes up. And then the last one is annual carbon flux from land use methods and factors, and I would like Hazel to talk about that briefly. Hazel?
Thank you, Khalid. So the tool currently only has capacity to estimate the lifetime difference in carbon stocks based purely on the area of land allocated to each land use type. ICF are recommending that inclusion of a method for estimating the annual and lifetime cumulative carbon flux is included in a future tool update. So currently, the tool is using the stock difference method, which essentially estimates the change in stocks between 2 points in time. So we compare that stock value for the baseline to the master plan in the tool currently to estimate the new carbon stocks as a result of the changes made in the master plan. The flux method, on the other hand, would estimate an annual incremental change in carbon, for example, from tree growth. It would be able to more accurately estimate total changes in carbon stocks, but it also would show if there would be initial losses from changes in land use, for example, which often occurs when a land use is changed and may later be balanced as biomass is replanted or established. This could include the flux values developed from the 2020 report, so examining the role of forests and trees in Montgomery County's greenhouse gas inventory.
Thanks, Hazel. A couple of things we also looked at that we've not included here. We explored the idea of these checklists can be very tedious and long and complicated trying to assess something. So we thought if we can simplify the process, for example, collapsing some of the land use categories of buildings to see if they can make the process easier, or coming up with a way to apply through zoning, through GIS, and make it more automated to see how the process can be simplified. But I think we realized that at this time we are not ready to do that. It'll take more time and more investigation into that. So we are thinking that during some next round, we will do that. And at this point, again, the summary is that all of the changes are basically not substantive. They're more behind the scene formulas updated to make sure that our quant tool is current with the latest literature and research and the related changes in our checklists and our working sheets that we have. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions and seek the board's approval for these revised changes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Afzal and the team and consultant for this update. Boy, I didn't know how detailed this quantitative tool was. And so I'm glad that you guys are doing it, you know. Yeah, but I'm also happy that you know you plug into the time frame to update it see what's changing, and that's important so that we are making the right decisions. We are knowing, are we getting better? Is it getting worse? Or so this is all great. What I would like to, and I'm supportive of approving the updates to the template. So just can you go over again, I know sometimes you do a quantitative analysis and you go a qualitative analysis. When you do quantitative and when you do qualitative? I mean, you may already mention, but if you can just let, it'd be good for me to know, because sometimes I read plans and it's really qualitative but there's sometimes it's very quantitative.
Yeah, I think I will ask my fellow colleagues here, because they have been using them, and they decide, whether it's appropriate for use, quantitative, whatever. As I mentioned, mostly all the master plans have used quantitative, quant tool. The zoning text amendments have not, but I will ask either Steve and Mark and Tina to talk about that.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it, and my colleagues can add or correct as needed. For the record, Steve Findlay with Mid-County Planning. And as a colleague mentioned, we typically do quantitative assessments for our master plans, have not tended to do them for ZTAs, and there's a primary reason for that. The inputs that we use have to do with changes in number of residential units, changes in the amount of commercial, non-residential square footage of buildings, changes in vehicle miles traveled as we're looking at the transportation figures, and changes in land cover are the primary inputs. Each of those is linked to certain emissions factors that then turn those quantities into amount of energy used per 1,000 square feet, or amount of energy used per residential unit, or amount of energy used for vehicle miles traveled, and then that energy use is converted into an emissions figure. In our master plans, that's what master plans are all about. We're making recommendations for changing zoning, for changing densities, for transportation systems. We're doing transportation modeling that is generating the data that we need to have about what's the change going to be in vehicle miles traveled. As you know, for transportation modeling in our master plans, that is the basis for then determining congestion levels and the flow of traffic through intersections and so forth and so on. It's also the basis for giving us the data that we need to take that VMT figure, convert it into the energy used to produce those vehicle miles traveled, and generate the emissions. Likewise, with zoning changes and some of the other recommendations we make, we typically are looking at how much density is increasing. We're making some estimates, so can make some estimates based on the area being changed and the zoning changes to know what might be the increase in the number of residential units or commercial square footage. So those analyses that are typically part of a master plan give us the data we need to be able to do a quantitative analysis. On the other hand, the zoning text amendments are often a little bit more uncertain. One of the first ones that we did was, I think was called the shared economies, and it recommended changes that would allow people, for example, to rent out their basement of their house or a swimming pool or something for a pool party or a gathering of some kind. But when we have that sort of a change, then we start to try to look at, okay, well, how much change is that going to make in vehicle miles traveled? Well, if the local people in the neighborhood are using it, they may be walking to the site to use that. But in other cases, they may be coming from other parts of the county, and in that case, they're driving. Well, how many houses are going to take advantage of this? Where are they? How much additional mileage is or is not going to be driven? There is not a traffic data analysis that really can be done to give us those inputs. And that sort of a ZTA is not really changing the density or square footage or number of residential units. So with all of the ZTAs we've looked at so far, they're just not capable of being analyzed to generate the data we need to have the inputs to do a quantitative analysis.
Great.
So in that case, we can only do a qualitative analysis.
You think that was a great answer. Thank you so much. Thank you. My colleagues, any other questions or comments?
No, it looks good. I also am glad somebody else is doing having done literature reviews to data searches before. I'm glad somebody else is doing it. So no, it looks really good. I appreciate this, and I appreciate, Khalid, your comments on sort of where is the where's the biggest bang for the buck that we could possibly get? And it's absolutely in the energy generation, and whether or not whether or not it's clean energy generation or not is a factor that it's going to have the biggest impact on that. I think it's an interesting approach, but it looks really good. It's very detailed, and I appreciate all the work that you all put into it.
And even just you had estimated a higher EV usage and then realized it's just much, much less. And so how that affects the calculation. So all of those things are important to update. Thank you.
The other thing, I mean, it's a very complicated, very sophisticated tool for what we have. And just to mention, I think you're aware of that when we started this one, we looked across the country and nobody has done this kind of stuff before. So this is almost like a new thing. So we have developed it and we are using it. So that's where the refinement comes into. The other thing, that all the checklists and template and everything, they are built to have some kind of consistency. So no matter new staff coming in doing it or different, because each individual person sitting there is using their own estimate to balance. Okay, this activity factor, vehicle miles drive, are they going to go up? Are they going to go up or down or where? Building energy. So we have guidelines that in the templates and checklists for staff to say, you have to look at it, do it this way. So its guidance is there. To be as consistent as possible. There's still variation, human variation, that everybody will look at it, think about it slightly differently, but it's as compact and concise to make sure that all of our climate assessments are not different because a different team is doing them or something.
Great. Yeah, what also reminds me that the planning department is cutting edge. So we really appreciate that. We're known for that, and that's a great thing to always be looking ahead. So thank you so much. Vice Chair, any parting words here? Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve the proposed updates to the template for the climate assessment?
Yes. I'll move to approve the proposed updates to the templates.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, 3-0. So great. So thanks so much, and we look forward to your next.
Thank you.
Bye now. And this concludes our planning board hearing for June 5th, 2025. Thank you. We'll see you next week.